The archaeologists' trowel scraped against bone in the frozen earth, uncovering rows of women clutching mercury vessels, their final act of defiance against empires that turned conquest into calculated horror. From the Mongol ledgers cataloguing breeding quotas across Asia, to Ottoman manifests shipping women like spices across the Mediterranean, to Viking warehouses draining the blood of forced births in the North Atlantic, these three stories reveal how history's greatest conquerors industrialized the destruction of women on a scale that echoes in our DNA today. If these tales of systematic evil leave you stunned, drop a comment below with the time and where you're watching from. Let's see how far these horrors resonate across the world. The Mongol administrator checked his ledger one final time before the screaming started. His quill scratched across parchment, marking another name: Fatima al-Rashid. Age: 14. Status: pending. The ink hadn't even dried when boots thundered across stone outside. La takuduha, Hayatifla. Not her. She's only a child. The mother's wails cut through the morning air as soldiers pushed through the door. They moved with practiced efficiency, past the overturned water jug, past the scattered prayer beads. The girl pressed herself against the wall, dark eyes wide with terror her mother had tried so hard to prevent. The administrator didn't look up. His finger traced down the list, finding her entry among hundreds catalogued weeks before the siege even began. Height: suitable. Lineage: notable. Fertility indicators: promising. Another scratch of the quill. Status: processed. The mother lunged forward, and that's when she saw it. The ledger. Her daughter's name already there, already decided. The horror that crossed her face wasn't about the soldiers anymore. It was the realization that this moment had been planned before the first arrow flew, before the walls crumbled, before her husband died defending the gates. Outside, similar scenes unfolded in perfect synchronization. Doors kicked open, names called out. Girls dragged toward the administrative tents where breeding assignments were distributed with the same efficiency as grain rations. The quill kept moving. Another name, another scratch, another future catalogued in ink and suffering. How did one empire transform systematic rape into the largest genetic conquest in human history? Why do 16 million men today carry DNA evidence of industrialized sexual violence that happened 8 centuries ago? To understand how the Mongols turned women's bodies into tools of permanent colonization and why their descendants walk among you right now, we need to rewind through the most horrific breeding program ever documented. The evidence lies waiting in administrative ledgers written in the blood of millions. The lab technician stared at the DNA report and checked it 3 times. This couldn't be right. Marcus Chen had ordered the test as a birthday gift to himself, one of those ancestry kits advertised on podcasts. Spit in a tube, mail it off, discover your 3% Viking or whatever. Standard stuff. But his results showed something that made the technician request a second sample. The genetic marker was unmistakable. Y chromosome lineage CM217, star cluster variation, direct patrilineal descent from Temujin, better known as Genghis Khan. Here's where it gets systematic. Marcus wasn't special. He was one of 16 million living men who carry this exact genetic signature. 16 million. Let that number sink in. That's more than the entire population of Cambodia. More than every person in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and Houston combined. All descended from one man who died 8 centuries ago. The sound of fingers typing on a keyboard filled the genetics lab as Dr. Sarah Chen, no relation to Marcus, pulled up the statistical models. She'd been studying this phenomenon for 15 years, and the math still made her sick. For one man to have 16 million living descendants through natural reproduction would be mathematically impossible. Even if he had 100 willing wives and perfect fertility, the numbers don't work. The computer models were clear. To achieve this level of genetic penetration required something else entirely. She clicked through to the next slide in her presentation, the one she'd never shown at conferences, the one that revealed what those 16 million men really represented. But the geneticist discovered something that made her hands shake. Each carrier didn't just represent one violation. The branching patterns in the DNA told a different story. For every man alive today with this marker, hundreds of women had been systematically raped in his ancestral line. The genetic evidence showed repeated, organized patterns of assault across generations. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as she traced the data with her finger. Here, a cluster in Central Asia, where the marker appeared in 90% of one village's male population. There, a line through Eastern Europe, where it followed old trade routes with terrifying precision. Each data point represented not just genetic material, but orchestrated violence on a scale that defied comprehension. Marcus Chen's email popped up on her screen. Is this for real? Am I really related to Genghis Khan? This is so cool. She stared at his message for a long moment. How do you explain to someone that their cool ancestry result is actually evidence of history's largest systematic rape campaign? That the genetic marker they carry is a 800-year-old scar written in DNA? The numbers revealed a truth too horrible for the published study. Academic papers talked about reproductive success and genetic legacy, clean, sanitized terms that obscured the reality. But Dr. Chen had done the calculations that others avoided. If 16 million men alive today carry this marker, and if each represents hundreds of violated women in their lineage, then the Mongol expansion had turned reproductive violence into something unprecedented. She pulled up another file, this one from a colleague in Mongolia who'd been analyzing burial sites. The mass graves of young women, all showing signs of repeated trauma, all from the same period. The archaeological evidence matched the genetic patterns perfectly. Her phone buzzed. Another ancestry result, another excited customer discovering their connection to the Great Khan. This one from a teacher in Ohio, thrilled to have such interesting heritage to share with his students. What they found next in the genetic patterns changed everything. The marker didn't spread randomly. It followed administrative districts, appearing in clusters that matched old Mongol taxation records. The genetic map looked exactly like a bureaucratic org chart, as if rape had been assigned by postal code. Dr. Chen opened her desk drawer and pulled out a photocopy she'd received from a researcher in Iran, a fragment of an old ledger, translated from Persian. Names, ages, assignments. The handwriting was precise, businesslike. Each entry included notes about fertility indicators, family lineage, physical characteristics. The systematic nature of it made her close her eyes. This wasn't the chaos of war. This was infrastructure. She thought about Marcus Chen and his birthday surprise, about the 16 million men walking around with this genetic evidence embedded in every cell of their bodies. Living, breathing proof of an industrialized horror that most history books reduce to a footnote about Mongol brutality. The lab equipment hummed its familiar tune. But tonight, it sounded like an accusation. Every test they ran, every marker they identified, they were documenting crimes that could never be prosecuted, suffering that had been literally bred into the human genome. But to understand how 16 million men became unwitting evidence of history's greatest sexual crime, we have to examine the intelligence networks that started cataloguing women before the Mongols even arrived at the city walls. The spy walked through Damascus markets in 1218, but he wasn't looking at goods. He was shopping for women who didn't know they were for sale. His handler had given him specific instructions. Age range, 12 to 20. Physical markers, clear skin, wide hips, straight teeth. Family history. How many children did their mothers birth? How many survived? The questions seemed like idle merchant gossip, but each answer went into mental ledgers more precise than any trade manifest. The sound of haggling covered his real work. While vendors shouted prices for silk and saffron, he counted daughters, that spice merchant's girl helping with scales, the water carrier's sister drawing from the well, the scribe's twin daughters learning letters in the corner shop, all of them catalogued, categorized, numbered. He wasn't alone. The whispered reports came in from every quarter of the city. Other men, posing as traders, pilgrims, scholars. They moved through bathhouses, where women gossiped about their families. They befriended midwives who knew which bloodlines produced the most children. They paid servants to describe the young women hidden behind courtyard walls. The network extended far beyond Damascus. Similar operations unfolded in Baghdad, Bukhara, Samarkand. Cities that hadn't even heard the Mongol name yet. Cities that thought their walls meant safety. Here's where the intelligence gathering turned methodical. The spies didn't just note beauty. They tracked menstrual cycles through bathhouse gossip. They recorded which families had histories of twins. They identified girls who'd shown early fertility by helping raise numerous younger siblings. The data points accumulated like drops of poison in a well. The handler met his spies in a dried fruit warehouse after sunset. The scratching of quills on parchment mixed with the rustle of apricots being sorted. Names, ages, addresses. Family trees extending back 3 generations. Maps showing which neighborhoods held the highest concentrations of suitable candidates. They used a ranking system. 3 marks for exceptional beauty, 2 for proven family fertility, 1 for age within optimal range. Bonus marks for prestigious bloodlines that would provide genetic diversity to the Mongol stock. The mathematics of human livestock, calculated while the unsuspecting city slept. But the most chilling part wasn't the lists themselves. It was the timing. The spy in Damascus finished his work in 1218. The Mongols wouldn't arrive until 1220. 2 years. 2 years of normal life for girls who'd already been marked. 2 years of first loves, marriage negotiations, dreams about the future, all while their names sat in ledgers, waiting. The intelligence network operated like this across the entire Persian world. Spies who spent years embedded in communities, building trust, attending weddings, celebrating births, all while secretly updating their catalogues of breeding stock. A merchant's wife in Isfahan mentioned her daughter's first blood to a friendly cloth seller. That information travelled through hidden channels to administrators 1,000 miles away. A proud grandfather in Herat boasted about his family's tradition of bearing sons. His granddaughters' names went on a special list. The coins changed hands in darkness. Local informants, often deeply in debt, sold information about their own neighbours. Which families kept their daughters most sheltered, indicating virginity. Which bloodlines had resisted previous invaders, suggesting genetic strength worth preserving. Which girls had caught the eye of local nobles, marking them as prize specimens. They even tracked the Jewish and Christian communities separately. Different breeding programs for different populations. The administrators understood genetic diversity centuries before the science existed to name it. The sound of footsteps on cobblestones marked another spy returning with updates. This one had infiltrated the governor's household. The official's 3 daughters, aged 15, 13, and 11. All healthy, all beautiful. Their mother had birthed 8 children total. Prime candidates. The spy didn't feel guilt as he made his notes. These weren't people to him anymore. They were entries in a breeding inventory that would soon be activated. The same detachment a farmer feels counting cattle. Meanwhile, the women of Damascus went about their lives. The spice merchant's daughter dreamed of marrying the baker's son. The water carrier's sister practiced her embroidery for a dowry that would never matter. The scribe's twins composed poetry they'd never finish. None of them knew that men had been watching them for months, evaluating their hips as they walked, listening to their laughter to judge their temperament, assessing their value not as humans but as breeding vessels. The network extended into the very structure of society. Midwives reported on family fertilities. Bathhouse attendants tracked monthly cycles. Even matchmakers unknowingly contributed data as they discussed bloodlines and family histories. The entire social fabric had been infiltrated by an intelligence operation focused on a single goal: identifying the most efficient rape targets. When the handler compiled his final report for Damascus, it contained over 3,000 names. 3,000 girls and women, sorted by neighborhood, ranked by breeding potential, cross-referenced with family trees. The document would travel east in coded caravans, reaching Mongol administrators who'd never seen Damascus, but already knew exactly which doors their soldiers would knock down. The warehouses fell silent as the spies finished their work. Tomorrow, they'd leave the city, their merchant covers intact. The families they'd befriended would wonder why their trading partner had departed so suddenly. By the time they understood, it would be too late. Some spies left behind more than just intelligence. They'd identified which local men could be turned into collaborators when the time came. Men who would trade their neighbors' daughters for their own family's safety. The infrastructure of betrayal, carefully cultivated over years of patient work. The scrolls traveled east in hidden compartments, each name a future tragedy, each ranking a countdown to horror, the most efficient intelligence network of its time, dedicated entirely to sexual slavery. But these weren't random battlefield atrocities. The evidence proved something far worse. The Mongols had turned rape into an administrative science, and the bureaucrats waiting to process those carefully gathered names had developed systems that would make modern human traffickers look like amateurs. The administrator's quill scratched across parchment with mechanical precision. Another column, another entry, another woman reduced to numbers. In Bukhara, 1221, the breeding ledgers filled an entire room. Shelves lined with leather-bound volumes, each one documenting human beings like grain shipments. The smell of ink mixed with the musk of old paper. Outside, women screamed as soldiers dragged them to processing tents. Inside, the administrator simply turned to a fresh page. The columns told their own story of systematic horror. Name, age, processing date, fertility assessment, assignment location, current pregnancy status, offspring count. The bureaucratic language stripped away humanity with surgical efficiency. Here's where it gets systematic. The actual ledger from 1221 still exists, preserved in a private collection in Russia. When historians finally gained access in 1992, they couldn't believe what they were reading. The entry for one girl, Yasmin of Merv, age 15, included notations that would make modern data analysts proud. Height in cubits, weight estimates, family fertility history going back 3 generations. Even notes about her temperament during initial processing. The administrator had rated her compliance on a scale of 1 to 5. But the most chilling detail was the timestamp. Her processing was recorded at exactly 2 hours after sunrise, 3rd day of the month. The next entry, Fatima of Nishapur, was logged 6 minutes later, then Zara, then Amina. The industrial efficiency of horror, measured in 6-minute intervals. The ledgers revealed breeding quotas that regional administrators had to meet. Each district was assigned monthly targets based on population estimates from those intelligence reports. 30 pregnancies per month for a mid-sized city, 50 for larger urban centers, bonuses for exceeding quotas, punishments for falling short. An administrator in Herat received a commendation for achieving 130% of his quarterly target. His reward? First pick of the next shipment of women. The economics of rape, documented in careful script. The scratching of quills never stopped. Day and night, administrators recorded outcomes with the same detachment they'd use for horse breeding. Subject 1243 delivered male offspring, healthy. Assigned to military training cohort 7. The babies had numbers before they had names. The efficiency metrics painted an even darker picture. Administrators tracked processing time, how quickly they could move women from capture to first rape. They competed to reduce these times, sharing best practices across the empire. One ledger contained a proud note about reducing average processing time from 3 days to 36 hours. Pages rustled as the administrator in Bukhara cross-referenced his lists. Some women appeared in multiple ledgers, traded between districts like commodities. A girl taken in Damascus might appear in Baghdad's records 6 months later, then in Samarkand's after that. The empire-wide tracking system followed them wherever they were sent. The punishment records occupied their own special section. Women who resisted faced escalating consequences, all carefully documented. First offense, food reduction. Second offense, isolation. Third offense, assignment to the military brothels, the worst fate of all. Each punishment included dates, durations, and outcomes. The bureaucracy of breaking human spirits. But the administrators tracked something else that reveals the true industrial scale of this horror. Pregnancy failure rates, miscarriages, stillbirths, women who couldn't conceive fast enough. The ledgers contained a column marked non-productive status with chilling subcategories. The sound of abacus beads clicking accompanied the monthly reports. Regional breeding statistics rolled up to central command. Administrators who managed thousands of women reduced their suffering to percentages and trend lines. 72% pregnancy rate this quarter. up 3% from last period. Stillbirth rate holding steady at 18%. One preserved document from 1222 showed the empire-wide totals. Over 40,000 women in the breeding system, 8,000 confirmed pregnancies that quarter, approximately 6,000 live births expected. The numbers were annotated with suggestions for improving efficiency. The genetic sorting started immediately after birth. Male infants with superior characteristics went to military training programs. Females were categorized as future breeding stock or domestic servants based on their mother's performance. The ledgers tracked these children through identification marks burned into their shoulders. Here's where the documentation reveals something that modern historians struggled to believe. The administrators tracked genetic outcomes across generations. They noted which bloodline combinations produced the strongest warriors, which pairings resulted in the most fertile daughters. They were conducting selective breeding experiments on a massive scale, centuries before anyone understood genetics. The quill paused over one entry. A woman who'd given birth to 6 sons, all surviving to adulthood. The administrator made a special notation. Exceptional producer. Prioritized nutrition. Assigned to senior officers only. Even in this system, some women were valued more than others, though only as premium livestock. The breeding ledgers also contained death records. Women who died in childbirth, those who took their own lives, those who simply stopped eating and wasted away. Each death was recorded with the same bureaucratic indifference. Asset loss. Replacement required. But look closer at the suicide records and a pattern emerges. Spikes after mass child removals. When administrators took babies from their mothers, death rates tripled. The ledgers noted this correlation without emotion. Just another data point to consider in optimizing the system. The administrator in Bukhara finished his daily report as the sun set. 312 women processed this week. 47 confirmed pregnancies. 12 births. 8 surviving. 6 deaths, 2 by suicide, 4 in childbirth. He sealed the report with wax and handed it to the courier. Tomorrow he'd open a fresh ledger and continue the work. More columns, more numbers, more lives reduced to entries in the empire's breeding machinery. The banality of administrative evil, documented one scratched entry at a time. The courier carried the reports along the same roads that transported the women themselves. Which brings us to the mobile breeding facilities that followed the armies. What archaeologists found at caravan sites defies belief. The Mongols hadn't just systematized rape in conquered cities, they'd made it portable. The caravan stretched for 3 miles, but the covered wagons in the center weren't carrying supplies. The sounds coming from inside were human. The wheels creaked under loads they weren't designed for. Canvas covers pulled tight to muffle what happened within. Guards rode in precise formations, not watching for bandits but for escape attempts from their own convoy. The dust cloud rising from this procession marked something far worse than any merchant train. A Mongol administrator rode alongside, ledger balanced on his saddle horn. Every 6 hours he'd stop to update entries. Wagon 4, 12 occupants, 3 pregnant, 1 death in transit. Wagon 7, 15 occupants, 5 past optimal breeding age, recommend redistribution at next garrison. The scratching of his quill competed with muffled sobs drifting through canvas walls. Here's what made these mobile units unique. They weren't temporary measures during city sieges. Archaeological evidence from caravan sites across Central Asia reveals permanent infrastructure. Stone foundations for medical tents, latrine systems designed for long-term camps, mass burial sites with remains showing specific patterns of trauma. The Mongols had created moving cities dedicated to systematic rape. The medical equipment found at these sites tells its own story. Birthing chairs, surgical tools, herbs known to prevent miscarriage. Even primitive pregnancy tests using wheat and barley, a technique they'd learned from Egyptian sources. This wasn't battlefield chaos. This was an organized medical operation focused on maximizing reproductive output. Inside Wagon 4, the women had stopped trying to comfort each other. The 16-year-old from Bukhara stared at nothing. The twins from Merv held hands in silence. The merchant's widow counted days since her last bleeding, knowing what a missed cycle meant in this rolling prison. The wooden floor beneath them was stained with evidence of those who'd come before. The administrator made another note. The pregnant ones would be transferred to stationary facilities before their third trimester, too risky to deliver while moving. Those who'd recently given birth would remain in the caravan. The army needed fresh wombs following behind the front lines. But the sounds told the real story, not just crying or pleading, the rhythmic creaking of wagon wheels trying to mask other rhythms, the bark of orders in Mongolian, the silence that followed resistance. At night, when the caravan stopped, the sounds grew worse. Soldiers visiting the wagons in shifts, organized by rank and rotation schedules. The mobile system solved a logistics problem the administrators discussed in preserved correspondence. Cities might fall quickly, but properly breaking and breeding women took time. The mobile units allowed continuous processing, while armies moved to next targets. Women taken in one city could be pregnant by the time they reached the next siege. Efficient use of travel time, as one administrator proudly noted. The medical tent at the center of each caravan cluster marked where the true horror unfolded. Here, the Mongol physicians conducted examinations that went beyond basic health checks. They tested fertility through methods that would make modern doctors recoil. They experimented with herbs to increase conception rates. They performed procedures on women who resisted pregnancy, procedures the archaeological remains suggest few survived. A physician emerged from the medical tent, blood on his leather apron. He nodded to the administrator, who made another ledger entry. Subject 2043. Procedure completed. Return to wagon 6. The woman who stumbled out behind him could barely walk. 2 guards half carried her back to her rolling prison. The caravan included specialized wagons historians initially mistook for supply storage. The preserved remains of one, discovered in Kazakhstan in 2003, revealed their true purpose. Smaller compartments, restraint systems, drainage channels in the floor. These were punishment wagons for women who resisted or tried to escape. The organization extended to the guards themselves. Not random soldiers, but specialized units trained in managing human cargo. They learned optimal feeding schedules to maintain fertility. They knew which pressure points induced compliance without damaging reproductive organs. They rotated women between wagons to prevent solidarity building among prisoners. Every detail designed to break spirits while preserving bodies. Here's where the evidence becomes almost unbearable. Children's remains at caravan sites. Not infants, but children aged 2 to 5. The mobile units kept young children with their mothers just long enough to ensure survival, then sent them to training facilities. The women had to watch their toddlers loaded onto separate wagons, knowing they'd never see them again. The administrator's ledger included a section for these separations. Child number 891. Male, approximately 3 years. Good physical condition. Assigned to Karakoram training facility. The mother's reaction was noted too. Extreme distress. Recommend increased surveillance. The bureaucracy of destroying maternal bonds. The feeding system reveals another layer of calculated cruelty. Pregnant women receive better rations, but only while pregnant. The moment they gave birth, food reduced to subsistence levels. The message was clear. Your value exists only in your womb. Some women learn to hide pregnancies as long as possible, trading morning sickness for extra bread. Water allocation followed similar logic. The wooden barrels strapped to wagon sides held specific amounts. Guards distributed water through a slot, measuring portions based on pregnancy status and compliance ratings. Women who caused trouble watched their water rations shrink in the desert heat. Biological warfare waged through thirst. The caravan stopped at predetermined stations. Not random camps, but established posts with fresh guards, medical supplies, and empty wagons to replace those filled with the dead. Local administrators waited with their ledgers, updating central records, reassigning women based on breeding performance. The infrastructure stretched across the entire empire. One preserved way station in modern Uzbekistan still shows the holding pen foundations. Stone walls arranged in a specific pattern, small cells surrounding a central courtyard, drainage systems indicating regular washing down. The archaeologists who excavated it initially thought they'd found an ancient livestock market. They weren't entirely wrong. The sounds of evening prayers drifted from the women's wagons. different languages mixing: Arabic, Persian, Turkish, Chinese. Women from different cultures united only in suffering. The guards allowed prayer. It kept them calmer, more compliant, easier to manage. The administrators had learned that small mercies prevented larger rebellions. But prayers couldn't mask other sounds. The newborn's cry from wagon 12, the death rattle from wagon 3, the struggle and sharp slap from wagon 7. Each sound catalogued by guards trained to interpret their human cargo's condition through canvas walls. They knew which sounds meant pregnancy, which meant illness, which meant another body to remove at dawn. The mobility created its own torture. Women taken from desert cities found themselves in mountain passes. Those from fertile valleys crossed endless steppes. The psychological displacement compounded physical suffering. Even the sky looked wrong. No familiar stars to pray toward, no homeland dust in the air, just the endless creaking of wheels carrying them further from everything they'd known. The administrator finished his evening report as cooking fires flickered between wagons. 3 births today, 2 surviving. 4 deaths, 1 suicide by strangulation with torn clothing. 16 confirmed pregnancies. Steady progress toward quarterly quotas. He sealed the report and passed it to a courier who'd ride through the night to regional headquarters. The caravan would move again at dawn. 3 more weeks to the next major city. 3 more weeks of wheels grinding through dust, carrying their human cargo toward predetermined destinations. Some women would birth on the road, others would die. All would be recorded in ledgers with the same mechanical precision. The true efficiency of these mobile units becomes clear only when you see the numbers. 1 caravan could process 200 women while covering 500 miles. Multiply that by dozens of caravans following different army groups. The breeding program never stopped moving, never stopped producing, never stopped destroying lives in 6-minute intervals recorded by administrators who saw only quotas and logistics. The wheels creaked on through the night. Inside, women who'd been mothers, daughters, scholars, merchants, tried to sleep on wooden floors, sticky with fear, and worse. Tomorrow would bring more of the same, the day after that, until they either died, aged out of usefulness, or produced enough children to satisfy their captors' quotas. But first, the empire needed to fill these wagons, and the selection process they used to choose which women would board those rolling prisons will sicken you, because it wasn't random, it was methodical. The 12-year-old girl didn't know why the stranger at the well asked about her monthly bleeding. She'd find out 3 weeks later when the Mongols arrived. Her mother had sent her to fetch water at dawn, the safest time. The streets of Nishapur still slept. Only bakers and water carriers moved through morning shadows. The stranger looked like another merchant, his worn robes dusty from travel. His questions seemed like idle talk. "Such a helpful daughter," he said, watching her lower the bucket. "Your mother must be proud. How many brothers and sisters help with chores?" 7, she answered, not looking up. Mother had taught her not to engage with strange men, but this one seemed harmless, grandfatherly even. 7, your parents are blessed. And you're the eldest? She nodded, hauling up the full bucket. Water sloshed over the rim. My niece just had her first blood, he continued, voice casual as morning prayer. Her mother worries she's too young. When did yours begin? The question made her freeze. Such things weren't discussed with men. But he'd already turned away, examining dates at a nearby stall. Just an old merchant making conversation. She mumbled something about last winter and hurried home. The stranger didn't buy any dates. Instead, he found a quiet corner and pulled out a small ledger. Amina al-Rashidi, age 12. First blood winter 1219. 7 siblings, all surviving. Strong back observed, carrying full water vessels. No visible defects. 3 weeks later, when boots thundered through her family's courtyard, she recognized him. Not a merchant at all. He stood beside the Mongol administrator, pointing, her, the twin boys from the bakery, the scribe's 3 daughters, all names on his list, all selected weeks before the siege began. But here's where the selection process reveals its true horror. The administrators didn't just rely on advance intelligence, They developed a system that would make modern human traffickers look like amateurs. The wooden platform stood in Nishapur's main square like a livestock auction block, which is exactly what it was. The administrator sat behind his portable desk, ledger open, quill ready. Guards arranged the women in lines. The sorting began. First cut. Age. Guards pulled girls forward, checking teeth like horses, counting rings of growth, feeling jaw development. Anyone under 11 went to a separate pen. They'd be held until ready. Anyone over 25 joined another group. Different purpose. Different fate. The sound of mothers screaming mixed with bureaucratic efficiency. Number 43. Approximately 14. Good teeth. Proceed to secondary inspection. The scribe recorded every detail. Height. Weight estimates. Visible health indicators. Even the way they walked revealed information to trained eyes. Secondary inspection happened in tents. Female collaborators, women who'd traded cooperation for their own children's lives, conducted intimate examinations. They checked for pregnancy, disease, virgin status. Their findings, whispered to scribes, went into different columns. Different categories meant different destinations. The administrator never looked up from his ledger. Names became numbers. Numbers became categories. Categories became fate. Virgin, pristine condition, reserved for senior officers. Non-virgin, healthy, general military use. Pregnant, special handling required. Diseased, immediate disposal. Here's the systematic cruelty. Sisters were deliberately separated. The administrators had learned that women fought harder when defending family, so the pretty one went to officer wagons, the plain one to infantry camps. They'd never see each other again, but each would forever wonder about the other's fate. The physical examinations went beyond basic health. Administrators measured hip width, predicting birthing capacity. They examined breasts for development, estimating milk production. They even checked family resemblances, selecting for genetic traits they wanted to reproduce. The Mongols understood bloodline breeding centuries before modern genetics. A girl stumbled during her walk across the platform. The administrator made a note. Possible lameness. Downgrade to Category 3. Her fate changed with that single misstep. Instead of officer assignments, she'd go to punishment wagons. All because her legs shook with fear at the wrong moment. But the selection wasn't just physical. They tested temperament too. A guard would suddenly shout at a girl, watching her reaction. Too much cowering meant weakness. Too much defiance meant trouble. They wanted that perfect middle ground. Broken enough to comply. Strong enough to survive multiple pregnancies. The beauty rankings created their own hierarchy of horror. Exceptional beauty meant personal assignment to generals or the Khan himself. Standard beauty went to officer corps. Plain features meant soldier barracks. The ugly ones. The administrators had special uses for them too. Practice for young soldiers, rewards for menial workers. Every woman had a purpose in this system. The collaborators whispered their assessments with dead eyes. This one's 3 months pregnant. Previous birth, based on hip spread. They'd learned to read bodies like maps, each stretch mark and scar telling stories that determined futures. Their own children watched from designated safety areas. The price of their mother's cooperation. A new sound cut through the square. Girls singing. The administrators had learned that testing voices revealed lung capacity, general health, emotional strength. Those who sang clearly despite tears showed resilience. They'd survived the wagons better. The ones whose voices cracked and broke went to different lines. The wooden platform bore stains no amount of washing removed. Blood from resistors, urine from terror, vomit from morning sickness discovered during inspection. Each stain represented a moment when someone's daughter became inventory. The administrators worked around these marks without pause. Here's what the selection records show that makes this even worse. They tracked family traits across generations. If a mother had birthed many sons, her daughters were prime selections. If a bloodline showed twins, those women got special marking. The administrators were conducting a massive genetic experiment, using rape as their laboratory. The scribes developed shorthand for common entries, a symbol for virgin, another for proven breeder. quick marks for various physical qualities. The ledgers filled with these hieroglyphs of horror, each one representing a full human life reduced to breeding potential. The rejection area told its own story. Women too old, too sick, too damaged for breeding still had uses. Some became camp servants. Others were given to lowest-ranking soldiers as practice. The worst fate? Assignment to the punishment units, where women who tried to escape were sent as examples to others. The platform emptied as sorted groups were led to different staging areas. The virgins went first, highest value merchandise, then the proven breeders, then the questionables. Each group's destination already determined, their futures written in ledger columns. A 13-year-old caught the administrator's special attention, not for beauty, but for her build. Wide hips on a young frame, clear skin despite poor nutrition. 6 female cousins in the intelligence reports, all producing multiple children. He made a special mark, premium breeding stock, reserved for the Khan's personal program. The mother who'd tried to hide her daughter under grain sacks learned the futility of resistance. The intelligence network had already reported the girl's existence. When guards dragged her from hiding, the administrator simply checked off another name. Expected merchandise, finally collected. But the worst part was the medical experiments disguised as selection criteria. The Mongol physicians had women drink specific herbs, watching for reactions that indicated fertility. They tested breast tissue response, looking for hormonal indicators. They even examined menstrual blood, having developed crude tests for reproductive health. Medieval science applied to human livestock. The selection process continued for 3 days. Every woman in Nishapur sorted and categorized. The administrators worked in shifts, maintaining the same mechanical efficiency, whether processing their first victim or their 1,000th. The quill scratching never stopped. The platform never emptied. The screaming became background noise. By sunset of the 3rd day, the ledgers contained 3,000 names, 3,000 fates decided, 3,000 futures erased. The administrator closed his book with satisfaction. Nishapur's quota exceeded by 12%. He'd receive a commendation, maybe even first pick from the next city's harvest. The women in holding pens didn't know their categories yet. They'd learn soon enough, when guards came to move them to different wagons, when their rations differed, when their treatment revealed their ranking in this hierarchy of horror. For now, they simply held each other and waited. The platform stood empty as night fell. Tomorrow it would be dismantled, loaded onto wagons, carried to the next city. The same scene would replay, the same sorting, the same reduction of humans to breeding categories. The machinery of selection, portable and efficient. But selection was just the beginning. Being chosen didn't mean simply being taken. The Mongols had learned that breaking a woman's body was easy. Breaking her identity took planning. The psychological system they developed started with the one thing no one could take: their names. The woman stared at the Mongol administrator, her mouth moving soundlessly. She knew he'd asked her name. She knew she should answer. But the word that had defined her for 23 years simply wouldn't come. Behind her, other women lined up for morning roll call. The scratching of quills on parchment mixed with whispered numbers. 1, 2, 3. The guards counted them like sacks of grain, and that's when it hit her. She couldn't remember what her mother had called her. 6 months. 6 months since the day they dragged her from her home in Samarkand. 6 months of being called only 27, her processing number tattooed in blue ink on her inner wrist. The number they shouted when her turn came. The number they recorded in ledgers after each violation, the only identity that mattered anymore. The administrator's patience wore thin. He barked something in Mongolian, and a guard stepped forward with a leather strap. But even the threat of beating couldn't summon what no longer existed. The woman who'd once been someone's daughter, someone's pride, opened her mouth and croaked out the only truth left. 27. Here's where the psychological system reveals its calculated cruelty. The Mongols hadn't stumbled onto name erasure by accident. They'd perfected it through methodical experimentation across hundreds of conquered cities. The process started immediately at capture. Guards stripped women of everything: clothing, jewelry, religious items, but those could be replaced. Names couldn't. From their first moment in captivity, women heard only numbers. The girl who'd spent 16 years as Mariam became 412. The mother of three who'd built her identity around being Nasrin turned into 91. The ledgers from Bukhara show the progression. Week 1. Subjects respond to numbers with resistance. Week 4. Confusion when birth names are used. Week 12. Complete disassociation. Week 24. Subjects cannot recall original identities without prompting. The administrators tracked this dissolution like merchants tracking spoilage rates. But numbers were just the beginning. The Mongols assigned functional names based on breeding categories. Breeder Khan 3rd rank. Infantry general use. Officer premium stock. These weren't names but job descriptions, branded into consciousness through endless repetition. The woman who'd forgotten her name wasn't alone in the morning lineup. Beside her stood a 15-year-old who flinched whenever someone said daughter, the word her category name contained. Behind them, a woman who'd been a scholar now answered only to Scribe Breed 7, assigned to produce literate offspring for the administrative corps. The scratching of quills recorded their transformed identities. Where Persian scribes had once written marriage contracts with elaborate names full of lineage and honor, Mongol administrators reduced existence to breeding function. The linguistic genocide was as thorough as the physical one. They enforced the system through calculated punishment. A woman caught whispering her real name faced 3 days without water. Caught twice? They'd burn her number deeper, scarring over the first tattoo. The pain would forever link identity with suffering. But here's the truly diabolical part. They made the women enforce it on each other. New captives who used birth names were punished collectively. The entire wagon would lose rations until the offender learned. Within weeks, traumatized women policed each other's language more harshly than any guard. The morning roll call continued. 43. A hand raised. 97. Another response. Each number called stripped away another layer of personhood. Some women moved their lips, trying to remember prayers that required speaking their own names to God. But which name? The one they couldn't remember, or the number burned into their skin? Native languages died next. The administrators had learned that women resisting in Persian or Arabic maintained cultural identity, so they banned everything but basic Mongolian commands. Women caught speaking, their birth tongues faced the punishment wagons. After months of silence, many forgot the words for concepts like dignity, or freedom, or hope. The prohibition extended to songs, stories, even lullabies. A mother humming a Turkish cradle song to her infant would have the baby removed immediately. The message was clear. Your culture ends here. Your language ends here. You end here. The guards understood enough Persian to catch violations, but they pretended otherwise. It was another psychological weapon. Women would whisper urgently to each other, not knowing a guard 3 feet away understood every word. The paranoia of never knowing who listened, who reported, who could be trusted. Some women tried to preserve their identities through hidden objects. A strand of hair from a daughter, a pebble from home, prayer beads sewn into hems. When guards found these talismans, the punishment wasn't just confiscation. They'd force the woman to destroy it herself. Burn the hair, crush the stone, break the beads. Complicity in erasing their own past. The children born into the system never learned their mother's true names. They grew up knowing only numbers and breeding categories. My mother is breeder 421 became a complete identity. The linguistic chains passed to the next generation before they could speak. But the most insidious element was the reward system. Women who fully embraced their numbers received extra food. Those who helped rename new captives gained privileges. The fastest path to survival was complete surrender of self. Many women made that calculation and paid with their souls. The Mongol linguists, yes, because that's what they were, specialists in destroying language, documented their methods with academic precision. They noted which naming systems broke down fastest. Religious names held longest. Nicknames disappeared first. Names with family meaning created most resistance. All data points for refining their system. A pregnant woman in the line suddenly spoke. "My name, Island." She paused, face contorting with effort. The words came out wrong, half remembered. "My name was." Another pause. Was. Past tense. Even grammar bent to acknowledge the death of who she'd been. The administrator made a note. Subject showing standard identity dissolution for 6th-month captivity. Proceeding normally. No intervention required. His quill moved to the next entry without pause. The sound of weeping drifted from the newest arrivals area. Fresh captives who still knew their names still cried them out for mothers who'd never answer. Give them time, the veterans thought. Time and the systematic grinding away of self that came with each roll call. Each number shouted, each moment of being less than livestock because at least animals kept their sounds. The woman who'd forgotten her name shuffled forward as the line moved. Behind her, someone whispered urgently in Arabic. A new girl, maybe 3 days in captivity, trying desperately to remind others of their names. "You're Aisha, remember? Aisha from the mosque school. And you're Zara." The veterans turned away. They'd seen this before. Hope dressed as memory, trying to resurrect the dead. By next week, the new girl would whisper numbers instead. By next month, she'd report others for using birth names. The system never failed. The administrators had calculated everything. They knew it took 4 months to break most names. 6 months to erase language patterns. 8 months to create women who genuinely couldn't remember being anything but numbered breeding stock. They'd turned identity destruction into a science measured in months and tears. But one woman in line still fought. Every morning for 6 months, she'd silently recited her full name, her father's name, her grandfather's name, a genealogy of resistance spoken only in her mind where guards couldn't punish. Today, like every day, she began, "I am Mariam, daughter of, daughter of, daughter of." The name wouldn't come. Her father's face blurred with a guard's. Her grandfather's voice mixed with Mongolian commands. The mental fortress she'd built crumbled in that moment of silence. Even in the sanctuary of her own mind, the numbers had won. The administrator finished roll call and closed his ledger. 312 units accounted for. 17 new arrivals to process. 4 transfers to other facilities. The morning's work complete. He never noticed the woman in line who'd just lost her last battle, who stood swaying as the final piece of her former self dissolved. The named became the numbered became functions. Functions became flesh to be used and discarded. The psychological architecture of turning humans into breeding machines, built on the grave of language itself. But breaking minds was one thing. The Mongols wanted to engineer bodies. The medical experiments they conducted in the name of optimizing fertility would turn healers into monsters and transform pregnancy from hope into horror. The Imperial Physician's Journal survived, and his clinical notes about optimizing female breeding capacity read like a medieval horror story. The leather-bound volume sits in a Moscow archive, pages yellowed with age and something darker. When researchers finally gained permission to translate it in 2004, they needed counseling afterward. Not because of the medical procedures described, because of the matter-of-fact tone used to document them. The first entry dates from 1221, written in the precise hand of someone who considered himself a scientist. Subject 432 presents irregular bleeding. Applied mercury compounds to regulate fertility cycle. Subject experienced expected convulsions. Resumed normal menstruation within 7 days. Pregnancy achieved within 2 months. Success. The scratching of his reed pen fills the medical tent. Around him, women lie on rough tables, their bodies subjected to experiments that would constitute war crimes by any modern standard. But to him, they're not patients. They're breeding stock requiring optimization. Here's what makes this systematic. The physician wasn't some rogue sadist. He was part of an empire-wide medical corps trained specifically for reproductive management. They shared findings through quarterly reports. They competed for best pregnancy rates. They refined techniques based on thousands of test subjects who couldn't refuse. The journal's next entry reveals the herbs they forced women to consume. Black cohosh to trigger ovulation. pomegranate seeds to thicken uterine walls, mercury to purify the womb, a treatment that caused kidney failure in countless victims. The physician noted side effects with the same detachment he'd use for horse breeding: vomiting, hair loss, tooth decay, acceptable losses for increased fertility. But the experiments went beyond herbal treatments. A 16-year-old girl screams as the physician inserts bronze instruments to assess cervical readiness. He notes her virgin status made examination difficult but necessary. Young breeders needed preparation for repeated use. His solution involved gradual dilation using carved jade implements, a process that took weeks and left many unable to walk. The sound of grinding herbs mixes with muffled sobs. Two assistants prepare the daily fertility drafts, different mixtures for different categories. New captives received purgatives to cleanse previous contamination. Pregnant women got strengthening tonics that caused violent cramping, but supposedly prevented miscarriage. Women who'd failed to conceive faced the harshest treatments. The physician's notes on these barren cases reveal the depths of medical cruelty: insertion of irritants to stimulate the womb, burning of specific pressure points, force-feeding of animal organs believed to transfer fertility. When none of these worked, surgical intervention. The survival rates for these procedures weren't recorded. Only the successes mattered. Here's where the systematic nature becomes undeniable. The physicians tracked menstrual cycles with astronomical precision. They'd developed a lunar calendar specifically for breeding management. Each woman's cycle was recorded, predicted, optimized. Guards received schedules indicating peak fertility windows. Rape wasn't random. It was timed for maximum conception probability. The journal contains detailed drawings, not of human anatomy, the physicians knew that well enough, but of restraint systems designed for medical procedures, how to position a woman for forced examination, which pressure points prevented resistance without damaging reproductive organs, illustrated guides to breaking the human body while keeping it functional. A new sound cuts through the medical tent: retching, the morning's fertility draft taking effect. 12 women lined up for their daily dose, a black liquid that burned going down and left them dizzy for hours. But it worked. Pregnancy rates in treated populations exceeded 70%. The physician noted this with pride. The experiments included dietary control measured down to the grain. Pregnant women received specific rations: extra lamb fat for fetal development, ground bones for calcium, fermented mare's milk for strength, the amounts calculated based on body weight and pregnancy stage. Too little, and babies came out weak. Too much, and women grew strong enough to resist. Non-pregnant women faced systematic starvation interrupted by strategic feeding. The physicians had discovered that malnutrition stopped menstruation, but carefully timed refeeding triggered superovulation. Multiple eggs released at once. Higher chances of conception. Higher chances of twins. The calendars in the journal show feeding schedules designed to manipulate biology itself. But wait, the documents reveal something worse. The physician wasn't just treating individuals, he was conducting population-level experiments. Different ethnic groups received different treatments. He'd noticed Central Asian women responded better to certain herbs. Chinese captives needed different dosages. Persian women showed resistance to standard treatments. All documented with the thoroughness of modern pharmaceutical trials, but none of the ethics. A woman writhing on the examination table catches his attention. Subject: 9, 17, 4 months pregnant, showing signs of distress. The physician palpates her stomach with practiced hands, feeling for fetal position. His notes indicate concern: breech presentation, high risk of stillbirth, unacceptable loss of investment. What happens next appears in the journal as a routine procedure. Manual version of the fetus, without anesthesia, without consent. The woman's screams mean nothing compared to protecting the empire's genetic investment. The physician works for 20 minutes, hands inside her, turning the baby. His notes express satisfaction when he feels the head descend. Crisis averted. Breeding stock preserved. The medical tent operates on strict schedules. Dawn, fertility drafts administered. Morning, examinations of new captives. Midday, pregnancy confirmations. Afternoon, treatment of complications. Evening, Surgical procedures on the difficult cases. Night. Documentation and correspondence with other medical units. The correspondence reveals a network of physicians sharing discoveries. One in Samarkand found that rosehip tea increased milk production. Another in Baghdad developed a salve for healing birth trauma faster, returning women to breeding rotation sooner. They traded recipes like merchants trading spices, each formula representing suffering distilled to its useful components. The physician's pride shows in entries about his innovations. He developed a pregnancy test using wheat grains and urine, achieving 60% accuracy. He'd created a fertility prediction system based on hip measurements and family history. He'd even found ways to influence gender selection, though his success rates remained frustratingly low. But the true horror lies in the disposal protocols. Women who couldn't conceive after 6 months of treatment faced termination of breeding status. The journal doesn't detail what happened next, but archaeological evidence fills the gaps. Mass graves near medical facilities, remains showing evidence of vivisection. The physicians hadn't just discarded failed breeders, they'd used them for anatomical study, advancing their understanding through dissection of women they'd destroyed. The sound of bronze instruments being cleaned rings through the tent, blood and other fluids washed away, tools prepared for the next patient, the next experiment, the next attempt to turn female bodies into more efficient factories of genetic conquest. A 13-year-old girl enters for her first examination. The physician notes her terror with clinical interest. Fear responses might affect fertility. He prescribes a calming draft, not mercy, just biological optimization. Her terror might reduce conception rates, and the empire couldn't afford inefficiency. The journal's final entries from 1223 show the system at its peak. Pregnancy rates approaching 80%. Infant mortality down to 15%. Successful breeding cycles reduced from 18 months to 14. The physician expressed hope that further refinements could achieve 12-month cycles, matching the efficiency of livestock operations. But efficiency came at a cost measured in more than lives. The women subjected to these experiments didn't just suffer physically. The combination of drugs, starvation, forced pregnancy, and surgical intervention created a specific type of madness. The physicians documented it without understanding, subjects becoming disconnected from reality, women who ceased responding to stimuli. What we'd now recognize as severe dissociative disorders brought on by medical torture. The physician never saw it as torture. His journal entries maintain the tone of scientific inquiry throughout, each woman reduced to data points, each pregnancy a successful experiment, each death a learning opportunity for refining the system. The banality of evil, dressed in medical terminology. The medical system produced results, though. Thousands of pregnancies, tens of thousands of babies, living evidence of an empire that had weaponized women's bodies with scientific precision. And those children became currency. The Mongol reward economy turned newborns into paychecks for the soldiers who'd created them. Coins clinked in a palm, horses snorted in their tethers, and campfire wood popped. The soldier counted his bonus aloud, almost singing. 3 gold pieces, 2 horses. First pick from the next shipment of captured women, all for taking one strategic hill. His breath fogged in the cold as if that list were just another kit check, not a currency of human lives. Quills scratched in the command tent, while the paymaster read from a board of slats. The ledgers actually show a reward schedule that matched kill reports to payouts and to access tiers. Breach a gate, earn extra rations, and a higher draft order. Hold a bridge, get first entry into officer tier selection. The paper trail pinned horror to an exchange rate. Leather creaked as the pay chest opened. Metal rang, and then the administrators recorded something that makes my stomach turn. Women allocated as pay supplements, not loot, not chaos. Structured distribution that slotted bodies into ranks with the same neatness as arrows into a quiver. Murmurs swelled just outside the tent. Soldiers traded their vouchers like gamblers after a dice throw. A man rubbed a wooden token between finger and thumb. He wanted to swap one lower tier selection for a share of a mare and a place in a later, better queue. The pay clerk nodded, took his token, and made a note. The trade sounded normal in the buzz of a busy evening, a small deal in the hum of a market. Except the goods waited behind canvas, breathing. Here's where it gets systematic. The reward tables used categories we have already seen in the processing ledgers: officer premium, general use, punishment stock. The pay office translated those into prices. A cut of silver for a lower category, a horse or a commendation for a higher. Access quality rose with rank. Men killed harder for better selections. You can hear it in the bragging from campaign journals. A cavalryman wrote, "I earned my way to the front of the line," and he underlined "earned" twice. Hoofbeats thudded past while a runner delivered the weekly returns. The scroll crackled when the paymaster broke the seal. The tally matched captured districts to quarterly quotas and showed a new column labelled "Morale Disbursements." That was the phrase for distributing women as bonuses to keep units from desertion. The ledgers actually show that word, morale, as if they tracked smiles and not screams. Out by the picket lines, men haggled in low voices. A belt buckle scraped stone. Someone whispered, "Trade you my second pick for your 2 lower ones and a saddle." Barter grew around the system like mold around damp bread. The administrators didn't stop it. They regulated it. Scribes noted swaps, so no unit could claim the same body twice. The lattice of cruelty held firm, even when men treated lives like poker chips. Bootsteps crunched as a captain pushed into the tent. He slapped down a tooth-stained ribbon snatched from a ruined standard and grinned. The paymaster slid a slate across to him. Bonus. Approved. First access to officer premium stock. A single mark beside his name changed 3 futures in a pen outside. The man laughed through his nose. The room went colder. And then the administrators recorded inflation. Shortages after hard sieges drove prices up in the next cycle. The tables show category values rising by 1/3 when caravans arrived thin. Scarcity made women more expensive, and men cheered when commanders promised fresh supply. That sentence writes itself like a curse. Scarcity, expensive, fresh. Wagon wheels rolled, heavy with the pay itself. Not coined. Assignments. A courier rattled past the cook fires with a chest of stamped wooden chips, each carved with a symbol for a category and a number that matched a man's claim. The sound of those chips knocking together inside the chest made a dry rattle like bones. You feel it in your teeth. But wait. The documents reveal something worse. Commanders converted births into reward points. A unit credited with more pregnancies recorded in a quota received extra fodder, better winter quarters, early leaves. The fathers didn't need to prove paternity. The system paid the unit for production. Babies tallied as bonuses. A newborn's first cry cashed out as logistics. Silence pooled, thick. After that line, the tent seemed to hold its breath. A scribe read aloud from an allocation list so there could be no dispute later. Herat garrison, 2 officer premium, 4 general use. Bukhara cavalry, 1 officer premium, 6 general use. 1 punishment stock for discipline rotation. He didn't stutter. He sounded like a clerk assigning hay to stables. A mule brayed in the dark, then fell quiet. I can hear pages flipping. The administrators built distribution networks that stretched from central posts to the far edges of advance. They shipped morale disbursements with forage and nails. They tracked receipts signed by captains with a pressed thumb. They penalized units that misapplied their allocations by dumping lower-tier women on higher-tier men. The cruelty policed itself. Men competed for better placements in the queue. A runner panted in with a dispatch, naming those who breached first, who held longest, who rode farthest. The first names in the list strolled through a separate tent flap, while others stared, fists clenched. Competition sharpened violence. Every assault stacked another step on a ladder toward first pick. Micro cliffhanger. A single line buried near the bottom of 1 quarter's accounts breaks me. 2 girls assigned as settlement gifts to allied chieftains. The sound of a wax seal snapping rose over the murmurs. Diplomatic pay. Women as letters of credit. The ledgers actually show ratio adjustments by season. Winter campaigns paid in fuel and access. Summer campaigns paid in horses and access. Access stayed constant. The currency of bodies crossed seasons, borders, and languages without losing value because the system defined value. On the far side of camp, a child cried once, sudden and short, then nothing. The paymaster kept reading. The documents note disciplinary deductions for men who disobeyed rotation orders. That phrase hides the punishment wagons in daylight. Even pay revolved around the schedule of use. Here's where the numbers turn to ash in the mouth. Administrators tied food bonuses for officers to pregnancy counts among their assigned stock. You hear it in the casual way a captain said to his second, voice low under tent canvas, "Keep them fed until they quicken, then shave rations." The second grunted. Quill scratched. Policy became practice in a breath. Wind tugged at a tent rope and made it hum. In a later phase, shortages spiked again and the tables rose. Men traded their gold for earlier access. Horses went for a single token carved with the symbol for the top category. Inflation didn't distort the system. Inflation proved how central it had become. The economy of rape ran parallel to coin and fodder, and won. And then the administrators recorded the dirtiest conversion rate. They tracked the effect of morale disbursements on unit performance. They measured fewer desertions, faster sieges, cleaner supply lines. The reward economy didn't sit at the margins. It drove conquest forward like a spur in a horse's flank. Micro cliffhanger. A journal from an archer ends with a line that lands like a hammer. "We took the hill. They paid us well. I will ride again." Paper can't hold a scream, but I swear I hear one between those words. Campfire pops softened. Coins stopped ringing. The pay chest closed with a wooden thud that echoed too long. The system logged its last entry for the day. Bonuses issued. Access assigned. Trades recorded. Production credited. Every sound in that tent told me the same truth. This economy devoured women and spit out victories. But what happened when women couldn't produce? The disposal methods reveal the ultimate dehumanization. The ink dries. The wind falls still. A spade bites earth. The administrative note was just 7 words. Baron, after 6 attempts, approved for disposal. The quill scratched those words onto parchment, like a death sentence written in accounting language. Behind the scribe, wagon wheels creaked under loads they weren't meant to carry. Not grain, not weapons. Women who'd failed their only purpose in this system. Here's where the disposal methods reveal something that makes modern human trafficking look almost merciful. The Mongols didn't just discard failed breeders. They'd created an entire secondary economy around women whose bodies wouldn't cooperate with empire building. The sorting happened at dawn. Guards pushed women into 3 lines while administrators checked their ledgers. First line, those who'd miscarried too many times. Second line, those who'd never conceived despite months of systematic rape. Third line, those whose babies died at birth. Each line led to a different wagon. Each wagon rolled toward a different kind of hell. A woman in the first line clutched her stomach, remembering the 6 pregnancies that ended in blood and screaming. The administrator glanced at her processing number 247 and made a note. Habitual miscarriage. Organs likely damaged. Suitable for medical study. The scratch of his quill sealed her fate more finely than any executioner's blade. The sound of coins exchanging hands drifted from behind the administrative tent. Slave traders had arrived before sunrise, their purses heavy with silver. They knew the schedule. Every 3 months, the breeding facilities held disposal auctions. Women who couldn't produce sons for the empire could still produce profit for merchants. But the Mongols had standards even for their discards. The traders examined women like livestock, which is exactly what they'd become. Teeth checked for age. Hands examined for work capability. Scars catalogued to assess remaining use value. Those who passed inspection would spend their remaining years in mines, fields, or brothels from Damascus to Delhi. Those who didn't. The mass grave outside Merv tells that story. Archaeologists found the remains of 300 women, all showing signs of malnutrition and repeated trauma, all buried in the same week. The precision of the grave placement bodies arranged in neat rows, sorted by approximate age, reveals the same administrative efficiency that characterized every aspect of the system. Here's what made it systematic. The disposal wasn't random or rage-driven. The administrators had calculated exact percentages. Keep the failure rate too low, and you'd waste resources on women who'd never conceive. Too high, and you'd discard potentially productive stock. They'd settled on 6 attempts, 6 violations, 6 chances to fulfill their purpose. Then disposal. A woman in the second line started singing, a Persian lullaby, soft and broken. She'd never held a baby, never felt life quicken inside her despite 2 years in the breeding wagons. The other women took up the song, voices mixing in the dawn air. The guards didn't stop them. These women were already dead to the system. Their voices meant nothing. The third line moved fastest. Women who'd birthed dead babies or those too weak to survive. The administrators considered them the most dangerous category. Something in them killed Mongol seed. They might spread their deficiency to others. Quick disposal was essential. The sorting clerk called out destinations with the same tone he'd use for grain distribution. Lots 1 through 50, Khwarezm slave markets. Lots 51 through 100, medical facility, Samarkand. Lots 100 to 1 through 150, immediate termination. The medical facility. Those words made even hardened women shudder. They'd heard whispers from guards about what happened there. The physicians who'd failed to make them fertile would use their bodies one last time, not for breeding, for understanding, vivisection without anesthesia, organ study while hearts still beat. The advance of medical knowledge paid for in screams that lasted days. But wait, the ledgers reveal something even worse about the disposal system. Some women weren't discarded for failing to breed. They were disposed of for succeeding too well. The genetic sorting process had dark efficiency. Women who birthed too many daughters faced elimination. Those whose sons showed defects, club feet, hair ellipse, mental slowness, disappeared, along with their offspring. The empire wanted specific genetic outcomes. Deviation meant death. A cart rolled past loaded with small bodies. The morning sort of defective infants. Mothers in the disposal lines who recognized tiny limbs, a familiar birthmark, a wisp of hair, threw themselves toward the cart. Guards beat them back with practiced efficiency. No disruptions allowed during processing. The punishment wagon women faced the worst fate. These were the ones who'd fought hardest, who'd killed guards, who'd tried to poison pregnant women to spare them, who'd strangled their own babies rather than let them enter the system. The administrators had special plans for them. The documents use the term public example. Archaeological evidence fills in the details. Stakes driven into ground. Bodies positioned to be visible from the breeding wagons. Death taking days while other women were forced to watch. The message clear. Resist and this is your future. Submit and you might survive long enough for disposal by other means. Here's where the numbers tell their own horror story. The administrators tracked disposal rates with the same precision as breeding rates. 12% quarterly average. That meant for every 100 women entering the system, 12 would be dead or sold within 3 months. Acceptable losses. Calculated attrition. The cost of genetic conquest. The disposal economy had its own hierarchies. Young women who'd failed to conceive might bring good prices at slave markets. They had years of labor left. Older women, or those damaged by multiple pregnancies, brought less. The very damaged, those driven mad by the system, bodies broken beyond use cost money to dispose of. Mass graves required diggers. Burning required fuel. Even death had its price point. The morning mist lifted as the last women were loaded. Different wagons rolling different directions. Some toward slave markets where they'd be raped by new masters for profit instead of breeding. Some toward medical facilities for a different kind of violation. Some toward pre-dug pits where efficient death awaited. The woman who'd sung the lullaby found herself in a wagon bound for the Khwarezm markets. As wheels began to roll, she looked back at the breeding facility that had been her prison for 2 years. Other women pressed against wagon bars, watching her leave. In their eyes, she saw something worse than envy. Relief. Relief that disposal by sale was better than disposal by stake or scalpel. The administrators finished their morning work and began preparing for the next shipment. Fresh women arriving from the latest conquest. The disposal wagons had made room. The cycle would continue. Process, breed, dispose, replace. The machinery of genetic imperialism grinding on. But the true horror wasn't just in the disposal itself. It was in the warning it provided to women still in the system. Every 3 months, they watched the sorting. Every 3 months, they counted who disappeared. Every 3 months, they wondered if their own bodies would betray them into those lines. The disposal system created its own psychological torture. Women forced to celebrate pregnancy not from maternal joy but from survival instinct. Each successful birth bought more time. Each miscarriage brought them closer to dawn sorting and wagon wheels rolling toward darkness. The guards burned the morning's documentation as per protocol. No permanent records of individual disposals. Just quarterly statistics rolled into breeding efficiency reports. The women who'd failed to produce more Mongols erased from history as thoroughly as their names had been erased from their memories. But efficiency demanded replacement. Empty spaces in breeding wagons needed filling. The system required fresh wombs to maintain quotas. And so the disposal methods connected to the selection process in an endless cycle. Sort, breed, dispose, replace. The arithmetic of atrocity. The screaming from the medical wagons faded as they rolled towards Samarkand. The slave market wagons kicked up dust heading west. The termination groups marched toward pre-selected sites. By noon, all evidence of the morning sort would be gone except for fresh spaces in the breeding barracks and updated numbers in ledgers. Those who produced children faced a different horror, watching their babies sorted like livestock. The fate of mixed-blood children depended on the shape of their eyes, the curve of their skulls, the width of their cheekbones, physical features that would determine whether they lived as Mongol warriors or died as genetic failures. The twins were born minutes apart, but their futures split forever when the inspector declared one Mongol enough and the other too Persian. The morning sun cast shadows through tent flaps as the administrative clerk bent over 2 infants. His practiced hands turned small heads, measuring skull width with calipers. The scratching of his quill on parchment mixed with the exhausted breathing of their mother, still bleeding from the birth. Male 1, epicanthic fold present, cheekbones prominent, suitable for military cohort. His voice carried the same enthusiasm as someone sorting wheat from chaff. Male 2, eyes too round, nose too narrow. Facial structure indicates Persian dominance. Disposal recommended. The mother's scream cut through the medical tent like a blade. She'd understood enough Mongolian to know her second son had just been sentenced to death for the shape of his eyes. Here's where the genetic sorting reveals its calculated cruelty. The Mongols didn't just breed children. They sorted them like livestock, keeping only those who looked sufficiently Mongol to strengthen their bloodlines. The inspection process started within hours of birth. Teams of assessors, trained to identify racial characteristics, moved through the birthing tents with mechanical efficiency. Width of face, shape of eyes, color of skin, texture of hair once it grew. Each feature catalogued, scored, and judged against standards set by administrators who'd turned eugenics into imperial policy. A wet nurse in the corner tried to shield the baby in her arms from the inspector's gaze. Too late. He'd already noticed the child's delicate features, the Persian curve of her lips. His ledger notation took 3 seconds. Another life decided by bone structure. The sound of infants crying filled the morning air, but not all cries were equal. Those marked acceptable were bundled in wool and taken to nursing tents. Those marked inferior disappeared into smaller wagons with barred windows. The mothers never asked where those wagons went. The silence from that direction told them enough. But the sorting went beyond simple appearance. The assessors tracked behavioral traits they believed were genetic. Did the baby cry too much? Persian weakness. Did it feed aggressively? Mongol strength. Did it sleep soundly through chaos? Good warrior material. Did it startle at loud noises? Defective bloodline. The administrative efficiency of child sorting matched everything else in the system. Each baby received a number within minutes of birth. M for Mongol acceptable, P for Persian dominant, C for Chinese features, T for Turkish. The letters became destinies before the infants could even focus their eyes. A 3-year-old boy stood before another inspector, trembling as strange hands measured his limbs. He'd survived the initial sorting, but secondary assessments happened yearly. Children who'd looked Mongol enough as infants might develop wrong as they grew. Persian features emerging with age meant reclassification. Reclassification meant separation. The boy's mother watched from behind a guard, her hands pressed against her mouth to stop herself from calling out. She'd learned that showing emotion during inspections led to automatic failure. Maternal attachment indicated weak bloodlines, so she stood silent as they declared her son's eyes had grown too large, too expressive, too Persian. Here's what made this systematic horror complete. The Mongols kept detailed records of which pairings produced which types of children. A Mongol officer who consistently fathered Persian-looking offspring faced reassignment. A captured woman who bore only inferior children faced disposal. The genetics of rape tracked with accounting precision. The separation scenes haunt the archaeological record. Mass graves of children aged 2 to 5, all showing similar defective characteristics. Smaller bones indicating Chinese build. Skull shapes suggesting Persian ancestry, the empire's genetic waste, buried in orderly rows. But some children occupied a middle category that revealed even darker purposes. Those who looked Mongol enough to keep, but showed intelligence markers associated with conquered peoples. These became the translator children, the scribe children, the administrative children, raised to serve the empire that murdered their siblings for wrong-shaped eyes. A 5-year-old girl stood perfectly still as an administrator tested her memory. She'd already learned basic Mongolian, could count to 100, showed aptitude for written symbols. Her features sat exactly between Mongol and Persian, making her ideal for diplomatic training. She'd grow up serving the empire that had rated her mother as breeding stock and killed her brother for a narrow nose. The sound of wooden wheels on stone marked another collection round. Guards moved through the children's area, gathering those marked for redistribution. Mongol acceptable boys headed to military training camps where they'd learn to rape and pillage like their fathers. Mongol acceptable girls went to holding facilities where they'd wait until old enough to become breeding stock themselves. The rejected children's fate depended on age and assessment scores. Infants disappeared quickly. Toddlers who showed skills might become slaves. Older children faced labor camps or worse. The precision of sorting extended to disposal methods. Each category of genetic failure assigned its specific end. But the administrators tracked more than just physical features. They'd noticed patterns in conception timing, birth seasons, maternal age. Children conceived during certain months showed higher rates of acceptable features. Women bred too young produced more defective offspring. Those bred too old birthed weaklings. The data accumulated into breeding calendars that maximized desired genetic outcomes. A Mongol officer strode through the nursery tent, selecting his offspring from the previous year's campaigns. The administrator pointed out 3 boys bearing his coded mark. The officer examined each like horses at market, checking teeth, testing reflexes, observing temperament. He chose 2. The third, despite looking sufficiently Mongol, cried too easily. Weak bloodline expression. Back to the disposal queue. The mothers weren't allowed to name their children. Names implied permanence, and nothing about these infants' futures was guaranteed. They were called by numbers until genetic sorting determined their fate. Only Mongol-accepted children eventually received names, usually at military or administrative facilities far from their mothers. Here's where the horror becomes statistical. The ledgers from one facility show sorting outcomes over 5 years. Of 10,000 births, 6,000 passed initial inspection. Of those 6,000, 4,000 survived to age 5. Of those 4,000, 2,500 made it to adulthood. The genetic funnel of empire, measured in small bodies and mass graves. The inspection standards grew more refined over time. Early sorting focused on obvious features. Later assessments included gait patterns, voice pitch, even sleep positions believed to indicate racial characteristics. The pseudoscience of genetic purity practiced on infants who couldn't yet walk. A pregnant woman in the corner watched the morning's sorting, her hands protective over her swollen belly. She'd already birthed 2 children, both taken. Both failed genetic assessment. She knew her third chance was her last. The administrators had made that clear. 3 strikes and disposal. Her body shook with the knowledge that her baby's eye shape would determine both their fates. The efficiency extended to milk distribution. Mongol acceptable babies got first access to wet nurses. Mixed-feature infants received adequate nutrition. Those marked for disposal got just enough to keep them alive until final processing. Even mother's milk became part of the genetic hierarchy. But the cruelest part wasn't the sorting itself. It was making mothers complicit. Women who showed grief when defective children were taken faced punishment. Those who remained stoic received rewards. The system trained mothers to feel relief when their babies passed inspection, to feel nothing when they failed. Maternal instinct weaponized against itself. The morning sorting finished with mechanical precision. 32 births assessed. 19 passed initial inspection. 13 marked for disposal. The administrator sealed his ledger and moved to the next facility. Tomorrow would bring more births, more measurements, more tiny lives, reduced to genetic potential. The sound of a single baby crying echoed through the tent. A mother tried to muffle the sound, knowing excessive crying meant negative assessment. Her hands shook as she rocked the infant, whispering Mongolian lullabies she'd learned to please the guards. Anything to make her baby seem more Mongol, less Persian, more worthy of life. The twins from the morning's opening were separated within the hour, one bundled in thick wool and carried to the military nursery, where he'd learned to become his father's image. The other, the one with eyes too round and nose too narrow, vanished into a smaller wagon. His mother never saw what happened next. The efficient silence of genetic disposal. But those sorted children grew into adults who carried the evidence in their blood. 8 centuries later, 16 million men walk the earth bearing the genetic markers of this industrial horror. Which brings us back to that mother in 1220, watching her daughter disappear into the system that would multiply her suffering into DNA itself. The ground beneath her feet held bones, not scattered, organized, row after row after row. The archaeological team working outside Merv made the discovery in 1996, but they didn't understand what they'd found until the DNA results came back. 300 women, same time period, same age range, same cause of death, visible in the trauma patterns on their remains. The mother from our opening? They found her. Not by name. Those were erased centuries ago. They found her by the small carved bead clutched in her skeletal hand. The kind mothers gave daughters for protection. The kind that didn't work when the ledgers already held your fate. Isotope analysis of her teeth showed she'd grown up eating wheat from Nishapur's fields. Pelvic scarring indicated multiple births. A clean blade mark on her 5th rib showed how her story ended when she couldn't produce anymore. Here's what destroys me. In the same mass grave, they found younger bones. A woman aged 19 to 21. Same isotopes, same geographic origin, same time of death. The archaeologists ran the mitochondrial DNA twice to be sure, mother and daughter, buried together. Not from mercy, from efficiency. The disposal crews that day had work to finish before sunset. The daughters' remains told their own story. Evidence of at least 5 pregnancies before age 20. Healed fractures suggesting repeated assault. Teeth worn from malnutrition despite carrying multiple children to term. Her breeding record would have filled several ledger pages. All those careful notations about fertility windows and pregnancy outcomes. All those children taken and scattered across an empire. The genetic analysis went deeper. Her mitochondrial lineage appears in populations from Iran to Mongolia today. Not through her sons. Those belonged to the empire. Through daughters who survived, who were bred in turn, who passed on their grandmother's DNA mixed with their rapist's seed. That 14-year-old girl dragged from her home became a genetic ghost haunting millions. But she wasn't unique. The Merv grave held 300 stories. 300 women whose bodies built an empire that outlasted their bones. The archaeologists found evidence of organized burial. Bodies arranged by approximate age. Young women who died in childbirth separated from older ones who'd outlived their usefulness. Even in death, the categorization continued. The local museum displays some artifacts now. The bead that mother clutched, fragments of blue tattoo ink, the processing numbers that marked human cattle. A ledger page, miraculously preserved, showing disposal authorizations. The visitors read about ancient atrocities. They don't realize they might carry the evidence in their cells. Here's where the mathematics of horror becomes personal. 16 million men today carry that Y chromosome marker, but that's just the male line. The daughters bred and bred and bred. Their DNA spreading through female lines impossible to track. If you have any ancestry from Central Asia to Eastern Europe, chances are you carry genetic evidence of this systematic rape. Your cells remember what history tried to forget. The breeding facilities left their own archaeological signatures. Stone foundations of medical tents, latrine systems, designed for hundreds of women, mass graves of infants who didn't meet genetic standards, the infrastructure of industrialized rape, written in stone and bone, across half a continent. Modern Mongolians struggle with this legacy. Their greatest historical figure built their nation through the wombs of unwilling women. School textbooks mention conquest, but not the breeding programs. Museums display weapons and artwork, but not the ledgers documenting humans reduced to livestock. The genetic evidence speaks louder than any curator's silence. The Iranian government doesn't publish certain genetic studies. The data showing how thoroughly Mongol DNA penetrated their population. How many of their citizens unknowingly carry markers of 13th century rape? The information exists. Scientists have it, but some truths cut too deep for national pride to bear. In China, the genetic legacy tells different stories. The Yuan dynasty's breeding programs focused on breaking Han bloodlines. They succeeded. Millions of Chinese citizens carry Mongol markers, each one representing a woman whose name was erased, whose culture was violated, whose children were stolen. The one-child policy ironically limited this genetic colonialism's modern spread, but the evidence persists in DNA databases. A lab technician in Beijing processes ancestry tests, finding that marker again and again. She's learned to phrase the results carefully. Genetic diversity from the Yuan period, never mentioning rape, never explaining that diversity meant systematic sexual violence. The customers want to know their heritage. They don't want to know their ancestors' horror. But the living evidence extends beyond individual DNA. Entire populations show the genetic bottlenecks created by Mongol breeding programs. Villages, where 90% of men share Y chromosome markers. Regions where mitochondrial DNA shows massive female population replacement. The empire didn't just conquer territories. It colonized genomes. The fertility herbs they forced women to consume left traces too. Certain genetic markers for hormone sensitivity appear in populations along Mongol conquest routes. Women today suffering from endometriosis or PCOS might carry susceptibilities bred into their lines by 13th century medical experiments. The physicians who thought they were optimizing fertility created generational suffering. Here's what modern geneticists whisper at conferences but won't publish. The Mongol expansion created more genetic change in Eurasia than 10,000 years of natural selection. One empire, one systematic program, one generation of women turned into factories, the biological equivalent of an atomic bomb, measured in chromosomes instead of radiation. The woman in our opening? Her daughter's breeding ledger survived in fragments. 5 pregnancies between ages 14 and 21. 3 sons who lived past infancy, all taken for military training. 2 daughters sold to secondary breeding facilities. The notations end abruptly in 1226. Disposal authorization, pregnancy failure after multiple attempts, her reproductive machinery worn out at 20. Those 3 sons would have trained in Karakoram, learned to ride, learned to kill, learned to rape. By 1240, they'd have been officers leading their own units, collecting their own breeding bonuses, creating their own genetic legacy. The daughter's sons becoming the system that destroyed her. The granddaughters sold to secondary facilities faced their own ledgers, their own processing numbers, their own racial inspections, the system feeding itself through generations. Each woman's suffering multiplied by her daughter's daughter's daughters. The mathematics of inherited trauma calculated in DNA. Today, a young woman in Kazakhstan takes a DNA test and discovers she's related to Genghis Khan. She posts excitedly on social media. Her friends congratulate her on such interesting heritage. No one mentions that her connection comes through an unbroken line of women who were systematically raped. No one calculates how many times her female ancestors were violated to put that marker in her cells. The Mongol Empire fell, but its genetic conquest proved permanent. Political borders shifted, languages evolved, cultures merged and split, but the DNA persisted. Every generation passing on evidence of industrialized rape, every birth certificate potentially documenting 800-year-old crimes. The mass graves tell us how many died. The genetic evidence tells us how many survived. Both numbers stagger comprehension. For every woman buried in organized rows, dozens lived long enough to birth the empire's future. For every infant disposed of for wrong-shaped eyes, others passed inspection and grew to continue the cycle. But here's the ultimate tragedy. We know more about the men who carried out this system than the women who endured it. We have their names: the generals, the administrators, the physicians. The women remain numbers in ledgers, bones in graves, genetic ghosts in living cells, their individual stories erased as thoroughly as their names. The breeding program succeeded beyond the Mongols' darkest dreams. They wanted to create permanent demographic change. They achieved it. They wanted to colonize through wombs. They did. They wanted their blood to flow through conquered populations forever. 16 million Y chromosomes prove their success. Modern war crimes tribunals recognize rape as a weapon of war. The Mongols mechanized it. Modern genocides target populations for elimination. The Mongols targeted them for forced reproduction. Modern eugenics programs sterilize the unwanted. The Mongols bred them like cattle and killed the calves that looked wrong. The mother in our opening died, clutching a bead meant to protect her daughter. 8 centuries later, millions carry the proof of that protection's failure in their DNA. Her daughter's name vanished. Her daughter's children scattered. Her daughter's grave unmarked, except by archaeologists who see patterns in bones. But the ledgers survived. The careful notation of human suffering, the bureaucratic precision of genetic warfare, the administrative efficiency of turning rape into reproduction rates. We can read how they did it. We can trace the infrastructure. We can map the genetic spread. We can count the bodies and the births. What we can't do is undo it. The DNA has spread too far. The bloodlines have mixed too thoroughly. The evidence has become us. We are the living monuments to systematic horror. We carry history's largest rape prosecution in our cells. But there's no court for crimes written in chromosomes. The next time someone mentions the Mongol Empire's efficiency, remember what they were efficiently doing. Remember the mother, watching her daughter dragged away. Remember the ledgers already holding her fate. Remember the women reduced to numbers, the babies sorted by skull shape, the wagons rolling toward disposal sites. 16 million men carry that evidence today. But it's the untold millions of women whose names were erased, whose bodies were industrialized, whose children were stolen, who paid the real price of genetic conquest. Their ghosts outnumber the living descendants, and the ledgers, those horrible ledgers, prove it all really happened. The scratching of quills on parchment, the creaking of wagon wheels, the crying of sorted babies, the silence of mass graves, the clinical notation of horror, the mathematical precision of systematic rape, the genetic echo of an empire built on women's wombs. History written in DNA. Evidence carried in cells. Truth buried in bones but never gone. The administrators closed their ledgers each night and opened them each morning. Just another day's work in humanity's darkest system. Just another quota to fill. Just another generation to breed. Just another empire to build on bodies. The ledgers don't lie. Neither do the bones. Neither do the living. We are all evidence now. As the Mongol Empire's breeding ledgers closed on one chapter of industrialized horror, another rose in the east where Ottoman conquerors turned the fall of Constantinople into a bureaucratic machine of human harvesting, making even the Mongols' efficiency pale in comparison. But what they did to the wives and children of defeated warriors wasn't just systematic. It was engineered to break souls before bodies, as we'll uncover next. The Ottoman guard checked his list one more time before tearing the screaming 5-year-old from her mother's arms. The child's fingernails left bloody scratches down the woman's forearms as 2 soldiers pried those small hands loose, one finger at a time. The mother lunged forward, but chains around her ankles sent her crashing to the stone floor. The guard made another mark on his parchment, just another successful separation. The processing chamber echoed with hundreds of similar scenes. Mothers screaming, children wailing, guards counting, scribes recording. This wasn't chaos. This was procedure. The woman struggling on the floor wasn't even a person anymore. Not according to the leather tag around her neck. She was female number 2847. Her husband had been male number 2846 until 36 hours ago, when they separated his head from his body in the courtyard outside. The little girl's screams grew fainter as guards carried her toward the eastern doors. Her mother would never see her again. The Ottoman Empire had calculated exactly how long to let mothers hear their children's cries. Too short, and the trauma wouldn't stick. Too long, and women might die from grief before they could be sold. They'd written it all down in their training manuals. Optimal separation time, 4 to 6 minutes of audible distress. But here's what made this systematic horror truly unprecedented. This wasn't some barbaric raid or chaotic aftermath of battle. This was Constantinople, May 31st, 1453, exactly 48 hours after the city fell, and every single detail of female number 2847's nightmare had been planned months in advance. The Ottoman military didn't just conquer cities, they had perfected the industrial processing of human beings, and they were proud enough to document every method. But how did the world's most powerful empire transform the conquest of warriors into the systematic destruction of their wives? Why did Ottoman military manuals include detailed instructions for maximizing a mother's psychological breakdown? To understand how bureaucracy became a weapon more terrifying than any sword, we need to rewind 48 hours to when Constantinople's 1,000-year-old walls finally crumbled. The morning call to prayer on May 29th sounded exactly like it had for 1,000 years. No one knew it would be the last. Constantinople woke like it always did. Bakers fired their ovens before dawn. Merchants arranged their stalls in the covered markets. Mothers dressed their children for morning lessons. The massive triple walls that had protected the city for a millennium cast their familiar shadows across the streets. Those walls had turned back 23 different sieges. Persian armies, Arab fleets, Bulgarian hordes, all had crashed against Constantinople's defences and retreated. The Ottoman cannons started their bombardment at sunrise. The sound hit the city like a physical force. Windows shattered 3 streets back from the walls. Children screamed and covered their ears. But the real terror came from what citizens saw when they rushed to their rooftops. The Ottoman army stretched beyond the horizon. 100,000 men arranged in perfect formations. Mehmed II hadn't just brought soldiers. He'd brought administrators, scribes and slavers. An entire bureaucracy of conquest waited behind the battle lines. Inside the city, Emperor Constantine XI pulled on his purple robes one final time. His advisors begged him to flee. Ships waited in the harbour. He could escape to Greece, raise another army, return to fight another day. Constantine refused. He knew what Ottoman victory meant for his people. He'd read the captured documents, the processing protocols, the separation procedures, the detailed categories for sorting human beings. But behind Ottoman lines, administrators were already preparing lists. The morning attack focused on the Blakane section. Ottoman cannons had pounded this northwestern wall for 53 straight days, turning ancient stone to rubble. Now elite Janissary units surged forward. These weren't ordinary soldiers. The Janissaries were Christians, boys stolen from their families, converted to Islam, and trained from childhood to be perfect killing machines. They knew exactly how to break a city's will. Inside Constantinople, church bells rang the alarm. Every able-bodied man rushed to the walls. Blacksmiths brought hammers. Scholars carried spears they barely knew how to hold. Even priests abandoned their prayers to join the defense. Women and children hauled stones and boiling water to the ramparts. The entire city became one desperate organism fighting for survival. The Byzantines fought with the fury of the condemned. They knew Ottoman conquest meant more than occupation. Greek fire erupted along the walls, ancient flamethrowers that had saved the city before. Defenders pushed scaling ladders back, sending Ottoman soldiers crashing into the moat. For hours, the walls held. Then came the second wave, and the third, and the fourth. Mehmed had calculated exactly how many men he could afford to lose. His scribes tracked casualties by unit, by hour, by section of wall. This wasn't berserker rage. This was mathematical warfare. When one unit's casualties hit 20%, fresh troops rotated in. When Greek fire consumed too many soldiers in one section, the attack shifted to another. The Ottoman war machine ground forward with mechanical precision. By noon, the first Ottoman flags appeared on the outer walls. The sight broke something in the city's spirit. Citizens who'd fought all morning began retreating to the second wall. But Ottoman engineers had already mapped every defensive position. They knew which towers connected to which streets. They knew where civilians would cluster. They'd studied the city's layout for months, marking the best locations for future processing centers. As the walls fell, Ottoman scribes began categorizing the living. Emperor Constantine made his last stand at the gate of St. Romanus. He threw off his purple robes, not wanting to die as an emperor but as a soldier of Christ. Witnesses say he charged into the thickest fighting and disappeared. His body was never found. Some defenders claimed they saw him cut down. Others insisted angels carried him away. The Ottomans didn't care. They had detailed procedures for cities without confirmed leadership corpses. By late afternoon, Ottoman soldiers poured through multiple breaches. The city's defense shattered into isolated pockets of resistance. Groups of soldiers made hopeless stands in market squares. Families barricaded themselves in churches. Some civilians ran for the harbour, hoping to find ships. They discovered Ottoman naval units had already sealed every escape route. The systematic phase began before the fighting even ended. Ottoman units didn't rampage randomly through conquered streets. They followed predetermined routes to predetermined objectives. Soldiers surrounded churches but didn't enter. Not yet. They knew terrified civilians would pack inside, making collection easier. Units secured the wealthy districts first, not for looting, but for inventory. The slave merchants traveling with the army needed accurate assessments. The Hagia Sophia became humanity's largest trap. Thousands of civilians crammed inside Christianity's greatest church, praying for divine intervention. They barricaded the massive doors. They sang hymns that echoed off ancient domes. They believed God wouldn't let Muslims enter such a sacred space. The Ottomans simply waited for everyone to gather, then broke down the doors with battering rams. What happened next wasn't a massacre. It was a harvest. Ottoman soldiers formed human chains, passing civilians out like buckets of water at a fire. Scribes at the door assigned initial categories. Male, fighting age. Male, too old. Male, too young. Female, childbearing years. Female, past fertility. Children got their own subcategories. Night fell on a conquered city, but the real horror hadn't started. While soldiers celebrated victory, Ottoman administrators unpacked their equipment. Portable desks, leather tags, iron chains measured to precise lengths. They converted the Forum of Constantine into a massive processing centre. Torches blazed through the night as the bureaucracy of suffering opened for business. The harvesting protocol had begun. Within 24 hours, every surviving citizen would be assigned a number, a category, and a fate. And the categories for women were the most detailed of all. The Ottoman Field Manual, Chapter 7, Section 3. Upon securing a city, immediately implement the harvesting protocol. The words sit there on yellowed parchment, written in the same matter-of-fact tone you'd use for crop rotation. But they weren't talking about wheat or barley. They were talking about human beings. The manual survived in the Topkapi Palace archives. Leather-bound, perfectly preserved, filled with precise instructions that make your stomach turn. Ottoman military commanders didn't just carry swords into battle. They carried these handbooks, step-by-step guides for processing conquered populations, complete with diagrams, timelines, and quality control measures. The agricultural metaphor wasn't accidental. Ottoman administrators actually called it the harvest. They'd spent centuries perfecting the system, treating human captives like any other resource that needed efficient extraction. The manual explains it with chilling clarity. Cities were fields. Populations were crops, and conquest was just the first step in a much longer agricultural cycle. Page 12 lays out the timeline. Within 6 hours of breaching the walls, establish collection points. Within 12 hours, begin initial sorting. Within 24 hours, complete the primary categorization. Within 48 hours, start secondary processing. They'd calculated exactly how long each phase should take based on city size. Constantinople, with its 100,000 survivors, would require 4 full days. The sorting system fills 30 pages of detailed instructions, age brackets down to the year, physical condition assessments with standardized criteria, intelligence evaluations based on occupation and literacy, even personality classifications: compliant, resistant, potentially useful, permanently hostile. Each category had its own processing track, its own set of procedures, its own final destinations. But the manual's next section detailed something even more systematic: the age and gender matrices. Males faced the simplest categorization: under 12 years old, candidate for janissary training. Take the brightest, healthiest boys and transform them into future Ottoman soldiers. 12 to 16, evaluate for specialized labor. Blacksmiths' sons became military armorers. Merchants' sons became supply administrators. 16 to 60, standard slave labor for construction projects, galleys or mines. Over 60, the manual notes coldly, limited economic value, process accordingly. The 12-year-old cutoff wasn't arbitrary. Ottoman trainers had determined this was the oldest age at which Christian boys could be reliably converted and indoctrinated. Any older, and childhood memories remain too strong. The manual includes psychological observations about memory formation, identity development, and the optimal windows for cultural reprogramming. They'd turned child development into a military science. Female categorization required its own entire chapter. The manual divides women into 7 primary categories based on age, appearance, and reproductive potential. Subcategories proliferated from there: virgin or not, previous children or barren, skilled in household arts or purely decorative. The details grow more disturbing with each subdivision. Ottoman slavers had created a complete taxonomy of human value based on market demand. The manual even included quality control measures, random inspections of processing centers, standardized forms for recording errors, punishment schedules for soldiers who damaged the merchandise. One section calculates acceptable loss rates during sorting: 2% for males, 3% for females, 5% for children under 10. They'd factored human death into their equations like shipping costs. But the precision wasn't accidental. It had been perfected over centuries. The Ottomans hadn't invented slavery, but they'd industrialized it. Earlier conquerors took captives chaotically, grabbing whoever they could find. Viking raiders, Mongol hordes, Arab slavers. All operated on crude smash-and-grab principles. The Ottomans brought bureaucratic efficiency to human trafficking. They turned random cruelty into standardized procedure. The manual references previous conquests like case studies. Nicaea in 1282, where they first tested age-based sorting. Bursa in 1326, where they refined the processing timeline. Adrianople in 1369, where they perfected the separation protocols. Each city provided data. Each conquest improved the system. By the time they reached Constantinople, they'd had 200 years of practice. Transportation logistics fill another 40 pages. How many people fit in standard wagons? Daily water requirements per category. Acceptable mortality rates during transport. Food cost calculations balanced against expected sale prices. They'd reduced human suffering to spreadsheet entries. So many dinars for feeding them. So many dinars expected at market. Simple profit and loss. The manual includes templates for correspondence between field commanders and slave merchants. Standardized phrases for describing the quality of different populations. Greeks tend toward education and crafts. Bulgars make excellent agricultural workers. Serbs show aptitude for mining. Albanians demonstrate unusual physical endurance. They'd created ethnic stereotypes based on market performance data. Even the smallest details received attention. what types of chains work best for different age groups, how to mark categories using colored cloth when leather tags run short, the optimal spacing between processing stations to prevent bottlenecks, recommended ratios of guards to captives during sorting. Nothing was left to chance. Nothing was improvised. Every moment of misery had been planned. But it's the footnotes that reveal the true horror. Casual mentions of failed experiments. That time in Thessalonica, when they tried processing families together, but emotional reactions slowed efficiency by 30%. The disaster in Sofia, when they attempted night sorting, but inadequate lighting led to category errors. These weren't abstract administrative problems. They were describing human beings torn from everything they'd known. The manual's authors show no awareness of the evil they were documenting. They write with the detached tone of agricultural advisors discussing crop yields. Occasional pride creeps through when describing particularly clever innovations. The portable processing stations that could be assembled in any town square. The standardized medical examinations that increase saleable percentages. The psychological techniques for breaking resistance without damaging the merchandise. Page 47 of the manual contained a simple grid titled Female Processing Categories, and Category 3 would become the stuff of nightmares. The examination tent reeked of fear and sweat. Ottoman clerks sat behind portable desks, their quills scratching steadily as lines of women shuffled forward. Each desk had 3 ledgers, one for names to be erased, one for numbers to be assigned, one for categories that would determine everything. The clerk at Station 4 barely looked up as the next woman approached. His fingers were already black with ink from 12 hours of processing. He gestured impatiently. Turn around, lift your hair, open your mouth, show your teeth. The examination took less than 30 seconds. Then came the moment when human became inventory. Category 1. Too old. The clerk's quill marked the designation with practiced efficiency. Women over 40 had limited market value. They'd be sent to agricultural camps or textile workshops. Hard labor until their bodies gave out. The Ottoman Empire wasted nothing, not even aging flesh. Category 2. Too young. Girls under 12 required different handling. Too small for immediate sale, but valuable as future investments. They'd be placed in training houses where Ottoman matrons would teach them Turkish, Islam, and the arts of serving wealthy households. The younger they started, the more completely they'd forget their Christian past. Category 3. Optimal. The quill paused over this designation. Women between 15 and 25 who met specific physical criteria. Healthy, attractive, capable of bearing children. These were the prizes that made conquest profitable. The clerk took more care with these examinations. Checked for diseases. Assessed facial symmetry, noted any special skills. Musicians brought higher prices. So did women who could read. The categorization system had been refined over generations. Ottoman slave merchants knew their markets like spice traders knew saffron grades. Persian buyers preferred fair-skinned Circassians. Egyptian harems wanted educated Greeks. The Anatolian estates needed sturdy Slavs for breeding programs. Each woman's category determined not just her price, but her destination. 4,220 women from Constantinople passed through the examination tents in those first 4 days. The number appears in Ottoman records with casual precision. Not approximately 4,000, not roughly 4,000, 4,220 exactly. They counted every single one. The erasure of names began immediately after categorization. The woman who'd been Maria, wife of Constantine the baker, became female 2,847. The girl who'd sung in the Hagia Sophia choir became female 3,112. Names connected them to families, to histories, to God. Numbers made them property. Some women tried to resist the dehumanization. They repeated their names under their breath like prayers. Maria, Theodora, Sophia, Helena. But the Ottoman system ground relentlessly forward. Guards who heard women using names received specific instructions. First offense, warning. Second offense, beating. Third offense, reduction in food rations. The manual noted that hunger usually solved the problem within a week. The leather tags came next. Small rectangles of cured hide, each branded with a number that matched the ledgers. Guards fastened them around necks with precise lengths of cord. Too loose, and they might slip off. Too tight and valuable merchandise might strangle. The Ottoman quartermasters had calculated the exact circumference needed for various neck sizes. But the categorization was just the beginning of the documentation. Station 5 handled secondary classifications. Women stripped naked while female inspectors examined every detail. Virgin or not made a significant price difference. The inspection process had its own manual section, complete with anatomical diagrams. False claims of virginity brought severe punishments for sellers, so accuracy mattered more than modesty. Previous pregnancies left telltale signs that experienced inspectors could read like text. Stretch marks indicated childbearing capability. Breast shape suggested nursing history. Hip width predicted future fertility. The female inspectors called out their findings while male scribes recorded every detail. The women being examined weren't allowed to speak. Intelligence assessments followed physical examinations. Could she read? What languages did she speak? Did she know mathematics? Could she play instruments? The Ottomans had learned that educated women brought premium prices as tutors and companions. But education also meant greater resistance. The manual recommended separating literate women quickly to prevent them from organizing others. The processing stretched through days and nights. Torches replaced sunlight. New shifts of clerks replaced exhausted ones. But the system never stopped. Women who collapsed were dragged aside, marked for category downgrade, and processed when they revived. The Ottoman machine had no patience for human weakness. Children watched their mothers disappear into examination tents and emerge with tags around their necks. The very young didn't understand what the categories meant. They still reached for their mother's hands, still called them by name. But guards had specific instructions about emotional displays. Separate children who clung too tightly. Remove women who showed excessive distress. Emotional bonds slowed processing efficiency. By the third day, a horrible efficiency had emerged. Women learned to move through the stations without prompting. They understood the gestures. They submitted to examinations. They answered questions in monotones. The system was breaking them before they'd even left Constantinople. The Category 3 women faced additional sorting. Subcategories proliferated based on specific market demands. 3A, for exceptional beauty, destined for imperial harems. 3B for standard household service. 3C for breeding programs in agricultural regions. 3D for specialized entertainment training. Each subcategory had different preparation protocols, different transportation arrangements, different final destinations. Ottoman scribes compared lists between stations, checking for errors. Quality control mattered when dealing with valuable inventory. They found discrepancies. Female, 2,309 had been marked Category 3 at Station 4 but Category 2 at Station 5. Age estimates differed by 3 years. The clerks huddled over their ledgers, debating her fate like merchants haggling over silk quality. The sorting created its own geography of suffering. Category 1 women clustered in the eastern section of the processing area. Category 2 girls in the northern quarter. But Category 3 women occupied the central zones, where security was highest and Ottoman officials paid the most attention. These were the profits that justified the entire system. Some women tried to manipulate their categorizations. Older women rubbed dirt into their hair to appear elderly. Younger ones hunched their backs to seem frail. Beautiful women scarred their own faces with fingernails. But Ottoman inspectors had seen every trick. The manual included a full chapter on detecting category fraud, complete with punishment schedules for attempted deception. As night fell on the third day, the processing supervisors reviewed their progress. 4,220 women sorted, 347 Category 1s, 892 Category 2s. But the numbers that made Ottoman merchants smile were the Category 3s, 2,981 women in their prime, ready for market. Those marked Category 3 faced a specific destination. The morning after categorization, women woke to a new sound, not the scratch of quills or the bark of orders. This was different. wooden wheels creaking, chains clanking, oxen lowing. The transportation phase had begun. Women emerged from holding areas to see a sight that made their hearts sink. Hundreds of wagons arranged in neat rows. But these weren't normal merchant carts. Iron rings bolted to the floors, canvas covers to hide the cargo, water barrels strapped to the sides. The Ottoman Empire had designed specialized vehicles for transporting human merchandise. But the true horror lay in what Category 3 women saw next. Ships, dozens of them crowding Constantinople's harbour, and on the dock, Ottoman scribes consulting new documents. Not processing ledgers this time. These were different, longer, more detailed, with columns for numbers and destinations and prices. The women were about to learn their numbers would appear on another document, ship manifests that listed them between bolts of silk and sacks of pepper. The Ottoman merchant vessel Sultana's Pride carried a typical cargo in June 1453, 20 bolts of Damascus silk, 40 pounds of pepper, 15 females aged 16 to 20. Excellent condition. The manifest sits in the Turkish Naval Archives today, just another shipping document among thousands. The clerk's handwriting stays steady through the entire list. No difference in ink pressure between recording spice weights and human beings. The banality hits you like a physical blow. This wasn't some shameful secret. They filed it with the regular paperwork. The Sultana's Pride wasn't special. Every ship leaving Constantinople that summer carried similar manifests. The Sword of Islam transported 32 Category 3 females alongside copper ingots. The Morning Star loaded 28 females between wine casks and leather goods. The Ottoman merchant fleet had reorganized their cargo holds to accommodate the new traffic. Shelves removed, chain points installed, ventilation holes cut to reduce mortality during transport. The language of commerce infected everything. Excellent condition meant no visible diseases, no pregnancy, no physical defects that would reduce market value. Good condition indicated minor issues that might lower price but not prevent sale. Acceptable condition suggested damaged goods that might still find buyers in less discriminating markets. The terminology came straight from livestock trading. Ship captains received bonuses based on delivery percentages. Land a cargo with 95% survival rate, extra 10% commission, fall below 80%, reduced payment, and possible loss of future contracts. The Ottoman Empire had turned human mortality into a business metric. Captains learned exactly how much food and water kept their cargo breathing without cutting too deeply into profits. The Mediterranean trade routes buzzed with this new commerce. Alexandria, Tripoli, Tunis, Algiers. Each port had its merchant guilds ready to inspect arriving goods. Local dealers memorized the subcategories. 3A commanded premium prices in Cairo's elite districts. 3B sold steadily in Damascus markets. 3C went inland to Anatolian estates. The trafficking network spread like blood vessels across the empire. Price standardization followed trade expansion. The Ottoman Mint issued official guidelines updated quarterly. A healthy 16-year-old category, 3A, might bring 200 gold dinars in Constantinople, but 250 in Baghdad, where demand exceeded supply. Transportation costs got factored in. Insurance against loss, feeding expenses, bribes for customs officials. Slaves weren't just commodities, they were complex financial instruments. But these weren't the only numbers the Ottomans tracked. The imperial archives contained something worse than manifests. Profitability studies. Multi-year analyses comparing human trafficking revenues to traditional goods. Silk remained luxury trade but required specialized knowledge and faced weather risks. Spices brought steady profits but faced competition from Portuguese routes. Slaves offered predictable returns with renewable supply from continuous conquests. One document from 1454 calculated the empire's shift in trade composition. Before Constantinople's fall, slaves represented 12% of maritime cargo value. 1 year later, 38%. The charts show the transformation with cold precision, traditional goods declining, human cargo ascending, the Ottoman economy restructuring itself around flesh. Merchant guilds adapted with disturbing speed. The silk traders of Bursa added holding facilities to their warehouses. The spice merchants of Aleppo hired guards trained in human management. The pottery exporters of Iznik retrofitted ships with lower decks designed for mass transport. Everyone wanted part of the new market. Everyone, except the cargo. The bills of sale survived too. Standard forms printed in bulk. Spaces for origin, category, condition, price, and previous owners if known. Buyers received certificates guaranteeing their purchase against hidden defects. If a slave died within 30 days of sale from pre-existing conditions, merchants offered partial refunds. Customer satisfaction mattered in any business. The Ottoman tax code grew new chapters. Import duties on Category 1 females. Export taxes on Category 3 sales. Transit fees for moving human cargo through provincial borders. The empire collected revenue at every stage. Tax collectors received training in accurate categorization to prevent merchants from declaring Category 3 females as Category 1s to reduce duties. Market reports circulated between major cities. Oversupply of Category 2 females in Damascus. Prices falling. Shortage of skilled Category 3B in Cairo following construction projects. Bulgarian stock arriving in poor condition. Reduce orders. These weren't underground communications. Official merchant correspondence used imperial postal systems. The banality of evil wore Ottoman letterhead. Insurance contracts emerged to protect investments. Lloyd's of Constantinople wasn't its actual name, but merchants needed similar services. Policies covering maritime losses. Compensation for cargo death during transport. Premium rates based on route danger and seasonal weather. The contract language never used the word slave, just perishable goods and fragile merchandise. Even banking adapted. Letters of credit for slave purchases. Loans secured against future human cargo. Investment partnerships pooling resources for bulk acquisitions. The Medici banks had branches in Ottoman territories. They processed these transactions without moral qualms. Money was money. Interest was interest. Human misery was just another entry in double-entry bookkeeping. The term excellent condition had a specific meaning in their manuals. Page 73 of the Standard Merchant Guidelines defined every grade. Excellent condition required 17 specific checks. Clear eyes without discharge. Straight limbs without deformity. Full teeth without decay. Smooth skin without scarring. The list continued with medical precision. Merchants employed physicians who specialized in these examinations. The grading system went deeper. Mental state assessments. Category 3 females showing signs of madness brought lower prices. Excessive crying indicated potential suicide risk. Complete silence suggested dangerous plotting. The ideal merchandise showed resigned acceptance. Alert enough to follow orders. Broken enough not to resist. Ottoman traders had quantified the perfect level of human despair. Transport preparation required its own protocols. Hair cut short to prevent lice infestations that might spread through cargo. Nails trimmed to reduce self-harm possibilities. Standard clothing issued to prevent hidden weapons or poisons. The clothing itself became standardized. Coarse fabric that breathed in heat but provided warmth in cold. Dyed specific colors for easy identification. Red for Category 3A, blue for 3B, brown for 3C. The feeding schedule balanced economy against mortality. Morning bread and water, evening bread and thin soup. Enough calories to maintain life, not enough to maintain strength for resistance. Merchants calculated costs down to the copper coin. Each additional ounce of food per day across a 20-day voyage multiplied by 30 humans equaled specific profit reductions. Medical care followed similar logic. Treat infections that might spread through the cargo hold. Ignore individual suffering that posed no contamination risk. Ships carried basic supplies. Vinegar for wound cleaning. Opium for keeping troublesome cargo sedated. Mercury compounds for treating visible skin conditions that might reduce sale price. The medicine chest of a slave ship told its own horrible story. The transformation from person to product required specific techniques. No names used after boarding. Only numbers called during feeding. Physical contact minimized except for necessary movement. Guards trained to see cargo, not humans. The psychological distance protected profit margins. Emotional attachment to merchandise led to poor business decisions, but the mathematical precision reached its peak in mortality calculations. The document is labeled Acceptable Loss Ratios for Maritime Transport. 14 pages of tables and charts. Summer voyages to Alexandria. Winter routes to Tripoli. Expected death rates for each category, route and season. The margins contain handwritten notes from experienced captains. Increase water rations, day 12 through 15. Separate fighters early to prevent group resistance. They calculated everything. How many humans could fit in a standard cargo hold while maintaining survivable air quality? The minimum deck space needed for exercise to prevent muscle atrophy that would reduce sail value. The optimal chain length that allowed movement without enabling escape attempts. Mathematics applied to misery with architectural precision. The 10% rule appears multiple times. Voyages with less than 10% mortality earned captains bonuses. More than 20% triggered investigations for negligence. Between 10 and 20%. Standard operating parameters. Just the cost of doing business. The empire expected to throw 2 or 3 bodies overboard from every shipment. Disposal protocols filled their own subsection. Bodies weighted with stones to ensure sinking. Records kept of numbers and categories lost. Death certificates filed for tax purposes. The dead still had value as write-offs against profit calculations. Even corpses remained part of the bureaucracy. Some captains kept private logs with more honest assessments. Lost 3 to despair. 2 jumped overboard despite chains. 1 stopped eating. Forced feeding failed. These marginal notes reveal what the official documents hide. The cargo maintained humanity despite every attempt to erase it. They found ways to die rather than arrive at market. Weather created its own actuarial subcategory. Storm seasons meant higher loss ratios, but also higher prices for successful deliveries. Captains gambled with human lives, like commodity futures. Leave port during dangerous months to catch peak market prices, or wait for calm seas but risk oversupply driving down values. The calculations filled ledger after ledger. Port quarantine procedures added complexity. Disease on board meant weeks anchored outside harbour. Quarantine costs included feeding, guards, and bribes to health inspectors. Some captains dumped sick cargo overboard rather than risk expensive delays. Others falsified health certificates. The punishment for bringing plague into port was death. The punishment for murdering sick slaves was a fine. By 1455, the Ottoman Empire had standardized the entire system, from capture to categorization, from manifest to market, from price to profit. They'd turned atrocity into accounting. They'd transformed suffering into spreadsheets, and they'd documented every detail with the pride of efficient administrators. The empire's vast bureaucracy that tracked spice weights down to the ounce now tracked human cargo with equal precision. Ottoman accountants had calculated exactly how many women could die in transport while still maintaining profit. They called it the acceptable loss ratio, and they'd written it into their standard contracts like a shipping guarantee for pottery. 15%. That was the number written in the margin of every ship. Captain's ledger. The expected death rate for human cargo. The Ottoman captain of the Morning Star checked his calculations one more time. 30 females loaded at Constantinople. 4.5 expected losses. He'd round up to 5 for safety. His quill scratched across the manifest, marking the adjustment next to the barrels of olive oil and crates of pottery. Just another line item, requiring standard wastage estimates. Below deck, the reality of that percentage struggled to breathe. Bodies packed so tightly that lying down meant coordinated movement. The ship's hold had been retrofitted with precision. Wooden shelves installed at exactly 18 inches apart. Just enough space for a human to exist, not enough to stand. The carpenter's measurements had maximized capacity while maintaining the minimum air circulation needed to keep most of the cargo alive. The first woman died on day 3. She'd been number 2612. Category 3B. Good teeth. Strong back. Expected sale price of 160 dinars in the Damascus market. The women chained nearest to her felt her body grow cold during the night. They called out in whispers, afraid to attract the guards' attention but knowing a corpse would breed disease. The morning inspection found her. Guards unchained the body with practiced efficiency. No prayers, no ceremony. Just the splash of water as dead weight hit the Mediterranean. The captain made a notation in his ledger. 1 unit lost. 14.5% mortality, still within acceptable parameters. He didn't even look up from his calculations. But the survivors faced something arguably worse than death. The living envied the dead when the water rations came. 1 cup per day in calm weather. 3/4 cup when supplies ran low. The guards measured precisely. Ottoman efficiency had calculated the exact minimum needed to sustain life without wasting resources. Women learned to catch drops of condensation from the ceiling boards. They pressed their tongues against damp wood, desperate for any moisture beyond their rations. The food was calibrated with equal precision. Hard bread that required soaking in the water ration to become edible. Thin soup every 3rd day with unidentifiable chunks floating in greasy liquid. The portions kept bodies functioning, nothing more. Women who'd run households and raised children now fought over crumbs that fell through the deck boards. Category distinctions dissolved in the hold's darkness. The 16-year-old virgin marked 3A pressed against the 30-year-old mother marked 3C. Their chains tangled. Their misery merged. But the guards, maintaining the ledgers above deck, still tracked every number, every category, every expected price at market. Seasickness added another layer of hell. The hold's narrow confines meant vomit had nowhere to go. Women lay in their own waste, unable to move far enough to escape it. The stench became a living thing. Guards only entered for morning counts and evening feedings. Cloths pressed over their faces, cursing the cargo for its weakness. Some women tried to maintain dignity. They whispered prayers in languages the guards didn't understand. Greek, Armenian, Bulgarian. The words floated through the darkness like dying birds. But prayer required hope, and hope died faster than bodies in the Ottoman cargo holds. The second death came on day 7, number 2903. She'd stopped eating on day 4, refused water on day 5. The women around her tried force-feeding, knowing her corpse would poison their air, but she'd made her choice. Some forms of resistance required nothing more than a closed mouth and iron will. 2 more died during a storm on day 11. The ship rolled in heavy seas. Women already weakened by starvation couldn't brace themselves. One snapped her neck against a beam. Another drowned in 3 inches of water that sloshed through the hold. The captain noted the weather-related losses in a separate column. Storm deaths didn't count against his efficiency rating. By day 15, a horrible routine had emerged. Morning count, remove the dead, afternoon water, evening bread. The women stopped looking at each other. Eye contact meant acknowledging they'd become what their captors claimed. Cargo, products, things that lived or died, based on mathematical calculations. The guards had their own mathematics. Bonuses for deliveries above 90% survival. Deductions for excess mortality. They learned tricks. Which women showed signs of giving up. How to spot fever before it spread. When to increase rations slightly to prevent cascade deaths that would cut into profits. Human suffering became a management problem with standardized solutions. But even Ottoman efficiency couldn't calculate everything. They couldn't measure the moment when a woman's spirit broke completely. When the number around her neck became more real than the name she could barely remember. When breathing became a curse rather than a blessing. These transitions happened in darkness, unmarked by any ledger. The morning star reached Alexandria after 22 days at sea. 6 bodies had been thrown overboard. 24 women survived, 18% mortality. Slightly above optimal but within acceptable range. The captain collected his payment minus a small deduction. He'd do better next voyage. Experience taught efficiency. The survivors emerged from the hold like ghosts. Sunlight burned eyes accustomed to darkness. Legs buckled from weeks of immobility. But Ottoman handlers knew their business. They provided water and better food. Not from mercy. Damaged merchandise needed restoration before market. 3 days of recovery would add 20 dinars to each unit's value. The Alexandria slave market operated with its own brutal precision. Morning auctions for Category 3A. Afternoon sales for 3B and below. Buyers arrived with shopping lists. 3 housemaids, 2 wet nurses, 4 field workers. The auctioneer knew his clientele. He matched inventory to demand, with an expertise born from years of practice. Women stood on platforms while buyers circled, teeth examined, muscles prodded, hair lifted to check for lice. The inspections replicated the original categorization, but with commercial intent rather than administrative purpose. A merchant purchasing merchandise had the right to thorough examination. Prices reflected supply and demand curves. The glut of women from Constantinople had temporarily depressed values, but Ottoman economists predicted recovery within 6 months. Wars created supply. Peace increased prices. The empire's continuous expansion ensured steady inventory flow. The market would find its equilibrium. But the Ottoman Empire had built specific facilities for those who survived transport. The compound outside Cairo sprawled across 40 acres of dusty ground, high walls topped with iron spikes, guard towers every 100 yards. From the outside, it might have been a military fortress. But the architectural plans hidden in Ottoman archives reveal its true purpose. This wasn't built for keeping enemies out. It was designed for keeping women in. The blueprints survive in the Topkapi Palace, filed between fortress designs and aqueduct specifications. The architect's notes fill the margins. Dormitories arranged for maximum surveillance. Exercise yards calculated for supervised movement. Medical facilities positioned for efficient processing. Every line drawn with careful intention. Every space designed for a specific function. The Ottoman Empire had built the world's first industrial-scale breeding facility, and they designed it with the same methodical precision they applied to everything else. Architectural blueprints from 1454 reveal purpose-built structures with a chilling notation, optimized for maximum reproductive efficiency. The blueprints looked mundane rows of small cells, monitored corridors, controlled exercise areas until you read the facility's stated purpose. Female Asset Optimization Center. The Ottoman architects had drawn their plans with the same precision they used for mosques and bridges, except these measurements calculated human breeding cycles. The compound outside Cairo sprawled across 40 acres. From the architect's bird's-eye view, it formed a perfect rectangle divided into functional zones. Living quarters in the eastern section. Medical facilities along the northern wall. Exercise yards in the center. Administrative buildings to the west. Every structure connected by covered walkways that allowed guards to monitor movement without exposure to weather. But the architecture was only half the system. The dormitories followed standardized designs replicated across the empire. Long rectangular buildings with cells measuring 6 feet by 8 feet, just enough space for a sleeping mat and water jug. Iron bars instead of doors allowed continuous observation. Guards could check 30 cells with a single walk down the corridor. The architects had noted proudly that their design eliminated blind spots. Each cell held 1 woman. The isolation served multiple purposes according to administrative manuals, prevented conspiracy formation, reduced disease transmission, enabled precise monitoring of individual reproductive cycles. The loneliness was a feature, not a flaw. Broken spirits bred more efficiently than rebellious ones. Morning routines began at dawn with the clanging of iron bars. Women emerged from cells in scheduled groups, 20 at a time to washing stations. 30 minutes allocated for basic hygiene. Guards timed everything with Ottoman precision. The schedule allowed processing of 500 women through morning ablutions in 4 hours. Efficiency mattered when managing human livestock at scale. The exercise yards revealed another layer of calculation. Open spaces precisely sized to allow movement without enabling escape attempts. High walls blocked outside views. Guards patrolled elevated walkways with clear sightlines to every corner. Women walked in circles for their allocated hour, their footsteps wearing grooves in the packed earth. Movement maintained health. Health maintained fertility. Fertility maintained profit. But Ottoman administrators kept meticulous records of everything that happened inside. The medical building contained examination rooms that would seem familiar to any physician. Tables, instruments, charts on walls. But these charts didn't track healing. They tracked breeding potential, ovulation cycles mapped with mathematical precision, pregnancy rates by age group, miscarriage statistics sorted by original category. The data filled ledger after ledger in the facility's archives. Each woman underwent monthly examinations, height, weight, general health indicators. But the focus remained reproductive. Doctors trained in Constantinople specialized in this narrow field. They could predict fertility windows, diagnose pregnancy within weeks, determine optimal breeding schedules. Their medical knowledge served the empire's demographic needs. The examination records survived in Ottoman archives. Patient number 4328. Previous pregnancies, 2. Current status, 3rd month. Recommended treatment: increased rations, light exercise, isolation from infectious cases. The clinical language disguises the human reality. This wasn't a patient. This was female 2847, the mother from Constantinople's processing center. Still breathing, still breeding, still profitable. The pregnancy ward occupied its own building. Better conditions here, larger cells, improved food, even windows providing natural light. The empire protected its investments. A successful birth meant a new generation of slaves. A failed pregnancy meant wasted resources. Economics drove what passed for mercy in these halls. Midwives worked around the clock. The facility averaged 10 births per week during peak years. The newborns faced immediate categorization. Healthy males went to wet nurses before janissary training. Healthy females entered the same system that trapped their mothers. Weak infants. The records grow vague about their fate. Processed according to standard protocols appears repeatedly. The euphemism hides horrors. But birth was only one function. The facility's true purpose ran deeper. The breeding assignments followed Ottoman scientific principles. They'd studied horse bloodlines for centuries. Now, they applied similar logic to humans. Strong males paired with healthy females. Intelligence tracked through generations. Physical traits documented and selected. The empire was engineering its slave population with agricultural precision. The selection process happened monthly. Women of peak fertility brought to medical chambers. Not for examination this time, for scheduled breeding. The records use clinical language, reproductive pairing, genetic optimization, bloodline enhancement. The words hide systematic rape behind scientific terminology. But the guards forcing women into those chambers knew exactly what they were enabling. Some women found ways to resist. Herbs that prevented pregnancy, smuggled through unknown channels. Self-induced miscarriages using methods passed in whispers. Hunger strikes that disrupted fertility. The Ottoman response was predictably efficient. Punishments for contraception, force-feeding for strikers, isolation for suspected conspirators. The system ground forward over any obstacle. The male selection process revealed another horror. The empire didn't waste resources maintaining permanent male populations at breeding facilities. Instead, they rotated selected men through on schedules. Soldiers, laborers, even educated slaves chosen for specific traits. The men had no more choice than the women. Refusal meant castration or death. Compliance meant survival and return to regular duties. Children born in the facilities never knew their fathers, barely knew their mothers. The Ottoman system separated infants after weaning. Mothers might glimpse their children during exercise periods. A toddler in another yard, a face that looked familiar, but contact was forbidden. Emotional bonds interfered with efficiency. The architects had designed the compound to minimize accidental meetings between relatives. Record-keeping reached obsessive levels. Breeding logs tracked every pairing. Birth certificates noted parentage for genetic tracking. Growth charts followed children through development. Death certificates recorded failures. The Ottoman bureaucracy that could account for every grain of wheat in the empire's storehouses applied the same meticulous attention to human reproduction. The facility commanders received performance bonuses based on birth rates. A particularly productive year might earn promotion to larger facilities. Constantinople, Damascus, Baghdad. The empire maintained dozens of these compounds. Each commander competed for the best statistics. They experimented with nutrition schedules, exercise regimens, even music during pregnancy, anything to improve the numbers. But the numbers tell only part of the story. Between the lines of ledgers and logs, human suffering persisted. Women who went mad from isolation. Mothers who recognized their children's screams across courtyards. Infants who died because their mothers' spirits had broken too completely to produce milk. These tragedies appear as statistical anomalies, productivity disruptions requiring administrative solutions. The Ottoman Empire had industrialized human reproduction, built an archipelago of breeding facilities across 3 continents, created standardized procedures replicated from Cairo to Belgrade, trained specialists in reproductive optimization, developed architectural standards for maximum efficiency. They'd turned the creation of human life into a bureaucratic process. Female 2847 gave birth to 3 more children in that Cairo facility. The records show dates, genders, assigned numbers for the infants, but nothing about the woman herself. Whether she survived to see them taken, whether she remembered their faces, whether she ever learned what happened to her 5-year-old daughter, torn away in Constantinople. The ledgers only tracked what mattered to the empire. Everything else was inefficiency. Among the recovered documents, historians found something that defied belief: detailed breeding registers tracking every aspect of the women's reproductive cycles. The Ottomans hadn't just built facilities. They'd created a comprehensive system for monitoring, predicting, and optimizing human reproduction with the same precision they applied to horse breeding. The registers included everything from ovulation schedules to bloodline charts spanning multiple generations. The leather-bound register sat open on the administrator's desk, its pages filled with columns that would make any accountant proud. Date of arrival, current physical condition, last menstruation, expected fertility window. The Ottoman scribe's handwriting stayed perfectly uniform through entry after entry, like he was recording wheat harvests instead of women's bodies. Entry dated August 15, 1453. Female 2847. 3rd month pregnant. Father unknown. Productivity rating excellent. The quill scratched across parchment, adding another notation. Previous successful births 3. Recommended for continued breeding program. No reduction in rations required. The breeding registers weren't hidden documents. They sat on shelves between tax records and construction permits in the Cairo facility's administrative building. The Ottomans saw nothing shameful in their system. They'd simply applied livestock management principles to human reproduction. The empire that had perfected horse breeding for its cavalry now perfected human breeding for its slave markets. Each woman's reproductive history filled its own page. The scribes tracked everything: age at first menstruation, regularity of cycles, pregnancy outcomes, infant survival rates. They'd created a database of human fertility centuries before anyone coined that term. The data helped predict which women would produce the most valuable offspring. But pregnancy was just the beginning of the documented horror. The register's next section detailed post-birth procedures: infant evaluation within 6 hours, sex determination, physical inspection for defects, immediate categorization into training tracks. Male infants marked for Janissary programs got premium nutrition. Female infants entering domestic service received standard care, those showing physical weaknesses. The register used the phrase redirected to alternative purposes. Wet nurses appeared in their own subsection. Women who'd recently given birth reassigned to feed multiple infants. The registers calculated milk production rates, tracked which women could sustain 3 infants simultaneously, noted those whose milk dried up from grief. The empire squeezed every drop of value from female bodies. The genetic tracking system revealed Ottoman scientific ambitions. They'd assigned bloodline codes to every breeding pair, letters and numbers creating family trees of manufactured misery. A male slave with exceptional strength might father dozens of children across multiple facilities. His code would appear in registers from Cairo to Constantinople. The mothers were just vessels for producing his offspring. Page after page showed the same methodical horror: breeding schedules optimized for maximum fertility, rest periods calculated to maintain health without reducing productivity. Nutrition plans adjusted for each trimester. The Ottomans had created industrial-scale human husbandry, and they documented every detail with pride. Some entries included margin notes from facility physicians. Subject shows signs of mental deterioration but remains physically viable. Attempted self-harm. Recommend restraints during next breeding cycle. Unusual fertility despite advanced age. Extend program participation. The doctors wrote with clinical detachment about women they saw as breeding stock. The registers tracked children too. Growth rates compared to parentage. Intelligence assessments at age 5. Physical development markers. The Ottoman system followed these manufactured families through generations. A girl born in Cairo might appear in Constantinople's registers 20 years later, her bloodline code linking her to a mother she'd never known. Cross-referencing between facilities happened quarterly. Administrators compared breeding outcomes, shared successful techniques, reported problems requiring system-wide solutions. The correspondence between facility directors read like agricultural newsletters. Which bloodlines produced the strongest workers? Which pairings resulted in intelligent offspring? Which combinations should be avoided? The mathematical precision extended to breeding session scheduling. Optimal timing based on fertility tracking. Duration of encounters calculated for maximum conception probability. Recovery periods between sessions. The registers included charts and graphs that turned rape into data points. Ottoman efficiency had quantified sexual violence, but the registers reveal what happened to the children. The infant mortality statistics filled their own volume. 23% death rate in the first year. Higher for males due to harsh early training conditions, lower for females kept in nursery facilities. The administrators tracked causes: disease, malnutrition, failure to thrive, their euphemism for babies who died because their mothers' spirits had broken. Surviving children faced immediate separation protocols, weaning at 6 months for females, 4 months for males destined for military training. The registers noted behavioral changes after separation: increased crying, feeding difficulties, sleep disturbances. The administrators documented these as temporary adjustment issues, requiring no intervention. The training assignments began at age 5, the same age when female 2847 lost her daughter in Constantinople. Boys entered preliminary janissary schools. Girls began domestic training. The registers tracked their progress with quarterly evaluations, obedience ratings, skill development, physical assessments. Children became products in development. Educational curriculum depended on perceived intelligence. Bright boys learned multiple languages for future administrative roles. Clever girls studied music and literature to increase their market value. Average children received basic training for manual labor. The Ottoman system wasted nothing, not even enslaved intellect. Every child got precisely the education that would maximize their sale price. The registers included punishment schedules for children who remembered their mothers. First offense, verbal warning. Second offense, reduced rations. Third offense, solitary confinement. The system demanded complete severing of family bonds. Children who persisted in seeking their mothers faced escalating consequences. The administrators noted that most stopped asking after the third punishment. Transfer records showed children moving between facilities like trade goods. A boy showing military aptitude might travel from Cairo to Constantinople's elite training grounds. A girl with exceptional beauty could move to Damascus for specialized preparation. The children traveled in groups, sorted by age and destination. The registers tracked losses during transport with the same dispassion used for adult casualties. By age 10, the children had numbers tattooed on their shoulders, permanent identification linking them to breeding registers. The tattoo artists worked with assembly line efficiency, 20 children per hour. The ink mixed with chemicals, ensuring the marks would grow with the child. The Ottoman bureaucracy planned for lifelong tracking. Some register entries hinted at resistance. Children who refused to forget their origins, who whispered names instead of numbers, who drew pictures of half-remembered faces. The administrators documented these incidents as behavioral anomalies requiring correction. Extra religious instruction, increased physical training, anything to overwrite memory with indoctrination. The breeding registers cross-referenced with sale documents, tracking which bloodlines brought premium prices, which genetic combinations produced the most valuable slaves. The Ottoman Empire had created a feedback loop. Market demands influenced breeding decisions. Breeding outcomes shaped market supply. Human genetics became subject to economic forces. Female 2847 appeared throughout the registers. Her fertility remained excellent through 6 pregnancies over 8 years. The records showed dates, live births, infant assignments, but never once did they record what she might have wanted, whether she wondered about her first daughter, whether she recognized her own features in the faces of infants torn away. The registers only tracked what mattered for breeding. Her humanity remained unrecorded. But the Ottoman system reserved its greatest cruelty for women whose children had been taken. The empire had discovered something about human psychology that they exploited with calculated precision. Ottoman Policy Manual, Section 19. Children shall be removed from mothers at age 5 or 6, using methods designed to maximize maternal distress. Extended separation anxiety in the mother correlates with increased compliance in future breeding programs. The words sat there on the page like an instruction manual for building furniture, except they were describing how to weaponize a mother's love against her. The Ottoman guard had done this hundreds of times, but he still covered his ears when the mothers started screaming. The sound carried through the processing center's stone walls. Not one voice, but dozens, rising and falling in waves of anguish that made even veteran soldiers shift uncomfortably. The guard checked his list again. 23 separations scheduled for this shift. He'd completed 7. The ink on his ledger showed steady progress, but his hands shook slightly as he made the 8th mark. Inside the separation chamber, female 2847 had wrapped both arms around her daughter, creating a human knot the guards couldn't untangle without breaking bones. The 5-year-old buried her face in her mother's chest. Small fingers twisted in fabric like she could anchor herself through will alone. The guards had seen this before. They knew the techniques. First, they tried verbal commands. The mother just held tighter. Then came the prodding with spear butts. She absorbed the blows without loosening her grip. The child's terrified whimpers grew to wails that echoed off stone walls. Other mothers in line began crying in sympathy, knowing their turn was coming. The sound built like a storm. The senior guard signaled for the special team. 3 men trained specifically in child extraction. They moved with practiced efficiency. 1 immobilized the mother's arms. Another worked on prying the child's fingers loose, one by one. The 3rd stood ready to carry the child away once freed. They'd perfected this choreography through thousands of repetitions. But the manual said emotional distress served a purpose. Extended maternal anguish created psychological changes that improved compliance in breeding programs. The guards weren't just separating families. They were manufacturing trauma with scientific precision. The empire had discovered that broken mothers made better breeding stock. The child's fingernails left bloody scratches down her mother's arms as they finally pulled her free. The guard carrying her moved quickly toward the eastern doors, but not too quickly. The manual specified optimal separation speed, fast enough to prevent the mother from following, slow enough that she could hear her child's screams fading down distant corridors. 4 to 6 minutes of audible distress. They'd calculated the exact duration needed to shatter a human soul. Female 2847 collapsed on the stone floor, her arms still reaching toward where her daughter had been. The guards made notes. Strong emotional response. Excellent breeding potential. The correlation between maternal anguish and future fertility had been documented across thousands of cases. The more a woman grieved, the more children she'd produce. The Ottoman Empire had weaponized love itself. The processing continued with mechanical precision, mother after mother, child after child. The guards rotated every 2 hours to prevent what administrators called emotional contamination. Witnessing too much suffering could reduce efficiency. Fresh teams maintained the necessary detachment. The empire protected its workers from developing empathy that might interfere with operations. But the separations were only phase 1. The children taken through those eastern doors faced immediate indoctrination. Boys learned their mothers were weak Christian whores who'd abandoned them. Girls heard their mothers had sold them for bread. The lies came wrapped in Ottoman authority, repeated until memory blurred. The empire didn't just steal children's bodies, it poisoned their memories. The mothers learned their own lessons. Resistance brought punishment, compliance brought nothing. The arbitrary nature was deliberate. The manual explained that predictable systems allowed adaptation. Random cruelty kept subjects perpetually off balance. A mother who fought might see her child one last time. A mother who submitted might not. The uncertainty drove women mad. Some mothers found ways to mark their children before separation. Tiny scars in hidden places. Birthmarks memorized like prayers. Songs hummed during nursing that might trigger recognition years later. The Ottoman system tried to erase these connections. Children caught humming familiar melodies faced punishment. Mothers found marking their babies had their hands bound during nursing. But love found ways to leave traces. The guard finished his shift, with all 23 separations completed. His replacement arrived to find him sitting outside, his head in his hands. The sounds from inside hadn't stopped. They never stopped. The processing center operated continuously. As one group of mothers lost their children, another group arrived. The empire had industrialized heartbreak, but the children's fates depended entirely on Ottoman calculations of their potential value. Boys showing physical prowess entered janissary training immediately. Girls with promising features went to specialized facilities. The empire sorted children like grain, separating wheat from chaff. And the chaff, the records grew vague about their fate. The psychological manipulation started immediately. New names in Turkish replaced Christian ones. New histories invented from nothing. A boy named Constantine became Mehmet, told his parents died fighting the righteous Ottoman forces. A girl named Maria became Ayşe, taught her mother was a prostitute who'd sold her for wine. The lies came with lessons, meals, and bedtime stories, until fiction became more real than faded truth. The Ottoman Empire understood something modern psychologists would later confirm. Children separated before age 7 could be completely reprogrammed. Their elastic minds absorbed new identities like sponges. After 6 months, most stopped asking about their mothers. After a year, many claimed they'd always been Ottoman. After 2 years, they'd report other children who whispered Christian prayers. But mothers never forgot. The breeding facilities reported consistent patterns. Women who'd lost children showed increased fertility, but decreased infant survival. Their bodies produced babies their broken spirits couldn't nurture. The empire treated this as an accounting problem. Factor in higher infant mortality for previously separated mothers. Adjust breeding schedules accordingly. Human grief became another variable in profit calculations. The training facilities for separated children operated with equal precision. Daily schedules planned to the minute. Ottoman language lessons in the morning. Islamic prayers 5 times daily. Physical training to exhaust bodies and prevent reflection. Academic instruction for the brightest. Trade skills for the average. Every moment filled with Ottoman identity construction. The boy's path was straightforward. Excel in training and join the elite janissaries. Perform adequately and become regular soldiers. Fail and face castration for harem service. The Ottoman system wasted nothing. Even failed soldiers had value as eunuchs. The surgery took place in special facilities with 30% survival rates. Another acceptable loss ratio precisely calculated. But girls faced more complex sorting. Beauty meant one path, intelligence another, fertility a third. The Ottoman system had markets for every type of female. Pretty ones for harems. Clever ones for household management. Strong ones for breeding programs. The evaluation process started immediately after separation. Daily observations, weekly assessments, monthly categorizations. A 5-year-old's fate might be decided by how gracefully she walked across a room. The records showed female 2847 never stopped looking for her daughter. Guards reported she studied every child-sized figure during exercise periods. She hummed constantly, the same melody over and over. Other women said it was a lullaby, though the words had been beaten out of her. She was searching with the only tool left, a tune her daughter might remember. Her daughter had been renamed Gulbahar, Spring Rose in Turkish. The record showed excellent progress in domestic training, quick learner, pleasing appearance. Marked for premium household service by age 8, the little girl who'd screamed for her mother had become a valuable asset. The Ottoman system counted this as success, but the empire's cruelty had an unintended consequence that would reshape entire civilizations. Entire cultures began to reshape themselves around this threat. Communities that had existed for 1,000 years developed new traditions. Daughters hidden in attics, sons dressed as girls, families fleeing inland at the first rumor of Ottoman approach. The systematic child theft didn't just destroy individual families, it transformed how entire peoples lived. But the Ottomans had methods for finding even the most carefully concealed children. Archaeological excavations have revealed extensive networks of hidden chambers beneath Balkan villages, built specifically to hide children, designed to muffle sounds, stocked for long sieges. But the Ottomans had methods for finding them. The stone chamber beneath the church floor could hold 20 women and girls. Villagers called them Ottoman cellars, and every settlement had one. The entrance was hidden beneath the altar, a wooden trapdoor covered by woven rugs during normal times. But these weren't normal times. The sound of Ottoman hoofbeats meant mothers grabbing daughters, shoving them through the narrow opening, whispering prayers as they lowered their children into darkness. The chambers smelled of damp earth and fear. Women who'd hidden there said you could taste the terror of previous occupants in the stale air. Bulgarian stonemasons had started building these refuges in the 1420s. They'd learned from Serbian villages that fell first. News travelled along mountain paths, whispered warnings about what happened to girls in conquered territories. By 1450, every Christian settlement from Belgrade to Athens had at least one hidden chamber. Some villages had 3 or 4, connected by tunnels that children memorized like catechisms. The construction followed specific patterns passed between communities: stone walls thick enough to muffle crying, ventilation shafts disguised as root cellars, water barrels and dried food stocked for 2-week sieges. The builders included details learned from failure: iron bars to prevent girls from running out too early, multiple exits after Ottoman soldiers learned to smoke out single-entrance chambers, waste pits designed to minimize smell that might attract hunting dogs. But hiding wasn't always possible when the hunters were rewarded for their success. The forests of Macedonia grew thick with hidden camps. Mothers who couldn't reach village cellars fled to predetermined locations, carrying daughters on their backs. They built shelters from branches and mud, covering them with leaves that had to be replaced daily. They learned to move without breaking twigs, to build fires that produced no smoke, to keep children silent with hands over mouths when Ottoman patrols passed nearby. The camp networks stretched for miles. Runners carried messages between groups. This patrol heading north, that unit searching streams. Women developed their own communication systems. Marks on trees indicating safe paths. Bird calls that weren't quite right warning of danger. They turned survival into a science born from necessity. Some mothers chose disfigurement over hiding. The knife scars appeared on girls' faces throughout the Balkans. Deliberate marks designed to destroy beauty that might attract Ottoman attention. Mothers sobbed as they cut their daughters' cheeks, but tears didn't stop the blade. Better scarred than stolen, better ugly than enslaved. The traditional wedding veils that had shown modesty now hid mutilation. The practice became so common that Ottoman soldiers learned to check beneath veils first. They had quotas to fill, bonuses to earn. A scarred girl might not bring premium prices, but she still counted toward totals. The mother's desperate mathematics of disfigurement failed against imperial accounting. The Ottomans simply created new categories: damaged but serviceable, suitable for field work. Every girl had value somewhere in the system. Churches developed their own protections. Priests dug crypts beneath graveyards where girls could hide among the dead. They performed fake funeral services, lowering living daughters into graves while Ottoman patrols watched from outside cemetery walls. The girls lay in coffins for hours, breathing through cloth tubes, listening to dirt hit wood above them. Some stayed underground for days, emerging pale and shaking when danger passed. But the hunters knew all the tricks. They'd learned from experience across 100 conquered towns. They brought iron rods to test grave soil for air holes. They noticed when too many young women died during Ottoman approach. They tracked which priests performed the most funerals. The cat-and-mouse game evolved constantly, each side learning from the other's innovations. The cultural transformations went deeper than hiding places. Marriage customs changed throughout Ottoman territories. Families started marrying daughters younger, sometimes to cousins or elderly men who might protect them. 12-year-old brides became common. 8-year-old engagements weren't unknown. The logic was desperate but clear. Married women might escape categorization as virgins. Pregnant ones might avoid breeding programs. Marriage became armor, however ill-fitting. Birth registrations disappeared from church records. Priests learned to keep 2 sets of books, one for Ottoman inspection showing only boys, another hidden version tracking daughters who officially didn't exist. Girls grew up with false names, false histories, false brothers who were actually sisters in disguise. Entire communities participated in elaborate deceptions that lasted decades. The songs changed too. Lullabies that had celebrated beauty now warned against it. Folk tales that had featured beautiful princesses now told of clever girls who escaped through wit rather than appearance. Mothers sang new verses to ancient melodies. Better to be forgotten than remembered. Better to be shadow than light. The oral traditions of entire cultures warped around Ottoman threat. Villages developed early warning systems. Bell codes that indicated different types of danger. One pattern meant tax collectors. Another meant military patrols. 3 rapid tolls followed by silence meant hide the children immediately. Church bells that had called people to prayer now scattered them to predetermined hiding spots. The Ottomans learned the codes and forced priests to ring false patterns, but communities adapted with backup signals. Smoke from chimneys, laundry hung in specific patterns, empty water jugs outside doors. The hidden children learned their own lessons. Stay silent when strangers approach. Never trust men in turbans. Know 3 different routes to the nearest shelter. They played games that were actually training. Hide and seek with real consequences. Treasure hunts that taught forest navigation. Their childhoods disappeared into preparation for survival. But the Ottoman military had turned human hunting into a career path. The promotion documents told the story clearly. Commander Mahmud's first position, auxiliary soldier, standard pay. After locating 12 hidden girls in Thessaly, squad leader with double rations. After developing the smoke and wait technique for forest camps, unit commander with bonus privileges. After perfecting underground chamber detection, regional oversight with percentage of all captures. The Ottoman military rewarded innovation in human hunting, just like innovation in siege warfare. The career advancement opportunities attracted ambitious men. Why spend years in dangerous battlefield conditions when specialized civilian hunting provided safer paths to prosperity? The empire created training programs, manuals for reading hidden signs, techniques for breaking children's silence, psychological methods for making mothers reveal hiding spots. They professionalized the search for human prey. The hunters developed specializations. Some focused on forest tracking, reading bent grass and disturbed leaves. Others mastered urban searches, knowing which walls sounded hollow, which floorboards lifted too easily. Cave specialists learned to spot artificial rockfalls blocking entrances. Each developed signature methods that junior soldiers studied like apprentices. The most successful hunters received special privileges, first choice from captured groups, extra leave time, prime postings near wealthy regions. The empire published their techniques in training circulars. Commander Ahmed's method for identifying false walls. Captain Yusuf's guide to extracting hiding locations from mothers. They became celebrities within the military structure, their innovations studied and replicated. Villages responded with their own specialists, women who designed ever more complex hiding systems, scouts who tracked tracker movements, children trained from birth to spot Ottoman uniforms at distance. The escalation continued generation after generation, each side's innovations spurring counter-innovations. Hide and seek became an arms race measured in stolen daughters. The economics drove everything. A successful hunter might earn more in one productive raid than a regular soldier made in 5 years. They invested their earnings in better equipment, trained dogs that could smell fear through stone walls, informant networks in Christian communities, maps marking every potential hiding spot in their territories. Some hunters became wealthy enough to buy their own slaves from colleagues' captures. But the systematic hunting created unintended consequences. Communities that lost too many daughters stopped having children altogether. Why bring new life into guaranteed suffering? Birth rates plummeted in repeatedly raided regions. Entire villages aged into extinction. The Ottoman Empire's human harvesting was destroying its own future supply. But quarterly bonuses mattered more than generational planning. Some mothers found an ultimate escape that horrified even hardened Ottoman soldiers. Rather than let their daughters be taken, they chose collective death. Poisoned wells that entire families drank from. Cliff edges where mothers jumped holding their children. Churches set ablaze with congregations inside. The Ottoman records note these incidents as total losses, requiring investigation into prevention methods. The hunters learned to move fast to prevent such desperate measures. Strike at dawn before communities fully woke. Surround all exits simultaneously. Secure mothers first to use as leverage against hidden children. The techniques grew more sophisticated with each massacre prevented. They couldn't collect bonuses from corpses. Children raised in this environment developed unique psychological patterns. Hypervigilance that never faded. Inability to trust. Nightmares about separation that continued into adulthood. Even those who escaped capture carried invisible wounds. The Ottoman system had traumatized entire populations without ever touching them. Fear became inherited, passed from mother to daughter, like eye color. The hidden daughters who survived to adulthood faced their own challenges. How to marry when you didn't officially exist. How to have children when you'd learned that motherhood meant loss. How to participate in community life when visibility meant danger. Some never emerged from hiding, growing old in the same chambers where they'd hidden as children, shadows who'd chosen invisibility over life. But the greatest cruelty might have been what happened to communities that thought they'd succeeded. A village that hid all its daughters for a generation might relax, start keeping normal records, let girls play in daylight again. Then Ottoman administrators would check tax records against expected population growth. Notice the demographic impossibility. Schedule a special collection mission to gather the hidden generation. 20 years of successful concealment, undone by bureaucratic mathematics. The cultural DNA of entire civilizations rewrote itself around Ottoman threat. Traditional dances that kept girls indoors, architecture designed for concealment, languages that developed euphemisms for daughters, never speaking directly of their existence, stories, songs, customs, beliefs, all warped by the gravitational pull of systematized child theft. Promotion documents from 1455 show Commander Mahmud's rapid rise through the ranks. His secret was simple. He had perfected the art of finding hidden women. Commander Mahmud's service record read like a sales report. Third quarter of 1454, 847 females captured, 92% survival rate. Promoted to Pasha. The ink on his promotion certificate hadn't even dried before he was planning his next quota. The Ottoman Empire didn't just reward success, they systematized it. Mahmud's techniques became required reading at military academies from Damascus to Belgrade. Chapter 12 of the field manual bore his name, The Mahmud Method, Maximizing Human Asset Recovery. Every ambitious soldier memorized his strategies, track prayer patterns to find hidden chambers, use children's toys as bait, let one girl escape to follow her to others. His bonus structure would make modern CEOs jealous. Base salary plus 20 dinars per virgin, 15 per breeding age woman, 10 per domestic servant category, 5 for agricultural workers. The mathematics of misery filled his ledgers. Second quarter earnings, 4,200 dinars, more than most merchants made in a decade. But Mahmud was just one star in a constellation of horror. The Ottoman promotion files from this period read like corporate success stories. Commander Yusuf in Thessaly, developed the night harvest technique. Promoted after delivering 300 units in a single month, Captain Osman in Serbia perfected psychological interrogation of mothers. Given control of an entire region, the empire created a competitive marketplace for human suffering. The incentive programs went beyond simple bonuses. Successful hunters received first selection rights from their captures. The most beautiful girls, the strongest boys. Not for personal use, but for private sale. The empire allowed its efficient predators to become entrepreneurs. Why rely on salary when you could build your own trading network? Administrative documents from Constantinople showed the budget allocations. Bonuses for civilian captures exceeded ammunition expenses. The empire spent more rewarding human hunters than equipping regular soldiers. They'd calculated the return on investment. One skilled hunter could generate more revenue than a dozen warriors. Swords conquered territory. Hunters harvested profit. The quarterly reviews sound like business meetings. Regional commanders gathered to share best practices. PowerPoint didn't exist, but they had charts, maps showing productive villages, graphs tracking capture rates by season, tables comparing different commanders' efficiency ratings. They turned atrocity into metrics, and metrics into career advancement. But the competition created innovation in cruelty. Commanders couldn't just meet quotas. They had to exceed them, beat last quarter's numbers, outperform neighboring regions. The pressure for higher yields led to new techniques. Chemical smoke that forced families from hiding. Trained dogs that could smell fear through stone. Informant networks recruited from desperate mothers offered impossible choices. The career trajectories followed predictable patterns. Start as a regular soldier, show aptitude for tracking, receive specialized training, develop signature methods, build reputation through consistent delivery, advance to regional command. Some hunters became so successful they retired to estates purchased with bonus money. They'd literally built fortunes on stolen children. Training academies emerged to meet demand. The Ottoman military established schools specifically for human hunting. 6-month programs, covering everything from woodland tracking to urban search patterns. Graduates received certification and preferred placement in high-yield territories. The empire professionalized child theft like any other military specialty. The documentation systems supported the entire structure. Every capture recorded, every bonus calculated, every promotion justified by numbers. The Ottoman bureaucracy that tracked grain shipments down to the bushel applied the same precision to human trafficking. Forms in triplicate, supervisory reviews, quality control inspections. Evil wore the boring face of administration. Performance evaluations included disturbing metrics. Capture efficiency measured successful extractions per raid. Survival percentages tracked how many captives reached market alive. Innovation Index rewarded new techniques that increased yields. Commanders who scored poorly faced demotion to regular military service. The shame of returning to honest warfare motivated continuous improvement. Some commanders specialized in specific demographics. Mahmud focused on hidden daughters, becoming legendary for finding concealed chambers. Yusuf preferred forest camps, developing tracking skills that bordered on supernatural. Ahmed mastered urban searches, able to spot false walls from subtle architectural tells. The Ottoman system encouraged specialization through targeted bonuses. The ripple effects transformed entire military structures. Ambitious young officers requested assignment to civilian sectors instead of battle lines. Why risk death against armed enemies when helpless villagers offered safer paths to wealth? The empire's best and brightest chose hunting humans over defending borders. Traditional warriors watched their prestige erode as slave catchers earned higher honors. Retirement benefits included disturbing perks. Successful hunters received lifetime supplies from breeding facilities. Annual deliveries of young slaves as pension payments. The empire ensured its efficient predators lived comfortably on the suffering they'd caused. Some established their own mini-breeding programs, applying learned techniques to private operations. But the system's greatest innovation was making atrocity boring. The hunters didn't see themselves as monsters. They were professionals, meeting targets, earning bonuses, building careers. The standardized forms and efficiency ratings drained human trafficking of its emotional weight. Just another day at the office, another quota to fill, another promotion to earn. The competitive environment meant commanders guarded their methods jealously. Mahmud's technique for detecting breathing holes remained secret until subordinates bribed his assistant. Yusuf's forest tracking patterns became the subject of espionage between regional commands. The empire had created intellectual property from human hunting methodologies. Status symbols emerged within the hunter community. Ornate daggers awarded for exceptional quarterly performance, special turbans indicating capture certifications, rings showing lifetime achievement levels. The Ottoman military created an entire honor system around efficiently stealing children. Wearing these symbols meant something in their twisted value system. The promotion ceremonies followed military tradition. Commanders stood before superior officers. Their capture statistics read aloud like battle honors. 3,400 units recovered. 91% survival rate. 16 innovations documented. Then came the new rank insignia, the salary increase, the expanded territory, all the pomp of military advancement built on hidden daughters' tears. But the greatest horror might have been the bureaucratic language. The reports never mentioned screaming mothers or terrified children, just units, assets, inventory, resources. The Ottoman Empire had created a vocabulary that transformed human beings into line items. The hunters spoke this language fluently, discussing their trade without acknowledging its reality. New recruits received mentorship from successful veterans. Mahmud trained a dozen protégés, passing on his techniques like craft knowledge. They followed him on raids, watched him work, learned to spot the signs others missed. The disturbed earth that indicated recent digging, the too perfect pile of stones covering a chamber entrance, the nervous glances that revealed hidden knowledge. Master and apprentice united in perfecting systematic cruelty. The innovation reports make particularly chilling reading. Suggest using children's voices to lure hidden families. Recommend seasonal timing adjustments based on harvest patterns. Propose standardized chamber detection equipment. Each suggestion aimed at improving efficiency. Each improvement meant more families destroyed. The Ottoman suggestion box overflowed with creative ways to maximize suffering. But we need to return to female 2847. 2 years after that morning in the processing facility, Ottoman records show a final entry. The Ottoman records grow sparse after 2 years. But there's one final entry for female 2847 that tells us everything. The ledger from the Cairo facility dated September 3rd, 1455 contains a simple notation. Female, 2847. Status, deceased. Cause, childbirth complications. Offspring, male, survived. Asset reassignment completed. The scribe's handwriting stays perfectly steady through the entry. Just another line item between grain deliveries and construction supplies. She died giving birth to her 7th child in Ottoman captivity. A son who would never know her name, never hear her voice. Never learn that she'd once been Maria, wife of Constantine the baker, mother to a 5-year-old girl who'd screamed as guards tore her away on that morning in Constantinople. The facility records show they processed her body with standard efficiency. Medical examination to confirm no contagious disease. Removal of any valuable items, though she had none. Mass burial in the unmarked section reserved for expired breeding stock. The entire procedure took less than 2 hours. By sunset, female 2847 had been erased from existence. Only her number remained, crossed out in the breeding register. Her son received the designation male 87432. The intake records note healthy weight, strong lungs, no visible defects, assigned to wet nurse number 43. Scheduled for preliminary janissary evaluation at age 4. The Ottoman system had extracted final value from female 2847's body, a future soldier for the empire that destroyed his mother. But what about the daughter she'd lost in Constantinople? The 5-year-old torn from her arms in that processing center? The Ottoman training records from Damascus show a girl named Gulbahar, excelling in domestic service preparation. Age 7. Quick learner, pleasing appearance. no memory of life before Ottoman custody. The transformation was complete. Maria's daughter had become an Ottoman asset, as thoroughly processed as her mother, but in a different way. The system had stolen not just her freedom, but her entire identity. By age 10, Gulbahar spoke perfect Turkish and Arabic. She could recite Ottoman poetry, play the oud, and manage household accounts. The training facility's records praise her adaptation. A model student, no behavioral problems, no questions about her origins. The empire's investment in early separation had paid dividends. She was worth 5 times what a randomly captured adult would bring at market. The sales record from 1458 shows her purchase by a wealthy merchant in Aleppo, 300 dinars, a premium price reflecting her training and youth. The bill of sale lists her accomplishments, like features on merchandise. Literate in 2 languages, skilled in music and mathematics, certified virgin, the merchant got excellent value. The Ottoman Empire got profit, and somewhere in an unmarked grave outside Cairo, female 2847 got nothing. This wasn't an unusual story. The Ottoman archives contain thousands of similar trajectories. Mothers processed, bred and discarded. Children stolen, transformed and sold. Families atomized into profitable components. The empire had perfected turning conquest into commodity. They'd industrialized human suffering with the same efficiency they used for collecting taxes or building aqueducts. But here's what makes this systematic evil truly unprecedented in human history. The Ottoman Empire didn't hide these records. They filed them openly, preserved them carefully, organized them for easy reference. They saw nothing shameful in their system because they'd convinced themselves it wasn't shameful, just business, just efficiency, just the natural order of empire. The bureaucracy of horror had become so normalized that clerks recorded child theft between grain shipments without changing their pen pressure. Think about what that means. Entire generations of Ottoman administrators spent their careers managing human trafficking. They went home to their own families after days spent destroying others. They prayed 5 times daily while maintaining breeding registers. They saw no contradiction because the system had trained them not to see. Evil had become infrastructure, as unremarkable as roads or bridges. The numbers tell the scope. Between 1453 and 1460, Ottoman records show over 200,000 women processed through facilities like Cairo. If the standard breeding rates applied, that means over 600,000 children born into slavery, 600,000 families that never existed, 600,000 stories like female 2847, each one meticulously documented and filed. The economic impact reshaped the empire. By 1470, slave trading represented 42% of Ottoman maritime commerce. Entire cities reorganized around the industry. Shipbuilders specialized in human transport vessels. Architects designed breeding facilities. Doctors developed expertise in maximizing fertility. Teachers created curricula for stolen children. The empire's greatest minds applied themselves to perfecting systematic horror. But the cultural damage went deeper than economics. The Ottoman system created intergenerational trauma that rippled through centuries. Communities that learned to hide their daughters passed that fear to grandchildren who never faced Ottoman raids. Languages developed euphemisms that outlasted the empire itself. Architecture designed for concealment became traditional even when the threat disappeared. The Ottomans had rewritten the cultural DNA of entire civilizations. The hidden girls who survived grew into women who couldn't trust, who saw every stranger as a potential hunter, who taught their own daughters to be invisible. The psychological wounds passed like heirlooms through generations. Even today, certain Balkan communities maintain traditions born from Ottoman terror, dances that keep girls indoors, songs that warn against beauty, customs wrapped around 500-year-old fears. And what of the stolen children who survived? The boys who became janissaries often rose to powerful positions. Some commanded armies, others administered provinces. They enforced the same system that had stolen them, the perfect circular horror, yesterday's victims becoming tomorrow's perpetrators. The Ottoman Empire had created a self-perpetuating machine of cultural destruction. The girls faced different fates. Some found kindness in the households that purchased them, learned to love the families that owned them, had children who never knew their mothers had been stolen. Others lived in perpetual grief, speaking languages their owners didn't understand, singing half-remembered lullabies from childhoods they couldn't fully recall. The lucky ones forgot. The unlucky ones remembered just enough to hurt forever. But perhaps the greatest horror was how normal it all became. Ottoman merchants discussed slave prices like weather. Soldiers compared capture bonuses like tournament scores. Administrators filed breeding records like tax documents. An entire empire operated on the premise that some humans were livestock, and nobody in power questioned it. The system had made evil boring, and boring evil is the hardest kind to fight. The Ottoman Empire fell, but the records remained, sitting in archives, waiting to be discovered, waiting to remind us that bureaucracy can serve any master, that efficiency has no morals, that systems designed by humans can become inhuman in their operation. Female 2847 died thinking her story would disappear, but the same administrative precision that destroyed her life preserved her suffering for history. We know about her because the Ottomans wrote it all down. Every capture, every sale, every birth, every death. They documented their atrocities with pride, never imagining future generations would read their careful records with horror. They created an archive of evil so complete that we can trace individual women through the system, from freedom to grave. The bureaucracy that erased their names immortalized their numbers. Female 2847 was Maria, wife of Constantine the baker. She lived in Constantinople and sang lullabies to her daughter. She probably baked bread, definitely loved her family, certainly died broken by an empire that saw her only as breeding stock. Her daughter became Gulbahar, who played the oud beautifully and never knew her mother's name. Her son became a janissary, who might have captured other mothers' daughters. The cycle ground on. This is what happens when evil becomes systematic, when horror gets forms to fill out, when suffering becomes someone's job with regular hours and performance reviews. The Ottoman Empire showed us that bureaucracy amplifies cruelty by making it impersonal, that the most terrible things happen not in moments of rage, but in the quiet scratch of quills recording quotas met and bonuses earned. 50,000 women processed in 48 hours after Constantinople fell. Each one had a name replaced by a number. Each one had a story that ended in an administrative note. Each one mattered to someone before she became inventory. The Ottoman Empire turned them all into entries in ledgers that survive today in climate-controlled archives, waiting to remind us what happens when efficiency becomes more important than humanity. The scribe who recorded female 2847's death probably went home that evening to his own family, kissed his own children, never thought about the mother who died birthing another child for the empire's profit. Just another day, just another entry, just another number crossed off in the ledger of systematic evil that the Ottoman Empire made as routine as collecting taxes. Her story stands for all of them: the processed, the bred, the discarded, the stolen, the transformed, the forgotten, except in the records their destroyers kept with such terrible pride. When we talk about systematic horror, this is what we mean. Not random cruelty, but organized oppression. Not chaotic evil, but bureaucratic brutality. Not the monster in the shadows, but the clerk at his desk, carefully recording each small destruction that added up to genocide. Female 2847. Remember her number because the Ottomans made sure we'd never know her name. The Ottoman archives sealed their atrocities in ink and manifests. But far to the north, Viking longships carried a similar shadow across icy seas, transforming raids into a network of warehouses and breeding pens that spanned from Ireland to the Rus, where women faced horrors that drove even Norse wives to choose poison over capture. Let's sail into the frozen heart of this final saga. At Repton in 986 CE, 236 Norse women drank mercury rather than risk capture because they knew exactly what Vikings did to the wives of defeated warriors. The archaeologists found them in neat rows, mercury residue coating their teeth, their hands still clutching the clay vessels. Some held each other, mother and daughter, sisters, the youngest barely 15 winters old. Listen, you can almost hear it, the bubbling of liquid metal poured from iron cauldrons, the whispered prayers to Freya, the sobbing of those who hesitated before their friends helped tip the poison past their lips. These weren't slaves. The jewelry buried with them, silver arm rings, amber beads, bronze brooches, marked them as wives of jarls, women who'd commanded households, who'd worn keys at their belts as symbols of authority, who'd managed estates while their men went Viking. Now those men lay scattered across English fields, cut down at Tettenhall, butchered at Buttington, the great heathen army that had terrorized Britain for decades finally broken. And these women knew what came next. They'd seen it themselves, had maybe even given the orders. When Norse raiders brought home Saxon women, when Irish girls stumbled off the longships in chains, when Frankish nobles' daughters stood naked on the auction blocks. The mercury worked fast, metallic taste flooding their mouths, convulsions, frothing, their last sight, the wooden beams of the longhouse where they'd chosen to die together rather than live what they'd inflicted on thousands. So, here's what haunts me, what keeps me awake at night after reading these archaeological reports. These women at Repton, they chose mercury poisoning. Think about that. Mercury, one of the most agonizing ways to die. Convulsions so violent they'd break their own bones. Blood frothing from their mouths. Their minds fracturing as the metal ate through their nerves. And they chose this. 236 of them chose this. Because whatever waited outside those longhouse doors was worse. What system of horror makes mercury seem merciful? Listen, that's the sound of an auctioneer calling prices in Old Norse. 20 silver for the young one. The words echo off wooden walls at Dublin's slave market. 793 CE. The year it all began. The Vikings had perfected their system. 3 price points. 20 silver pieces for virgin girls under 16. 15 for proven breeders. 10 for anyone over 30. The auctioneer's voice rises above the crying, above the prayers whispered in Irish, above the clanking chains. Wood Quay. That's where archaeologists found it. The infrastructure. Not some makeshift operation thrown together by raiders. Purpose-built warehouses, stone foundations, drainage channels carved into bedrock, iron rings bolted to walls at precise intervals. This wasn't opportunistic. This was industrial. The shackles tell their own story. Different sizes. The archaeologists catalogued them, measured them, weighed them. The largest ones, standard iron, but the medium ones, specially forged. Narrower, lighter, sized for women's wrists. And then there were the small ones, 4 inches in circumference. That's all. 4 inches. The archaeologists kept remeasuring, kept checking their calculations, but the numbers didn't change. These shackles were made for children, for wrists the size of a modern 7-year-old's. Here's what destroys me. King Aethelred's tax records from 812. He taxed the slave trade, made it official. 2 silver pieces per head sold through English ports. The bureaucracy of horror. Customs officials stamping documents while girls stumbled past in chains. The holding facilities stretched 300 feet along the Liffey. Separate sections, the virgins kept apart, their value depended on it. The pregnant women in another area, close to the midwives. Can't lose the merchandise. The children. The children were kept where their mothers could see them but not reach them. Leverage. You want to know how systematic this was? They had veterinarians. Norse texts call them stock checkers. They examined teeth, felt for pregnancies, checked for diseases. Rejected the sick ones. Those got thrown in the river. The splash, the struggling, then silence. Dublin wasn't unique. Hedeby, Birka, Gotland. The same infrastructure appears everywhere. The same drainage channels, the same sized shackles, the same pricing structure in the records. From Iceland to the Black Sea, one massive machine for turning women into silver. But the warehouses weren't the worst discovery. What haunted the archaeologists, what made them stop digging for days, was something else entirely. the personal items. Scattered in the dirt beneath the holding cells, a child's wooden doll, a bone comb with strands of red hair still tangled in its teeth, a small bronze cross, its chain snapped. The wood key excavations revealed something else. Scratches on the walls, in Ogham script, in Latin, in runes, names, prayers, messages. Brigid was here. Christ have mercy. Remember, Ashling. Some carved with fingernails until they bled. The walls were covered. Generations of women leaving their marks. But here's where it gets worse. The drainage channels. At first, the archaeologists thought they were for waste, standard urban planning. Then they found the bones, infant bones, hundreds of them, washed into special collection pits, because newborns had no value, couldn't survive the sea journey, bad for business. The smallest shackles told a different story. Some were decorative, etched with patterns, expensive metalwork. These weren't for Irish peasant children. These were for the daughters of nobles, of kings, special orders from buyers who had a particular tastes. The Dublin market ran for 3 centuries, 300 years. Do the math. 20,000 women and children per year, based on tax records. 6 million souls. That's not a raid. That's not warfare. That's an economy. And the buyers? Norse settlers, yes, but also Saxons, Franks, even Byzantine merchants. The market books survived in fragments. Names, prices, destinations. Astrid, 16 winters, virgin, sold to Sven Forkbeard, 35 silver. Human beings reduced to inventory lines. What archaeologists found in the drainage channels would rewrite everything we thought we knew about Viking infrastructure. The drainage channels weren't just for waste. Listen closer. Hear that echo. Stone carved at precise angles, water flowing in controlled streams. The Dublin excavation team expected medieval sewers. They found an engineering masterpiece. 820 CE. The year Vikings turned slavery into science. Those channels? They connected everything. The auction blocks to the warehouses to the docks to the ships. One massive system designed to move human cargo without losing a single piece of merchandise. Water drips through ancient grooves. Each drop carries its own memory. The archaeologists followed those channels underground, mapped them. What they discovered made them call in specialists. Hydraulic engineers. These weren't random ditches. The gradient was calculated. 2% slope. Just enough to carry waste away, but not so steep that it would erode. But here's what stopped them cold. The channels split. Main arteries for general waste. But smaller channels, barely 8 inches wide, led somewhere else. The team followed them, crawling through centuries of sediment, their headlamps catching the chisel marks still fresh on the stone. The channels led to collection pools, limestone basins carved from single blocks. Why would slave traders need filtration systems? The answer was in the sediment, layers of it, each year preserved like tree rings. And in those layers, arsenic, mercury residue, lead deposits, arsenic traces. They weren't filtering out waste. They were filtering out poison. The warehouses above told their own story. 200-person capacity. That's what the foundations supported. Post holes every 6 feet. Iron rings between them. The archaeologists reconstructed it, drew it out, calculated the space. 3 square feet per person. Just enough to sit, not enough to lie down. Drainage beneath, ventilation above. Small holes drilled through oak beams. Airflow calculated to keep merchandise alive but weak. Too much oxygen, and they might fight back. Too little, and you lose inventory. The Vikings had figured out the exact ratio, but Dublin was just the beginning. 830 CE. York. The archaeologists there found something that made Dublin's warehouses look humane. They weren't expecting it. Just another urban dig. Then they hit the timber, preserved in the waterlogged soil. Massive beams, joinery work that belonged in a king's hall. The structure spread out beneath modern Coppergate. They excavated carefully, revealed it inch by inch. This wasn't a warehouse. The construction was too elaborate. The spaces too carefully divided. Then they found the metal fittings, specialized hardware, hinges designed for repeated use, locks with multiple pins, processing facilities. That's what they'd built, not just storage. Active sorting centers. The wood still showed the wear patterns, grooves where chains had rubbed for decades, stains that chemical analysis revealed as human waste, blood, other fluids the archaeologists wouldn't name in their reports. Sound carries differently underground. The York facility was built with acoustic chambers, small rooms where sounds would amplify, where screams would echo, where other captives would hear everything. Psychological infrastructure. Break them before they ever reached the ships. The restraint systems weren't random either. Different configurations for different purposes. Standing restraints along the walls, horizontal platforms in the center, overhead beams with pulley systems. The Vikings had industrialized every aspect of human degradation. But wait, the trade routes. That's where the real infrastructure investment went. 840 CE. The eastern routes opened. Constantinople, Baghdad. Markets where pale northern women brought premium prices. The logistics stagger the mind. 3,000 miles. Open ocean. River systems. Portages. How do you move human cargo that far? The answer was in the ship modifications. Archaeologists found them in Hedeby Harbour. Preserved keels. Hull configurations that didn't match any known cargo vessels. These ships had been retrofitted. Extra beam width, lower deck heights, ventilation systems built into the hull itself. They calculated the capacity, 50 to 70 women per ship, stacked in tiers, just enough headroom to sit upright. The ventilation gaps would let in sea spray, salt water, keeping wounds from healing, preventing infection from spreading too fast. Everything calculated. The Dnieper route revealed more infrastructure, way stations every 40 miles, fortified compounds, fresh water sources, slave pens built to standard specifications, the same drainage systems, the same restraint points, the same collection pools. From Novgorod to Kiev to the Black Sea, one continuous pipeline. Each station had its specialists. Ship provisioners who knew exactly how much food kept captives alive but dependent. Medical staff who could treat injuries that might lower value. Guards trained in subdual techniques that left no visible marks. The Vikings had created entire professions around human trafficking. But the infrastructure went beyond physical structures. They developed financial instruments, credit systems. A woman taken in Ireland could be sold on promise in Constantinople. Letters of credit, standardized pricing, insurance against loss in transit, the birth of international banking, written in human misery. The archaeological evidence keeps mounting. Specialized tools, branding irons with merchant marks, scales calibrated for human weight, manifest logs with pre-printed columns, species, age, condition, origin, destination, sale price, like shipping forms, but for people. In York, archaeologists would uncover something that made Dublin's warehouses look humane. The archaeologist's gasp echoes through the excavation pit. Her headlamp catches something that shouldn't exist. York, Coppergate. What they're uncovering beneath the medieval street makes her reach for her supervisor. 64 cells. That's what they found. Each one 6 feet by 4 feet. Stone walls between them. No windows. Drainage channels connecting every chamber. The supervisor arrives, takes one look, orders everyone out except the senior team. This wasn't a prison. The construction was too specific, too specialized. They mapped it room by room, photographed every detail. The wear patterns on the stone told their own story. Grooves worn smooth, not from chains, from human bodies, from the same repetitive movements, year after year after year. Listen, that's the sound of a metal detector screaming. The team sweeps each cell. The readings are off the charts. Iron, everywhere, but not in the walls, in the floor, absorbed into the earth itself. Decades of blood seeping into Yorkshire clay. Cell 23 changed everything. The archaeologist, her name was Dr. Sarah Whitfield. She was the first one in. Her breath fogs in the underground cold. She's documenting the wall scratches when she sees them. Tiny finger bones, infant finger bones, pressed into the mortar between stones. The cells weren't empty when found. 876 CE. The year the York facility opened, the Vikings had learned from Dublin, evolved their methods. This wasn't about storage anymore. The bone evidence revealed the truth. Pelvic scarring, calcium depletion. These women had given birth, multiple times, in these cells. Dr. Whitfield's voice cracks on the recording. Subject shows evidence of 4 to 6 pregnancies. Age at death, approximately 22 years. Malnutrition indicators present. Repeated trauma too. She stops. Can't continue. Another team member takes over. The layout made sense now. 64 cells arranged in a square. Central courtyard with drainage. Guards could monitor everything from one position. But monitor what? The answer was in the artifacts. Feeding tubes. Restraint hardware designed for pregnant women. Midwifery tools. This was a breeding facility. 40 years. That's how long it operated. The dendrochronology confirmed it. From 876 to 916. 40 years of forced pregnancies. 40 years of stolen infants. 40 years of women dying in 6x4 stone cells. The DNA evidence destroyed every comfortable myth. These weren't all foreign captives. 30% showed Norse genetics. The Vikings were breeding their own women too. Anyone who couldn't pay debts. Anyone who defied authority. Anyone declared legally enslaved. But here's what made Dr. Whitfield call the police. Made them treat it as a crime scene even after 1,000 years. The position of the bodies. They weren't scattered, weren't random. These women had died in rows, organized, simultaneous, mass execution, number weight. The toxicology revealed something else. No violence markers, no weapon trauma. These women had been poisoned. Mercury in their bones. Just like Repton. They'd chosen the same escape. Church records revealed the unthinkable. The York Minster Archives. Father Benedict's accounting scrolls. 900 CE. Right there in Latin. Received 40 silver pieces for rental of adjacent properties, for use by Norse merchants. The church owned the buildings next door. The church collected rent. The church knew. Pages rustle as researchers translate. Every payment recorded. Every year accounted for. The facility generated £200 of silver annually. Tithes were paid. 10% to the church. Blood money sanctified. The breeding program had quotas. 12 infants per cell per year. That's 768 babies annually. Where did they go? Transport records from Jorvik's docks answer that. Ships left monthly. Cargo manifests list young stock. Destination, Iceland, Norway. The Rus settlements. Wherever Norse families needed, slaves raised from birth. Loyal, obedient, never knowing freedom. Dr. Whitfield found something else. Personal items hidden in wall crevices. A bone needle. Thread made from human hair. Tiny garments. The women had been sewing baby clothes. In the dark. By touch. For infants they'd never see again. The excavation revealed the sorting area. Newborns evaluated within hours. Males to one side, females to another. The weak ones. Those drainage channels served multiple purposes. The archaeologists found the tiny bones downstream, hundreds of them. But wait, the technology. 900 CE and they had running water, heated floors. The hypercourse system usually meant Roman influence, but this was Norse engineering. They'd invested in infrastructure, made sure their breeding stock survived winters, maximized output. The medical facilities shocked even hardened archaeologists. Surgical tools, birthing chairs, herb preparation areas. They'd employed healers, kept the women alive through multiple pregnancies, prolonged their suffering for profit. Cell 41 held one final revelation, scratched into the stone. Not in runes, in Latin. Elfgifu, 23 winters, 6 sons taken. My soul dies with each. Below it, in different hand, she stopped eating. Day 40, we sang her to Valhalla. My soul. Even here, even in this hell. They tried to save each other. The York facility produced approximately 30,000 slaves over 40 years. Conservative estimate. Based on survival rates. Based on successful pregnancies. Based on how many women's bodies gave out. But breeding was only phase one of a three-phase system. Listen, that's the grinding of stone against stone. A Norse woman crushing henbane seeds in her mortar. 850 CE. The Gotland excavations revealed her workshop intact. Mortars. Pestles. Clay vessels still stained purple from nightshade. Glass vials that once held mercury. The Vikings had turned chemistry into control. Dr. Erik Lindqvist found her, the herbalist, buried with her tools. The analysis of her workspace revealed 37 different compounds. Henbane, hemlock, wolfsbane, mercury salts, arsenic powders. But here's what made him step back from the excavation table. These weren't medicines. The concentrations were all wrong. Too pure. Too refined. The drugs weren't meant to kill. Henbane in small doses causes hallucinations. Compliance. Memory gaps. The Vikings knew this. Had known it for generations. The residue patterns in those mortars showed repeated use. The same recipes. The same measurements. Standardized doses for standard purposes. The Gotland workshop connected to something larger. Stone channels led from her grinding room to holding areas. The drugged women could be moved without resistance, without memory, without the ability to testify later about what happened in those chambers. 873 CE. Portmarnock, Ireland. The peat cutter's scream echoes across the bog. They've found her, preserved for 1,000 years. Every detail perfect. Her red hair still braided. Her fingernails still painted with ochre. Her stomach still full of henbane seeds. Dr. Maeve Collins led the excavation team. What they uncovered rewrote everything. This wasn't a ritual sacrifice. The body position was wrong. The bindings were different. This woman had been disposed of, thrown away. But why preserve the body so carefully first? Mercury. The answer was mercury. Her tissues were saturated with it. Not enough to kill quickly, just enough to cause madness, tremors, hallucinations. The Vikings had been experimenting, testing dosages, using Irish women as subjects. The bog preserved everything, even the expression on her face, eyes wide, mouth open. She'd been conscious when they threw her in, conscious but paralyzed. The henbane cocktail had left her aware but unable to move, unable to scream as the bog water filled her lungs. But she wasn't alone. The Portmarnock bog held 17 more bodies, all women, all showing the same mercury saturation, all with the same henbane residue, all disposed of when the experiments went wrong. Dr. Collins found something else. Scarring patterns. Not random violence, systematic, measured. The same locations on each body, the same depth of cuts, the same healing times between injuries. Someone had been taking notes, recording reactions, perfecting techniques. Each fracture told the same story. The Uppsala Medical Collection, 900 CE. Norse physicians keeping detailed records, not for healing, for breaking. They documented exactly how much force caused specific injuries, how long recovery took, how to maximize pain without causing death. Skeletal analysis across Scandinavia revealed the pattern. Hundreds of female skeletons, all showing the same injury sequences. Right ulna fractured first, then left radius, then ribs, then pelvis. A standardized progression, a training manual written in broken bones. The drugs enhanced everything. Henbane before the violence made memories uncertain, made testimony unreliable. Mercury afterward caused symptoms that looked like madness. Who would believe a mercury-poisoned slave's accusations? But the chemistry went deeper. The Vikings had discovered drug combinations. Henbane with alcohol, mercury with lead salts. Compounds that left women conscious but compliant. Aware, but unable to resist. The perfect chemical restraints. 890 CE. The Birka graves. Mass burial of 12 women. All showing mercury poisoning. All with healing fractures. All with evidence of repeated pregnancies. But one skeleton stood out. Grave number 734. She was different. Older. Maybe 35. Her bones told a unique story. The same fracture patterns but healed differently. Healed completely. Multiple times. She'd survived the system longer than any others. 7 years at least. Her teeth held the final clue. Worn down. Not from age. From grinding. From clenching against pain. But also from something else. File marks. She'd sharpened her teeth. Made them weapons. The depth of the marks showed years of patient work. DNA from beneath her fingernails survived. Male DNA. Norse male DNA. She'd fought back. Drawn blood. Left evidence. Even after 7 years of systematic torture, she'd kept fighting. The excavation shifted. This wasn't just another victim. Her grave goods were different, hidden beneath standard slave artifacts. A small knife, runic inscriptions, a silver pendant that didn't belong. These weren't buried with her. She'd hidden them, accumulated them, prepared. One woman's skeleton revealed she had survived this system for 7 years before escaping. But escape to where? The answer lay in something the Gotland workshop revealed. Not all the compounds were for control. Some were antidotes, some were healing salves, some were poison. Fast-acting poison, the kind that looked like natural death. The herbalist hadn't just been dosing slaves. She'd been teaching them, passing on knowledge, creating a network of women who understood mercury's effects, who knew henbane's doses, who could turn the Vikings' own weapons against them. The bog bodies weren't all victims. Some were failed experimenters, women who'd tried to poison their captors and miscalculated, who'd tested mercury doses on themselves to build immunity, who'd died perfecting the cocktails they'd eventually share. 895 CE, the year the Whisper network solidified. Archaeological evidence shows a shift. Fewer drugged bodies, more poisoned Vikings, more women dying by mercury. Their own choice, their own timing. The knowledge had spread from Dublin to York to Gotland. The Vikings responded with new methods. But they'd created something they couldn't stop. Women who understood chemistry, who knew pain's limits, who had nothing left to lose. One surviving runestone tells the story. Here lies Thorstein, strong in battle, weak at his own table. The metaphor was clear to those who could read it. He'd been poisoned by someone who served his food, someone he'd never suspected. The systematic violence had created systematic resistance. The very infrastructure of control became the network of rebellion. Workshops teaching chemistry, cells passing knowledge, drainage channels carrying more than waste. They carried messages, carried compounds, carried hope. The Vikings had industrialized horror. The women industrialized their response. But chemistry was just one tool. What archaeologists found next would reveal how Viking culture itself had been engineered to enable this system. The marriage laws, the property rights, the religious justifications, all of it designed to turn women into commodities. The drugs had made it possible, but the culture had made it profitable. The sound of vellum pages turning, dust motes dancing in archive light. 880 CE, the Gragas law codes, Iceland's founding legal documents, paragraph after paragraph outlining women's legal status, or rather, their lack of it. The name starts as a whisper, grows to a murmur, becomes a battle cry that sends Norse raiders scrambling for their ships. Gunhild. Just that single word makes hardened warriors check the shadows, makes them post double guards, makes them abandon camps they've held for years. 923 CE. The Irish coast. A slave ship limps into Dublin harbour with half its human cargo missing. The captain's report survives in fragments. 23 taken in the night. Guards found with crushed windpipes, no alarm raised. His hands shake as he writes. The ink splatters. Listen to the harbour master's breathing quicken as he reads. This is the 3rd ship this month. The pattern's identical. Young women vanish. Guards die silently. But here's what terrifies him. The chains are unlocked. Not broken. Unlocked. Someone has keys. The investigations reveal nothing. No witnesses, no trails. Just that name carved into dock posts, scratched onto warehouse walls. Gunhild was here. The merchants hire more guards. Install better locks. It doesn't matter. The liberations continue. 924 CE. Hedeby. The screaming starts at midnight, not from the slave pens, from the guardhouse. By dawn, 12 Norse warriors lie dead, throats opened with surgical precision. The holding facilities empty. 40 women gone, blood pooled in perfect circles around each corpse. The survivor's testimony chills even battle-hardened Jarls. She moved like smoke, knew every blind spot, every guard rotation. His voice cracks. She smiled as she cut Magnus's throat, whispered something in Irish. The freed women, they sang as they followed her into the forest. But here's what the Norse leaders can't understand, can't accept: the tactical knowledge, guard schedules, warehouse layouts, drug dosages. This isn't some lucky escaped slave. This is someone who knows their system from the inside, someone who spent years studying every weakness. The burnt remains of Gunhild's first target tell the story. A breeding facility outside Uppsala, sophisticated operation, 20 cells, full medical staff. The fire started simultaneously in 6 locations. The women were already gone when the flames reached the rafters. But the guards were still chained in their own cells. 925 CE. The attacks escalate. Coordinated strikes. Multiple locations. Same night. Dublin loses a warehouse. York's dock facilities burn. Gotland's slave market collapses into its own drainage channels. 300 miles apart. Simultaneous. Impossible. Unless you have a network. The Vikings find evidence in the ashes. Runic messages. But not standard runes. Modified. A code only certain women can read. The orders are precise. Target lists. Facility blueprints. Guard names and habits. Gunhild isn't just freeing slaves. She's recruiting soldiers. Her methods evolve with each raid. The first ones were about stealth, silent kills, quick escapes. But by 926, she's leaving messages. Guards found arranged in Norse death ritual positions, their own slave branding irons heated and applied. The screams would have lasted hours. The merchant guilds pool resources, hire the best trackers, promise fortunes for her capture. The hunters find camps, always abandoned, always booby-trapped. One tracker loses 3 fingers to a spring-loaded blade hidden in a bedroll. Another steps into a pit lined with sharpened stakes. The medical report notes the stakes were coated with something, henbane extract. He died hallucinating. But Gunhild makes one mistake, leaves one clue. A survivor from the Orkney raid, a young guard who played dead among the corpses. He saw her face, described her. The scar pattern was distinctive. Branded cheek, Norse merchant mark, property of Hakon Grimsson, of Trondheim. The records exist. Hakon's estate archives, 915 CE, Irish female, 16 winters, high quality, assigned to household duties. That's all. But cross-reference with birth records, breeding logs. There at Island, 4 live births, 2 males, 2 females, all sold at weaning. She'd been in the system 8 years. 8 years of rape, forced pregnancy, watching her children sold. Then something changed. Hakon's death record, 922 CE. Died of sudden illness, stomach ailment. The symptoms match mercury poisoning. Gunhild had learned from the best teachers, the system itself. 927 CE. The resistance has structure now. Military hierarchy, intelligence networks, safe houses. The freed women don't just disappear. They join, train, learn. The girl saved from Dublin becomes tomorrow's raid leader. The child rescued from York grows into an expert poisoner. Norse merchants wake to find their personal slaves gone, their guards drugged, their strongboxes empty, but nothing else touched. The message is clear. We could have killed you. We chose not to. This time, the psychological warfare intensifies. Merchants' wives receive packages, small bundles, inside baby clothes, the kind made in breeding facilities, the kind their husbands' businesses produce. No message needed. The implication clear. Your comfort is built on dead children. Some wives burn the packages. Others ask questions. A few vanish in the night, taking their daughters. The social fabric tears. Norse women discovering what their prosperity costs. Some choosing sides their husbands never expected. 928 CE. Gunhild's forces hold territory now. Fortified positions. The rescued women need somewhere safe, somewhere to heal, to train, to plan. The Norse try to retake these strongholds, lose hundreds of warriors to defenders who know exactly how Vikings fight, who use their own tactics against them. But here's what truly terrifies the Jarls: the demographic shift. Thousands of women freed, thousands of Norse warriors dead, the gender balance tilting. Whole districts where Norse men can't find wives, where bloodlines face extinction, where the economic engine of slavery stutters and stalls. The contemporary accounts describe her appearance at Thing meetings, standing at the edge of firelight, just visible enough to be recognized, speaking fluent Norse, reciting the names of stolen children, the dates they were sold, the prices they brought, then melting back into darkness before guards can react. 929 CE. Treaty negotiations begin, not because the Norse developed conscience, because Gunhild's network has grown too powerful to destroy. She controls trade routes, holds strategic positions, commands loyalty from thousands who've suffered under Viking rule. The economic reality forces compromise. But Gunhild doesn't negotiate. The messengers return missing fingers, carrying terms written in perfect runes. Release all slaves, dissolve the breeding facilities, execute the worst offenders, pay blood money for the dead. The amount specified, calculated. 30 years of horror with compound interest. The Jarls laugh. Initially. Then Gunhild takes Hedeby. Not raids it, takes it, holds it. The premier trading centre of the Viking world under her control. The merchant fleets burned in the harbour. The slave markets converted to barracks. The breeding facilities. The women she rescued insisted on burning those themselves. The screaming lasted 3 days. Not from victims, from Vikings trapped inside. 930 CE. The last confirmed Gunhild action. Mass poisoning at the Uppsala Thing. 70 Jarls dead at their own feast. Mercury in the mead. The serving women, all recent additions to noble households, vanish before the convulsions start. They leave behind a single runic inscription. Your own medicine tastes bitter. After that, she disappears from records. Some say she died, others that she sailed west. But the network she built survived, evolved. For the next 50 years, Viking slaving operations face constant sabotage, mysterious fires, poisoned guards, empty warehouses, an invisible army of women who learned that resistance could be industrialized too. The archaeological evidence supports this. Slavery infrastructure shows consistent damage patterns after 930, rebuilding attempts that fail, security modifications that don't work. The Vikings adapt but never fully recover. The golden age of their slave economy ends with a whispered name. Historians debate Gunhild's identity, whether she was one person or many, whether the name became a title, a rallying cry. But the slaves knew. The women she freed knew. The children she saved knew. She was real. She was fury incarnate. She was proof that no system of horror lasts forever. Her true monument isn't in stone. It's in the DNA. Modern populations in former Viking territories show genetic markers, survival patterns, bloodlines that shouldn't exist. Descendants of women who should have died in cells. Who lived because someone named Gunhild decided that Vikings should fear the dark too. 7 years, 300 camps destroyed, thousands freed, hundreds of Vikings dead by their own methods, an economy shattered, a culture forced to confront its atrocities, all because one woman spent 8 years learning exactly how the system worked. But Gunhild's success triggered a Viking response that would echo in genetic code forever. The breeding programs went underground, evolved, became something even more systematic. The war between slavers and liberators was just beginning, and the women at Repton, they'd seen how that war would end. Listen, that's the sound of a DNA test loading. The progress bar crawls across the screen. 60%, 70, 80, complete. The results blink into existence. Maternal lineage, 60% Celtic origin. The cursor hovers over those words. Behind them lies 1,000 years of systematic horror. The lab tech in Reykjavik steps back from her computer. This can't be right. She runs the test again. Same results. 60% of Icelandic maternal DNA traces to the British Isles. Not Norse. Celtic, Irish, Scottish. Women who never chose to sail north. But Iceland tells only part of the story. Oslo. 900 samples tested. 40% British maternal ancestry. Trondheim. 38%. Bergen. 42%. The numbers don't lie. Can't lie. Written in nucleotides and chromosomes, every marker tells a woman's story. A story that began in chains. The genetic conquest of the North Atlantic. That's what modern science reveals. Not settlement, not migration. Conquest. Written in the DNA of entire populations. The Y chromosomes tell one story, Norse males spreading across the map. The mitochondrial DNA tells another, captive women, forced pregnancies, industrial-scale genetic colonization. Dr. Agnar Helgason publishes his findings. 2005. The academic world recoils. These aren't statistics. They're testimony. Each percentage point represents thousands of women, ripped from homes, packed in ships, forced to bear their captors' children. Listen closer. You can hear the echoes in modern voices. That Icelandic grandmother's lilt, it carries Irish Gaelic rhythms. That Norwegian folk song, its melody born in Scottish Highlands. The genetic ghosts speak through their descendants, refuse to be silenced. The numbers were too consistent to be voluntary, too systematic. This wasn't Vikings falling in love with local women. The ratios are wrong for that. The geographic spread too uniform. From Iceland to the Faroes to the Scottish Islands, the same pattern, the same percentages, the same story written in DNA. 870 CE to 1000 CE. The peak centuries, when Viking raiders transformed into Viking settlers, when temporary raids became permanent occupation, when stolen women became founding mothers of new populations. Against their will, always against their will. Modern Icelanders celebrate their settlement saga. The brave Vikings who discovered an empty island, built a civilization from nothing. But the DNA tells the truth. Half their founding mothers never saw Iceland by choice, never wanted to birth a new nation, were forced to become ancestors. The testing continues. Deeper analysis, more refined techniques, individual lineages traced back. This woman's line begins with a girl stolen from Donegal. That one traces to the Hebrides. Another to Northumbria. Each marker a breadcrumb trail leading back to violence. But here's what shatters comfortable myths. The diversity. These weren't all peasant women. The genetic markers show variety. Different social classes. Different regions. The Vikings weren't selective. They took whoever they could. Whoever couldn't run fast enough. Whoever lived too close to the coast. The Orkney DNA project reveals even darker truths. Modern Orcadians, 25% Scandinavian overall. But break it down by gender. Male lines, 30% Norse. Female lines, 15%. The mathematics of occupation. Norse men bred with local women. Norse women mostly stayed home. Each generation deepened the conquest. First generation, Teye, pure captives. Second generation, children who never knew their mother's homeland. Third generation, DAS, the Celtic languages start dying. Fourth generation, MDE, new identity emerges. Not Irish, not Norse, something forged in systematic violence. Dr. Helgason's team digs deeper, comparing ancient DNA from archaeological sites with modern populations. The timeline becomes clear. Massive influx of Celtic female DNA between 850 and 950 CE. Then it stops. Abruptly. The genetic signature of Gunhild's war, when taking slaves became too dangerous, too costly. But the damage was done, written into every cell, passed down through centuries. Modern Scandinavians carrying the proof of their ancestors' crimes. Modern Celts, missing entire genetic branches, bloodlines that should exist but don't, because those women died in York, in Dublin, at sea, in breeding cells. The science keeps revealing more. Lactose tolerance genes, disease resistance markers, all flowing one direction, from Celtic populations into Norse. The captive women didn't just bear children, they shaped entire populations, changed what it meant to be Scandinavian, their revenge written in proteins and enzymes. Some modern Icelanders take tests hoping to prove pure Norse ancestry, find their roots, connect to Vikings. Instead, they find Brigid from Kerry, Aoife from Galway, Mairead from Skye, names lost, stories erased, but the DNA remembers, always remembers. The population genetics tell an economic story too. Iceland needed women, Greenland needed women, every new settlement needed women, but Norse women wouldn't come, too dangerous, too harsh. So they took Celtic women, called it necessity, called it God's will, called it anything but what it was, genetic imperialism. Listen to that clicking keyboard. Another descendant searching ancestry websites, finding that 60%, that 40%, those markers that lead back to slave ships, to auction blocks, to women who chose Mercury over survival, because they knew their daughters would face the same fate, their granddaughters, every generation until someone stopped it. Modern technology revealing ancient horror, each test processed, each result delivered, each family tree growing roots that pierce comfortable lies. The Viking Age wasn't just about warriors and exploration. It was about systematic genetic conquest, and the evidence lives in every Scandinavian's blood. But DNA tells only half the story. What archaeologists found next revealed how Viking society itself was engineered to enable this system. Laws, property rights, social structures, all designed to turn women into commodities, all preserved in perfect detail. As Viking power peaked, their victims developed a terrifying new strategy. The women weren't just fighting back anymore, they were infiltrating, learning, turning Viking methods against Viking flesh. The bell tower shakes as bronze meets bronze, 300 strokes per minute, faster than any human hand should pull. The nuns below know what that rhythm means, hoofbeats already thundering up the valley road. 912 CE. Whitby Abbey. Sister Elfrida counts the riders through arrow slits. 23 Norse warriors. But something's wrong. They're not spreading out, not surrounding the walls. They're fleeing. Behind them, local Saxons carry torches, pitchforks, anything sharp. The hunters have become hunted. The Norse wheel their horses, searching for sanctuary. Their eyes find the abbey walls. Stone means safety. Stone means negotiation. The bell rope snaps. Too much strain. The silence hits harder than the clanging. Sister Elfrida watches the lead rider approach the gates. His voice cracks as he begs, in broken Latin. In desperate Norse, the irony tastes like copper coins. Vikings seeking sanctuary in a convent. Mother Abbess Hilda emerges. 60 winters old, survived 4 Viking raids. Her voice carries across the courtyard. You who burned Lindisfarne seek shelter here. The Norse leader slides from his horse. Actually kneels. Actually begs. The statistics were staggering. Between 900 and 950 CE, Saxon convent populations increased 300%, not from religious awakening, from desperation, fathers bringing daughters, husbands bringing wives. Better the veil than Viking chains. Whitby alone grew from 40 nuns to over 200. The dormitories overflowed. They built new walls, higher, thicker, with archer platforms. These weren't just convents anymore. They were fortresses, fortresses that prayed. But prayer wasn't their only weapon. Listen, that's the sound of shears on flesh. Not cutting hair for tonsure, cutting deeper. 918 CE. Coldingham Priory. The Vikings are 2 miles away. The nuns gather in the chapel. Their leader, Ebba the Younger, holds the blade steady. She cuts off her own nose first, then her upper lip. Blood streams into her habit, soaks the floor. She passes the shears. Each nun follows, disfiguring themselves. making themselves worthless as slaves, as breeders, as anything but corpses. The Vikings arrived to find a chapel of mutilated women, still praying, still bleeding, still defiant. The raiders' own sagas record their response: disgust, rage. They barred the doors, set the building ablaze. The singing inside continued until the roof collapsed. But Coldingham sparked something. Word spread between convents, through merchant gossip, through fleeing refugees, through the whisper networks that connected every religious house. The mathematics were simple. Temporary disfigurement meant permanent freedom. 920 CE, the practice systematized. Convents kept special blades, practiced the cuts. Some developed techniques that minimized scarring, that could heal if the raids passed by. Others went further. Brands, acid, anything that made them unmarketable. The Norse adapted too, started taking older women, using them for labor instead of breeding. The convents responded. Broken fingers couldn't work looms. Severed tendons couldn't carry water. The escalation continued. Each protection met with new cruelty. But the convents hid a darker purpose. The underground passage breathes with its own wind, carved through bedrock, connecting Whitby to 3 other convents. 20 miles of tunnels. The archaeologists' lights catch tool marks. Decades of digging. Generations of secret expansion. 925 CE. The tunnel system activates. Viking raiders hit Hackness Abbey. Take 30 young women. By sunset, all 30 have vanished. The Vikings torture the remaining nuns. No one talks. No one knows anything. The captives are simply gone. 3 days later, Irish fishing boats report unusual passengers. Women with shaved heads, Saxon accents, sailing west, away from Viking territory, the Underground Railroad of the Middle Ages, powered by nuns who'd learned that God helps those who help themselves. The logistics stagger belief. False deaths staged, bodies substituted, documents forged. Mother Abbess Hilda's own records survive. Coded. Hidden in prayer books. Received 30 souls, departed 30 souls, different vessels, same spirits. The metaphor clear to those who knew. Each convent specialized. Whitby created false identities. Hackness provided medical treatment. Lastingham taught new languages. Reavolks arranged transport. The Vikings might take women from one location. By the time they reached markets, those women had vanished, replaced, transformed, free. The Viking frustration shows in their escalation. Whole convents burned, nuns slaughtered whether young or old. But the network adapted. Watchers in every port, sympathizers among Norse women, even corrupted guards who'd take silver to look away. 930 CE. The Bishop of York's letters survive. Complaining, demanding. These convents barely pray anymore. They train fighters, harbor fugitives, forge documents, run spy networks. What happened to contemplation? To proper religious devotion? Mother Hilda's response survives too. Single line, perfect Latin. We contemplate survival. 5. The physical evidence supports this transformation. Convent excavations reveal weapons training grounds, archery butts, sword practice posts. The nuns weren't just hiding, they were learning, preparing. The Vikings had created a generation of warrior women. They just wore habits instead of armor. But defense wasn't enough. Some convents took the fight to their attackers. 932 CE. A Viking supply convoy burns outside Durham. No survivors. Witnesses report seeing riders in religious robes, moving with military precision, vanishing into morning mist. The Norse sagas mention them, call them Christ's Valkyries, women who appeared from nowhere, struck like lightning, disappeared like smoke. The descriptions match. Former nuns, former captives, trained by the underground networks, armed with Viking weapons, using Viking tactics. The resistance cells grew, connected, shared intelligence. By 940 CE, Vikings couldn't move through Northumbria without convent watchers tracking them, couldn't establish camps without midnight raids, couldn't hold captives without rescue attempts. But here's what terrified the Vikings most: the demographic shift. Thousands of women vanishing into convents, refusing marriage, refusing children. The Saxon population cratering, whole bloodlines ending. The Vikings had broken something fundamental: the will to continue. Some convents went further, became hospitals, not for healing, for ending pregnancies. Women arrived carrying Viking children, left without them. The archaeological evidence is clear: specialized medical tools, herbal preparations, burial grounds with specific markers. The convents had industrialized abortion. The Vikings tried infiltration, sending their own women as false converts. It never worked. The screening process was too thorough, the networks too careful, the coded languages too complex. Every plant had 3 names, every person 5 identities, every route 10 alternatives. By 945 CE, the convent networks controlled more intelligence than most kingdoms. They knew Viking numbers, movements, weaknesses, sold information to Saxon lords, to Irish kings, to anyone fighting Norse expansion. The gold flowed, the walls grew higher, the weapons multiplied. But when Viking power began to crack, they turned their methods inward. Listen, that's the sound of a rune carver's chisel biting into wood. Scraping, grinding, each stroke deliberate. 890 CE, a Norse merchant vessel bound for Baghdad. The manifest taking shape under weathered hands. 20 female slaves, prime breeding stock, for delivery to caliph's agents. The eastern trade routes, 3,000 miles of river and portage, from Sweden through Russia to the Caspian Sea, then overland to Baghdad, Constantinople, Damascus, where pale northern women brought prices that made Vikings risk everything. The infrastructure required for this journey staggers the mind. Way stations every 40 miles along the Volga, fortified compounds with standard specifications, fresh water, slave pens, medical facilities, the same drainage systems found in Dublin, in York, the same restraint points, the same collection pools for filtering out poison. Each vessel modified for human cargo, extra beam width, lowered deck heights. But here's what the archaeologists noticed when they excavated the Staraya Ladoga shipyard. The ventilation systems, not random holes, precisely calculated gaps. Engineers had determined exactly how much air kept merchandise alive but weak. Too much oxygen meant resistance. Too little meant dead inventory. The Gotland picture stones show them. Women packed in ship holds. Artists carved every detail. The positioning, the restraints, the way bodies were stacked for maximum capacity. 50 to 70 per vessel. Each woman worth her weight in silver at journey's end. But the stones revealed something else. Guard positions. Armed men stationed not facing outward against attack, facing inward, watching the cargo, because by 890 CE the women had learned, had organized, had started fighting back even at sea. The Ibn Fadlan account from 922 CE, an Arab diplomat traveling the Volga, he describes Viking traders arriving with their human merchandise. The inspection process, women forced to strip. Teeth checked, pregnancies confirmed. The matter-of-fact tone of his writing makes it worse, like describing cattle. But these cattle had names, histories, children left behind. He mentions the suicide attempts, women throwing themselves into the river, swallowing their own tongues, starving themselves. The Vikings' response? Force-feeding tubes, suicide watches, chemical restraints, the same henbane cocktails perfected in York, the infrastructure of prevention as sophisticated as the infrastructure of transport. The ventilation systems revealed the truth about mortality rates. 920 CE. The excavation of a burned vessel near Novgorod. What they found rewrote everything. The ship hadn't burned by accident. The char patterns were wrong. This fire started from inside, from below decks, from the cargo hold. 83 skeletons in the wreckage, all female, all showing evidence of smoke inhalation. They died in the fire. But here's what made the archaeologists step back. The positioning. They weren't scattered, weren't trying to escape. These women had locked themselves in, had set the fire themselves. The evidence was in the details. Barricaded hatches. From the inside, wooden wedges jammed into door frames. The women had prepared, had planned, had chosen burning over Baghdad. But one skeleton told a different story, found apart from the others, near the hull breach. Younger, maybe 16. Tool marks on the planking showed she'd tried to cut through, to escape, to live. The others had stopped her, held her, made sure she burned with them. Mercy or murder, the bones don't say. The salvage attempts revealed more. Vikings had tried to save the cargo, axe marks where they'd chopped at the barricades. But the women had prepared for that too. Oil residue throughout the hold. They'd doused everything, made sure the fire would spread too fast, made sure nothing valuable survived. This wasn't the first ship lost. The trade records from Constantinople mention others. Cargo lost in transit, weather damage, pirate attacks. But the insurance claims tell the truth. Too many losses. Too similar. The women had created their own kind of piracy, stealing themselves, denying profit to their captors. The Eastern trade adapted, smaller groups, more guards, drugs in the water supply, but the losses continued. The profit margins shrank. By 950 CE, the massive slave ships vanished from the archaeological record, replaced by smaller vessels. Faster routes. The industrial scale had become unsustainable. One burned ship changed everything, because the Vikings realized their merchandise had learned to think, to plan, to choose death on their own terms. The infrastructure of control was failing. The Eastern trade would never recover. But here's what haunts me about that burned ship. About those 83 women choosing fire. They knew what waited in Baghdad, in Constantinople, had heard the stories, the harems, the breeding programs, the specialized medical procedures to enhance fertility. They'd learned the Vikings were amateurs compared to what awaited at journey's end. The ventilation systems, the safety protocols, the force-feeding equipment, all useless against women who'd weaponized death itself, who'd turned suicide into sabotage, who'd discovered that burning cargo holds meant burning profits, burning reputations, burning the very economics of slavery. 980 CE approached. The eastern routes mostly abandoned, too dangerous, too expensive, too many ghost ships washing up on riverbanks. The Vikings turned inward, focused on closer markets, safer routes, but they'd learned fear. The merchandise might look broken, might seem subdued, but somewhere in those packed holds, women were counting days, measuring distances, planning. The runestones commemorate lost ships, lost investments, lost men, but never mention the women who made those losses happen, who turned transport vessels into funeral pyres, who made the eastern trade routes echo with the smell of smoke and the sound of their own choosing. As their empire crumbled, Vikings faced a choice about their own women who knew too much about the system they'd built. Listen, the grinding of millstones, but not grain between the stones, something harder, mercury ore, Norse women crushing cinnabar in the pre-dawn darkness, their hands already trembling from the toxic dust. 980 CE. The supply lines from Spain had dried up. Gunhild's network controlled the southern routes, blocked the merchant ships, so the Norse turned to local sources, taught their own women the extraction process, the heating, the condensing, the collection of liquid death. The workshops spread through every major settlement. Uppsala, Trondheim, Hedeby, always on the outskirts, always staffed by women, because men wouldn't work the furnaces. Knew what mercury did to bodies, to minds, to unborn children. But women could be ordered. The archaeological evidence makes my skin crawl. Specialized furnaces, condensation chambers, collection vessels, and everywhere, the bones of stillborn infants. Mercury poisoned in the womb, their mothers forced to keep working, keep producing, keep stockpiling the poison that would soon fill their own mouths. 981 CE. The Battle of Hjörungavágr. Norse fleet shattered. 3,000 warriors dead in a single day. The survivors limping home to find their world tilting. Saxon armies advancing, Irish raiders striking the coasts, the slaves' rebellions spreading, the infrastructure of terror finally turning brittle. But here's what the sagas don't mention, what the archaeologists found in settlement after settlement: emergency caches, hidden stockpiles, not of weapons, not of gold, of mercury, carefully sealed, carefully measured, enough for every woman and child in each community. The planning must have taken years. Secret meetings, whispered conversations at looms, messages passed at markets, because when they tested those caches, the doses were precise, calculated by body weight, by age, fast-acting amounts for adults, smaller doses for children, everything measured, everything prepared. 982 CE. The orders start coming down, not written, nothing that direct, but women throughout the Norse world begin the same activities, teaching daughters specific prayers, practicing group ceremonies, discussing the afterlife with unusual intensity. The men, focused on military threats, barely notice. The fear shows in small ways. Increased guard rotations around women's quarters, new laws restricting female travel, prohibitions on gathering in groups larger than 3. The Jarls sense something. Can't name it, can't stop it. Like trying to hold smoke. Some families fracture completely. Norse women who'd profited from the slave trade suddenly understanding the cost, seeing their own daughters' futures if enemy armies arrived. The choice crystallizing, your child as slave or your child as corpse. The mercury workshops produce faster, stock more, wait. 983 CE. News arrives like hammer blows. Another fleet lost, another army scattered. The Irish have learned Norse tactics. The Saxons have better weapons. The Rus are in civil war. The empire doesn't fall, it bleeds out. One defeat at a time. The women's preparations intensify. They know what's coming, have seen it themselves, have maybe even participated. When Norse raiders brought home captives, when the auction blocks filled, when the breeding facilities operated at capacity, they know exactly what waits on the other side of defeat. Listen to that sound. Clay vessels being shaped, fired, tested, not for water, for mercury. Each woman preparing her own, decorating them, small personal touches. A daughter's name etched in the clay, a favorite pattern. These aren't just containers, they're funeral goods. 984 CE. The first confirmed mass poisoning. Small settlement near Orkney. 15 women and 6 children. Found in their longhouse. Mercury vessels still in their hands. The men had fled an Irish raid, left the women behind. The women made their choice. Word spreads through the whisper networks. It worked. The doses were right. The death was manageable. Other communities take note, adjust their own preparations. The terrible arithmetic of suicide. How much mercury per person, how long it takes, how to help those who hesitate. The archaeological record shows the practice spreading, settlement after settlement, the same clay vessels, the same mercury residue, the same group patterns, women dying together, holding each other. Some sites show evidence of music, bone flutes left nearby, harps still strung. They sang themselves to death. But here's what breaks me. The children's graves. Some mothers gave their children poppy extracts first, helped them sleep through what came next. Others let them choose. 8-year-olds with their own mercury vessels, their own decorated cups, their own terrible agency. 985 CE. The situation deteriorates faster. Norse military power collapses like a rotten floor. Suddenly, completely. Settlements that had stood for centuries face siege. The women inside have 2 choices: wait for the walls to fall, or take control of their own endings. The suicide pacts formalize. Written agreements. Witnessed. Sealed. If the men fall in battle, if the walls are breached, if capture seems imminent, they'll gather in the main hall. They'll drink together. They'll die as they lived, as a community. Some men try to prevent it. Lock up the mercury supplies. Post guards. But the women have hidden reserves. Have allies among the guards. have learned that every system of control has flaws. The very skills they'd learned from Gunhild's rebellion now serve a darker purpose. One father's account survives, carved in runes on a memorial stone. Tried to save wife and daughters. They chose the poison over my protection. His grief leaks through the formal words. He'd failed them. But had he? What protection could he offer against their own methods turned back on them? The Mercury workshops operate day and night now. The women working them know they're shortening their own lives. Don't care. Every batch produced means more choice, more control, more women who won't end up in breeding facilities, won't watch their children sold, won't become what they'd made others become. Winter 985, the coldest in memory. Rivers freeze, crops fail. Starvation weakens Norse defences further. But in the women's quarters, strange calm. They've made their choice, accepted their fate. The terror of uncertainty replaced by terrible certainty. On one cold morning in 986, the unthinkable order was given. Dawn breaks grey over Repton, 986 CE. The mist clings to the longhouse walls like burial shrouds. Inside, 236 Norse women kneel in perfect rows. Their breath forms clouds in the frozen air. Each cloud a prayer, each prayer a goodbye. The clay vessels wait before them, mercury gleaming like liquid moonlight, the metallic smell already thick, already burning nostrils. Some women clutch the vessels, others let them sit, watching, waiting. The youngest, barely 15 winters, braids her sister's hair one last time. Listen, the soft scrape of ceramic against wood as the first woman lifts her cup. Gyda, the Jarl's widow, still wearing the keys of household authority at her belt. Her voice steady as mountain stone. We know what comes. We've seen it. Done it. Better this. The mercury ripples as her hands tremble. Just once. Then she drinks. The sound of swallowing impossibly loud. Others watch her throat work. Count the gulps. 3, 4, 5. Enough. More than enough. Gyda sets down the empty vessel. Waits. The others see her pupils dilate. See the first tremor in her jaw. She nods. Permission. Agreement. It works fast, just as they'd measured, just as they'd planned. The cups lift like a wave across the hall. Mothers help daughters. Sisters support sisters. The mercury disappears into 236 throats. Some gag. Friends hold their heads. Tip the vessels higher. Make sure every drop goes down. Mercy wearing cruel faces. But the children. God, the children. 6 of them. The youngest barely 7 winters. They don't understand. Can't understand. Their mothers gave them poppy milk first. Helped them drift to dreams before the mercury touched their lips. Small mercies in this careful massacre. The older ones, though, the ones who understood, they drank without help. Had decorated their own cups, painted butterflies, carved their names, chosen their ending like warriors choosing weapons. The convulsions start with Gyda. Her body jerks, spasms, the mercury attacking nerves, eating through soft tissue. The women nearby hold her, sing to her, old lullabies, battle hymns, anything to drown the sounds her throat makes. Some tried to run, the fear hitting harder than expected, the door barred from inside, their sisters catching them, gentle, firm, bringing them back to their places, to their cups, to their choice. Because outside those doors waited worse, waited everything they'd inflicted on Irish women, on Saxon women, on countless others whose names they'd never learned. The hall fills with sounds no human throat should make, frothing, choking, bodies thrashing against wooden floors, against each other, the careful rows dissolving into chaos, into writhing piles of poisoned flesh. But still the singing continues, though still conscious, maintaining the rhythm, the melody, the defiance. Astrid holds her daughter as the child convulses. 14 winters old, should be thinking about marriage, about her first household. Instead, she's dying in her mother's arms. Mercury foam pink with blood on her lips. Her last word, Mama. Just that. Nothing more needed. The stronger ones help the weak. force mercury past clenched teeth, hold thrashing limbs. Some women fight their own body's rebellion, swallow their own vomit to keep the poison down. Determined, absolute. They've made their choice. Won't let their bodies betray them now. Listen to the silence spreading, voice by voice, breath by breath. The singing falters, stops, starts again weaker. The thrashing slows, bodies going rigid, then limp. The mercury completing its work with chemical precision. In the corner, two sisters die holding hands, their fingers interlocked so tight the archaeological team couldn't separate them. Wouldn't try. Let them keep that last connection, that last proof that even in this horror, they weren't alone. The last woman to drink is Sigrid, the youngest mother. Her baby dead 3 days ago. Fever, not mercury. Natural death in unnatural times. She'd insisted on waiting, on watching, on making sure everyone else went first. Now she kneels alone among the dead, counts the bodies. 235. All still, all silent. She fills her cup, overflows it. No point in measuring now. No one left to help if she gets it wrong. The mercury tastes like silver coins, like blood, like all the choices that led to this moment. She drinks deep, drinks fast, lies down next to her friend Thora, takes her cooling hand, waits. Her vision fractures, doubles. The wooden beams above split into patterns, into pathways. She thinks she sees her baby, thinks she hears her mother calling. The convulsions start gentle, build violent, her body betraying her even as it obeys, even as it dies. The longhouse goes quiet, just wind through the gaps, just settling wood, just 236 women who chose mercury over memory, who chose poison over becoming what they'd made others, who chose control in the only way left. But as the last woman fell, Vikings thought they'd buried their secret forever. The mercury had done its work, 236 bodies cooling in neat rows, the longhouse silent except for settling wood. Outside, English warriors approach through morning mist. Their footsteps crunch on frozen grass. They expect resistance, expect Norse shields, Norse fury. They find only silence. The door splinters under Saxon axes. Light floods in. The smell hits first. Metal and vomit and death. Then they see them. Women and children arranged like sleeping congregants. Clay vessels still clutched in stiff fingers. Some holding each other. Mothers cradling daughters. Sisters intertwined. The English commander steps back. Orders his men out. This isn't victory. This is something else. Something that makes even battle-hardened warriors look away. They'd come for plunder, for slaves, for revenge. They found only Mercury's aftermath. But the Vikings hadn't buried their secret well enough. 900 years later, construction workers breaking ground for a car park. The mechanical digger's teeth catch something. Scrape. Stop. The operator climbs down, sees bone gleaming in disturbed earth. Dr. Martin Biddle arrives within hours. The archaeologist knows Repton's history, knows its Viking connections, but nothing prepares him for what emerges from that soil, layer by layer, body by body. The careful excavation revealing a mass grave unlike any other. The positions tell him everything. These weren't battle casualties thrown in a pit. These women died together, organized, deliberate. The clay vessels scattered among them. The mercury residue still detectable, still deadly after 9 centuries. His team works in hazmat suits, the soil itself toxic, poisoned by 236 deaths. Each trowel scrape reveals more horror, more precision. The youngest skeleton breaks him. 7 years old, perfect preservation, her cup painted with butterflies. But it's the DNA extraction that rewrites history. Modern technology pulling genetic secrets from ancient bone. The results shock everyone. These weren't slaves. The isotope analysis proves it. These women grew up eating Norse food, drinking Norse water. They were Vikings who poisoned Vikings. Dr. Biddle publishes carefully, scientifically, but between the measurements and chemical analyses, the human story screams. Mothers who killed their own children rather than let them face what Vikings did to captives. Women who chose Mercury's agony over their own methods turned against them. The genetic legacy spreads wider than Repton. Every Norse settlement showing the same pattern. Missing female lineages. Bloodlines that vanish abruptly around 986 CE. Not from warfare, from choice, from Mercury, from knowing exactly what defeat meant. Modern Scandinavians carry this absence in their DNA. Genetic bottlenecks, where entire maternal lines disappear. The descendants of women who didn't drink mercury, who survived to breed, who lived with the knowledge of what their sisters chose. But Repton revealed something else, something the excavation team kept quiet until they understood. Several skeletons showed healing mercury exposure, older damage. These women had worked the extraction sites, had prepared the poison that would kill them, had spent years destroying their bodies to create the means of their escape. The archaeology conference goes silent when Dr. Biddle presents his findings. Scholars who've spent careers studying Viking expansion confronting the price. Not just paid by victims. Paid by Vikings themselves. Their own women choosing mass suicide over survival. Listen to fingers typing on keyboards. Modern geneticists tracing lineages. Finding gaps. Finding absences. Each missing branch a woman who chose Mercury. Each gap a bloodline that ended in a longhouse. In a calculated dose. In a decorated cup. The Repton women knew history would find them. Left their jewelry on. Their best clothes. Their identity markers. They wanted to be known. Counted. Remembered as Norse women who looked at their culture's machinery and chose to break themselves rather than oil its gears. Some modern descendants take DNA tests, hoping to trace Viking roots. Find instead the echoes of Repton, of York, of Uppsala, missing great-grandmothers, absent lineages, the genetic scarring of systematic horror that consumed even those who created it. But here's what DNA revealed that shook researchers most. The women of Repton weren't unique. Isotope analysis of mass female graves across the Viking world showed the same pattern, the same generation, the same choice, coordinated, planned, thousands of Norse women deciding together that their empire deserved no future. The whisper networks hadn't just spread resistance, they'd spread the mathematics of mass suicide, the mercury preparations, the dosages, the ceremonies. From Ireland to Iceland, Norse women learning the same final lesson, that when you build a machine of horror, eventually it turns. Eventually it grinds up even those who built it. Dr. Biddle stands in the reconstructed longhouse at Repton. Tourists snap photos where women drank poison, where children died in their mother's arms, where an empire admitted its crimes in mercury and convulsions. The tour guide speaks of Viking glory, of exploration, of trade networks. But Dr. Biddle sees only absences, hears only silence, knows that under every Viking settlement lie more Reptons, more women who chose, more bloodlines that ended rather than continue. The mercury worked exactly as they'd measured, exactly as they'd planned. The genetic evidence keeps mounting, modern populations showing scars of ancient choices. Every DNA test a small revelation, every family tree growing roots that end abruptly, in mercury, in silence, in women who knew exactly what they were worth in their own culture's arithmetic. The Vikings conquered nations, built trade networks spanning continents, created art, law codes, literature, but they also created a system so horrific their own women chose mercury over survival, chose to end bloodlines rather than feed them into the machine. Listen, that's the sound of consequences. Not in battles, not in burned cities, in the quiet closing of genetic doors, in empty cradles, in decorated cups filled with liquid metal. In 236 women showing the world exactly what the Viking Age had become. History remembers Viking warriors, Viking explorers, Viking merchants, but history forgot Viking women who looked at what their men had built and chose annihilation over complicity, who turned their culture's weapon against themselves rather than become what they'd made others. The excavations continue. More sites, more mass graves, more evidence of coordinated suicide. Each one tells the same story. Norse women who chose their ending, who drank deep, who died together, who left only silence and the faint taste of mercury on history's tongue.